Welcome to Saturday is Wrong with your host, the ultimate video game. Virtual intellect, the Casey is wrong. We talk about video games, pro wrestling and web, whatever the fuck we want to talk about with this co-host AJ Raider, Tess, Joe, Compton, Michael, Devious Dave Rose, MK3 Kratos, and the Rose because it's Saturday is Raw. This means Raw. Saturday is wrong. If you want some, come get some fun because it's Saturday's Raw.
Bro, my name is Vince Russo, and I am a big fan of the worldwide interweb, bro. That's right, bro. I love YouTube, and bro, I am always looking for the next big thing, the next big show, the next big personality, and I think I found it, bro. On YouTube, Casey is Raw, bro. Casey is an avid, bro, video game collector. Loves playing retro games, bro, just like me. As a matter of fact, bro, the only game I've ever beat, bro, is Rygar, bro. Rygar on the original Nintendo system. But, bro, let me tell you, Casey even has a podcast, bro. A podcast where he talks wrestling, and it's called Saturday is Raw. Also, bro, Casey goes video game hunting, and he takes you along, man. Check it out. YouTube, Casey is Raw. Podcast, Saturday is Raw. Bro, check out Casey.
Saturday night, with Casey's raw energy, we're ready for the fight. Major Raiders and Tex rise to the call. MK3, Kratos and Joe, we're having a ball. From video games to wrestling, we cover it all. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the nights. We're the crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop. In this chaos, we find our might. Michael's lost in the shadows, but we're alright. Discussing world news, no fear, no shame. With laughter and stories, fueling the game. Join the madness as we break down the walls. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the nights. We're the crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop.
Guys, my name is Casey is Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw. Let's make sure I'm actually have sound. We do have sound for once. There's no fuck up from my audio this time. We do have MK3 Kratos. Oh come on, you cannot hear me. Fuck off, Dave. I can tell you right now.
I'm just working on something.
Oh yeah. So, next week is actually, well, it was between this week and next week is the anniversary of 18 years since the Benoit tragedy. Um, I've been wanting talking a little bit more about this. I feel the Benoit tragedies are one of those things that you kind of remember exactly where you were. And I can tell you not only where I was, like the location, I was, I mean, what building I was in, I could tell you where I am. Oh, but first, let's say hi to some of the people we have in the chat. We got, oh, excuse me, we have, it's the Costanza saying, I like tragedies like this, you sick bastard. We got Devious Dave Rose, who's also on the call.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Casey.
Yeah, you can't hear me. let me let me guess. There's something wrong with my internet as well.
Yeah, and your mic. But yeah, it's interesting that you bring up the Benoit point because when you said that, I had to at least discuss stuff. But I think there's still a lot of mystery around his death. I don't think it's as straightforward as people say it is, and when they dismiss it, they're not looking at all the evidence.
Well, hold on. Last person we got in here is Joe Compton. Thanks to all the people in the chat. So yeah. So honestly, I feel like I think they needed a I felt like they needed like a trial because even or at least something just like cutting an open and shut case. I mean, like we're never. I don't know if we'll ever see the pictures of him being hung, but I
Casey,
mean,
was Jimmy Snuka an open and shut case? Are we gonna?
it should have been because I mean he was found civilly liable for it, but for some reason they didn't charge him criminally
Criminally. Yeah.
until 30 years later, and
Yeah.
then by then he already had some type of cancer that really
And although
real-
he could have faced like questioning, they use that as a claim that he was too infirm to face questioning, which I think is a cop out. It's like Harvey Weinstein walking with a walker, even though he can walk
mm,
without it, but try to make
well
himself look like a victim so he doesn't have to take the stand.
well he did die like almost immediately after he was uh found. Well, it's not really. It was found not fit for trial. It was like a couple weeks later after that. So so he was definitely had health issues, but one of the biggest things they were saying that Jimmy Snuka didn't know how to read or write anything in English, but he's been in America at least since the 70s. So you figure for what 50 years he couldn't learn English or write English.
That's bullshit. I
So
don't believe it.
yeah.
And if he was
The-
alive today, Trump would probably be deporting him.
oh, we got this guy right here. It says to the Texas. Oh God, chief, a lot of records. He says Benoit is innocent. No.
Again, you can call me a conspiracy theorist. Many people have. You can also call me factually correct because I just keep getting proven correct. But um, everything that I've seen so far seems to indicate that there's a lot more that went down with that, with the Benoit case. And it seems like some people, including Eddie Guerrero, may have known. Um, so it deserves to be examined and not dismissed. I don't know if
I
I
would.
know the conclusion, although some people have already come to that conclusion. It wasn't just a simple murder suicide.
I mean that's what it was. It was murder suicide, but uh, I think the cause of it, we'll probably never know, and we can speculate what was the cause of his conditions or what was it caused him to snap.
No, tour capture. It wasn't because he had CTE, and I think that again is just one of these things that's just used to
Oh no,
blanket the conversation and not examine what was going on in the background.
I think he definitely had CTE. But I feel like honestly, I think a lot of sports people, not only wrestlers, I think not only wrestlers have CT, boxers, obviously MMA fighters. I wouldn't even doubt those
So do
slap
your viewers from listening to you.
no, hey, definitely slap fighters who does that shit now. I'm like, dude, you ever seen those slap fighting competitions? Or
Yeah, I've seen clips of them. I don't watch them. I think it's barbaric and stupid. So no, I
it is
don't.
barbaric. Like there's one like footage where it was from uh outside the country, but it was not one of these bigger ones, but the guy had like a really huge uh bump on his cheek because how many times they slapped him right there, but eventually the guy won. But like it was like it was the size of a small watermelon on the side of his face. Like but and then obviously football players, but I think they have CTE as well. I think the only people who's in sports, and I'm not going to consider motorsports with this because I mean, yeah, they can have probably some type of CTE. I guess they could, but not. I don't think everyone's going to have it. But I think out of all the physical sports, I think baseball is probably the one that you wouldn't think any of the players will have CTE unless they get fucking nailed in the head with a baseball. But uh, I'm gonna tell you, no, I remember exactly where I was when I heard about the whole when all three was dead. See, at back in '07, you could sign up for the WWE uh when they'll text you news when stuff happens, and I signed up for that.
Hold on. In
Uh,
what year?
of 2007.
And they would text you news.
Yeah, it would text you news. You had to sign up for it though. I don't think it cost anything, but you just had to sign up for it. So I was working at Sears and that morning, and I could tell you exactly where I was. I was a what was called an MCA. Uh, Not only I would put products together, and I would also build signs and put signs up. And I was actually in the microwave section when I got alert from it. It was like, and I was just shocked when I looked at the text from WWE that all three people died. Uh, let's see, we got two capture says some say it was based on Eddie's death and he went crazy. I think that's part of it, honestly. We got AJ Harrison. I did investigation and all the signs says he's innocent. Uh, well, if you got an investigation, let's send out a invite to him, and if he sounds like a nut job, we'll kick him off. So I'll put in the link. But Total Captures, like, did Benoit killed his son first or his wife? Oh, it was his wife first. He killed her on Saturday, and it was
Okay.
they were not they were not sure when they killed Daniel. Then they don't know if it was a Saturday night or Sunday morning. And
The
then
information that I've read is that, and it just seems to fit, is that Chris Sullivan had this absolute hate for Benoit, and took revenge on him for apparently taking his wife, and the way that he supposedly talked to people on the phone, it sounded like he was being held hostage. And again, everything seems to point towards that, in my opinion.
I was always, when it first happened, I knew about the whole thing with Kevin Sullivan situation with, the where he booked his own divorce, and I thought maybe there's possibility. Hey, we got Joel Compton in here. What's up, Joe?
Welcome.
Hey, I'm trying a new setup. How well can y'all hear me?
You're okay.
All
We can
right.
hear.
4 out of 10.
Let's play devil's advocate on this Benoit case here for a minute. Let's say he is innocent. Do you think the damage is too far done to put him in the Hall of Fame and all that stuff?
Well, I mean, I
Yes,
feel like
unless the information comes out that he's innocent. Yeah, and even if it does, it's probably at this point it probably is too tainted.
mm,
I don't know if it's possible to undo all the propaganda and damage that they've done to his reputation. So maybe it would have to take another generation before they finally say, "Oh, we found the real files and he was innocent."
yeah, I mean, dude, it's been almost 18 years when this happened. You
Yeah, it's
want to
been
feel
24
old?
years since 9/11, and
Yeah.
we're still being told the official story. So,
Well, let me ask you. I mean, let me tell you something. This will make you feel old. So when Daniel got killed, he was 7 years old. You know what? If let's say he was still alive today, you know how old he would be today?
No.
He would be 25 years old today if he was still alive. That's how. And it's real easy because he was born in 2000 and he died in 2007, and he was 7 years old. So, and we're in 2025, so
Very good,
he would
Casey. You can do math.
he
I'm
would have
proud
been
of you.
25, huh?
Very good. You can do simple math. I'm proud of you.
But I'm just saying that makes me feel old, and it's crazy. I think 25 is when I was 25 when this all happened, I believe. So I was affected when that happened. Like, I wouldn't say he was my favorite wrestler, but he was definitely, to me, he was like one of the best wrestler at the time. But I felt like there was rumors is that he was on his way down to probably be a coach, or oh, we got AJ Harrison in here. Welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, man?
I'm doing. I'm doing. Um, yeah, no, I just happened to. I was on my YouTube and I happened to come across the Chris Benoit thing, and I tuned in and I was checking the comments and stuff. This is really piqued my interest. So felt the need to throw in my comments there because I mean I did a huge investigation, my brother and I, over on our bear with me a second here. Over on our show, first and last hit show on FALH Radio, and throughout several weeks we dug through the evidence, pulled different material, anything that we could get. Chris Benoit took, I mean, a lot of damage to his head. I won't dismiss any of that. But can anybody here, or even in the comments, please make logical sense to me, or explain this to me. If you go to commit suicide by hanging, why would you first put a white cloth around your neck? I mean, if you're not, it doesn't add up. And then there was no drugs or alcohol in his system.
Well, minus the steroids.
Well, yeah, but I mean, his brain was, if I remember correctly, it resembled an 80-year-old Alzheimer's patient. I'm not gonna sit there and I mean, it's look how long it's been, and it's still one of the most widely talked about cases out there.
Well, yeah, it's one of the biggest, darkest days of all time. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I think the next one is like I would probably say, oh gosh, the Jimmy Snuka, and I think that's the next. That's the one that's below that one, because I mean, like Dave was saying, is like, I mean, how long it took forever to they were going to prosecute him, and by the time they did it, they're like, oh, he's too gone.
fit for trial or something. Yeah,
But
but oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
but go ahead. I
No,
forgot
I
I
was
was going.
just I was just gonna say, and then there was a voicemail, and I forget who he was leaving the voicemail to. If you listen in the back,
Chavo Guerrero.
And we were-
He left it to Chavo.
okay, well, no, there was one to Chavo. And I'll have to go back and look. He did leave one to Chavo, but there was another one specifically. Get down, 'cause you're gonna get sick, and I don't want you on my sofa. Sorry about that, cats.
All right. I got
anyway,
my dog right here.
But no, there was, so yes, he did leave one to Chavo, but there was and I don't remember. I don't know if it was a doctor or something. I have to go back and find out the person's name. But in that
Mm,
in that voicemail, you can hear one. If you listen, you can hear as if it sounds like a body or something is being dragged in the background. And if you listen to the way Benoit sounds, a few things don't add. One, he sounds like he's drugged. Two, it sounds as if he's being forced, and Benoit, he was always one to not really talk about his personal life. He was very, very private guy. But no, one of the biggest thing that stood out to me was not only that, in that same voicemail, because I forget where we found it. My brother and I were able to find where they separated, the technology nowadays, the background from also the voicemail. In the background, a door shuts, bodies being dragged, or what sounds like it.
well, that could be him though.
Yeah, that's possible. But now the best part is you can hear somebody in the background, aside from Benoit. Benoit's talking at the same time. There's somebody else in that house. Now, who it is, I don't know. And I've often, my brother and I would say this after each investigation. These are just our thoughts and opinions. We don't know what happened. We weren't there. The only people that really know what happened were the Benoit family, and if you're a believer in God, God himself.
And Like, oh yeah, pretty much all the people are dead, and I'm sure the cops probably have an idea what happened. But I mean, even when they discovered the bodies, they didn't automatically say it was a murder suicide. It took a little bit because I mean, like I said, I was doing work when I got the text message from WF News, and that was in the morning. And they were like, well, they're obviously going to do something for Chris Benoit for Raw. And then I remember, yeah, there was news leaking at the same time Raw was going on. And it was like, it didn't really start until late of the third hour. But I remember going on the internet and I was listening to Don Tony's episode of it was him and Kevin Castle and a couple other people. And I remember, like I said, going on the computer, seeing one side there, like, oh, you want to watch Chris Benoit and his retrospective, and on one side of of the screen, and on the other side they're saying, uh, murder suicide situation. And it's like, oh my god, like couldn't they like once they figure out, you figure like, okay, we're gonna get rid of everything on this side. So
I
it was
honestly
weird.
thought it was Nancy when it came out that it was a murder, a double murder suicide. I thought it was Nancy, and
I
yeah,
was sadly I was kind of hoping it was that because I I honestly didn't think it could have been Chris, but it was obviously going to be if it was one of those three people, it was either going to be Chris or it was going to be Nancy. But I feel like I feel like the biggest I think it's a mixture of a bunch of things. I think it's definitely CTE is a huge part of it. Um, I also think him having being depressed because all his friends are dying. Like shoot, before Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit dying, dude, their wrestlers were dropping like flies.
oh yeah.
Like during that time frame. It was like almost like every month you had a bunch of them died in every month during that time because of drugs. And I'm sure he was just felt emotional. I mean, he was very emotional when Eddie died, up to the point where he had to have a journal to write to him. Uh, I mean, I feel like some people grieve in different ways. But I could almost feel this is my speculation. I could almost feel like the way he was grieving over Eddie. I might be out of line, but there might be a situation that maybe there was a gay relationship because, like, you don't see someone bawling their brains out just for a friend. Usually it's like a spouse or like a family member.
So
Like, I,
if I may, real quick, if I may, um, one of those things where I would actually like to agree to disagree with you on that. And if I may share my thoughts as to why. So, and not to get too off topic here, but the late great Bray Wyatt, Wyndham Rotunda,
yeah.
when he died, and I may even get choked up just talking about it. That is a death that I took
Mhm.
real. I mean, very very hard, and I still get emotional and things like that. My daughter was born um, on that same month, and so family was here at home, and when I finally, after the initial shock of those few days, and it hit me, I became so uncontrollable, just emotional, and just completely lost it. I referenced that to, um, and I even cried when Eddie died, but I have not. completely lost it like that over a wrestler. I mean, and you're talking to somebody here who I lost my son, my firstborn son,
Oh shit!
at the day shy of 3 months old, back in 2022.
Damn.
Um, and I will honestly say that Bray Wyatt's death is probably the second death I mean, the second most heartbreaking death for me that I have taken, um, personally, and it's just really gotten to me. So,
For, for me, the worst one. I mean, sadly, I have both my parents are no longer here. Like, actually, this is going to be coming up next month. It'll be 10 years since my dad's been gone. Uh, I lost my wife back in 2017,
oh,
and I just lost my mom 2 years ago coming up. So, but I mean, I honestly I love both of my parents, but the one that really affected me was my wife. I felt the the first year, maybe year and a half, that I should have done therapy because I was not only I was getting emotionally triggered, like it was to be minorest things that would trigger emotions and flashback memories about everything. And the only reason I wouldn't say got over it, but helped mend the heart was not only I came back down here where I had my mom and my family and some of my friends was down here. And I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, even the people who some people on this call helped too, and some of the people who was in my chat that was there to help. And when we were part of Joe Cronin's community, I I needed that because I was emotionally fucked
oh,
for a good
I
year
bet.
and a half.
Oh, dude, I remember that shit, Casey. You took that shit hard as fuck, dog.
Yeah. By the way, I'm just curious. How do you feel? This is a kind of don't take this the hard way, but we do have someone in our chat called Chris Benoit's Bowflex.
Oh, good lordy, have mercy.
Uh,
he he does say Harley Race did the heaven but head the diving headbutt for decades and he didn't kill anyone. But
Now, I was
uh,
thinking about something here when I was driving to work. I don't mean to cut you off, Casey,
no, go ahead.
but Mick Foley, who took more damage, do you think? Who do you think took more damage mentally in the brain? Mick Foley or Benoit?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I'm gonna say Foley all the way. I mean,
Yeah,
you.
Because
I,
Foley, he
yeah.
has he has never gone off the rails. He's never done something. I'm gonna say supposedly, because I'm playing devil's advocate here for Benoit. He's
Mm.
never done anything supposedly like Chris has done.
Well, I mean, hopefully. But hopefully when I don't want to see Mick Foley die anytime soon, but hopefully we would the day he does that we would check have his brain checked out because look, I mean that's a great point. I mean Mick Foley, I mean that's the only person right now you would think is hardcore today that you could really think that's still alive that hadn't done anything crazy that we know of. Like, but hopefully nothing happened. But I think I seen an interview. He's like, he knows that he has CTE. There's no way he doesn't. I mean, unless he has like a skull made out of steel or something. But I mean, Benoit's Bowflex brings up New Jack. I'm curious. We should I wish they would have checked his brain, but that was a couple years ago now. But I mean,
So
he
with
was
that being said, do you think we can rule the CTE out as a reason as to why he did it?
no. I think I think
And well, and I'm not necessarily going to say why, but if he did it,
I'm gonna say. I mean, everyone's body is different. Some people can handle injuries differently. Like some people like gets injured easier than some people, and some people can handle it easier or better than anyone. And just because Mick Foley hadn't killed anyone, like we don't know behind the scenes that. I mean, I'm not. We don't know if he's not like abusive behind the scenes. I mean,
for
hopefully
fuck's
that's not
sake,
true.
Casey, the motherfucker plays Santa Claus and goes to children's hospitals. I don't think
Oh,
he hurt his eye.
I'm gonna assume he doesn't, but like we all figured that Benoit wouldn't have done that either.
Was
But
Benoit dressing up as Santa Claus and going to children's hospitals? No, the fuck he was not.
no, but I mean, God, if you watch that tribute, everyone was saying how good the guy was, that he was a family man.
That was
Like,
before they
I,
found out what went down.
Hold
yeah,
on, bro. Well, I just want to make a point here, Joe. You're talking about dressing up as Santa Claus and all that. I mean, look at John Wayne Gacy. Not to get off topic here, but the man was
ooh,
he was a
that's a
clown.
great
And
point.
he was a children's clown, went to parties and things like that. And then, I mean, need we really have to get into what he did?
Yeah, that's a great point. But I mean, I don't see Mick Foley doing it, but I mean, God, God damn, that'd be another horrible day if he does something like that.
I
I mean,
spoke to a wrestler. Go ahead. I'm
like
sorry.
you, like you said, I was affected when Bray Wyatt died. I was shocked when that happened. Same thing with Eddie. Like there were certain deaths that really shocked me. Same thing with kind of with Sabu, because how Sabu just wrestled and like a month later he dropped dead. Like
Well, back to the Benoit case, though. I was going to say that. So two things were actually brought to my attention. We had a guest on the show, and he seemed very nervous talking about it, and so we did it off the record, of course. And out of respect for him, I will say he, from the original ECW, he did mention the Guerrero family as a possibility of for what happened with Benoit. It make it, and you're not the only one to have brought up about a possible gay relationship between Eddie and Benoit. I mean, again, all of these things, and I even referenced, the door was unlocked. Why would Benoit reach out? On both phones. He texted from Nancy's phone and his own phone about the house being unlocked and gave his address. Why is he giving his address to Chavo and I believe one of the referees or producers when they already knew Benoit? They knew where he lived and things like that. Why would
yeah,
you know what I mean? But yeah, I would say that and even then leading up to that, he was very paranoid, taking different routes home.
yes.
Is there a possibility maybe he got in with the MOB?
I honestly, I mean, I think how bad his head was. God, look at the freaking journal he had. He was when he was writing to Eddie that he was having dreams about the government coming after for him and Nancy, and they were coming after for their parents, and their parents were and Chris's parents was dead, and then Nancy's parents was dead, and like, and then he would tell wrestlers that, I'm a very private person. I don't want anyone to know where I live. Like, you figure at least the people. I was gonna say maybe the people you could trust is the wrestlers, but they also do ribs where like they'll shit in people's bags. So, but like, I'm sure some friends knew exactly where he lived, but like, I think there was definitely what the CT really fucked his brain up to the point where, like, McMahon would say, "Oh, if he had a brain of an 83-year-old Alzheimer's patient, then he wouldn't be able to get through the airports." Like, that's kind of a good point, but I mean, I'm sure there are people to help you to get to the gate you needed, anyways. Though,
I
too.
think there's so many people that are covering it up that they know what happened or they were involved and they just don't. They're not talking about it. I wonder if there's the police during that investigation. I wonder if they're covering things up. Money talks. You pay the right amount of money and you can make anything look like an accident.
It's kind of like Dave brought up. It's weird how, like, Dave, don't you agree? Like, it's interesting that how uh Jimmy Snuka, he was found liable, civilly liable against Nancy, but then they didn't charge him for 30 years. But but like, it's weird how it's hard to explain. Like, oh,
Maybe he knew
there.
too much about what McMahon was doing behind the scenes. McMahon is quite politically powerful.
Oh, especially when his wife, during that time, was starting to try to get be a senator. That was about that time when she was trying to be a
Even
senator.
even earlier, Trump allowed him to do WrestleManias, I think, twice at his facilities.
Yeah. Well, that was I mean, I don't know when he tried to go for election. I know he tried to run for election before and he
And
failed.
but see, the thing is, it's power. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I
So
mean,
because he's
allegedly,
got because McMahon has friends who have power. Perhaps sometimes certain things won't be brought up until many years later.
Hey, I gotta hop off this call. I gotta go punch that proverbial time clock, make some money.
All
all
right, man.
right.
Yeah, good night, Joe.
See you later, Joe.
See you, Joe. Thank
So,
you for coming.
Casey, and actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my mic. I got to go tend to my son. But real quick, I did want to see: is there a possibility we could pull up the one of the bear with me here, the Arn Anderson interview that he did. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it or not, or if the audience has seen it, but that is an eerie prediction of the road Benoit was headed down, and we're talking WCW years before. Have you seen that, Casey?
No, but if it's a video, I don't want to take a chance because
I understand.
I would get copyright. I mean, if we can get like transcript, we can read that off.
Yeah, yeah. I know that. I had played it on my show,
Mm,
and we run through YouTube, and we never got hit for it. But I also, respectful to you. It's your show and stuff like that. Also, what I can do is when I jump off, or whenever, I can most
mm.
certainly send you the video, or have you even look at it, later on.
Yeah, I can do that.
It's
I
it's very scary, and I mean, when you listen to it, if you're
mm.
receptive, you'll get it'll give you the chills right down to the bone.
Oh damn. Yeah, I'm definitely down for that.
Oh yeah.
Like, the case is always interesting because every once in a while, like, I'm listening to podcasts and sometimes I'll just throw one of the Chris Benoit things on to listen to. So and I knew it was coming up because it's in June. Like I said, it's in between this week and next week. So I was like, and there wasn't really much to talk about because the next pay per view isn't until the end of the month, anyways. So there wasn't really much to talk about, but uh, I just thought it was just crazy how long, like Dave said, like it was 24 years since 9/11. Well, it's almost 24. It's 23 years. It'll be 24 this year since
Okay.
9/11.
Casey apparently knows math.
I can add.
It's a goddamn miracle.
I mean, I did graduate high school, so
3
I mean,
times.
I can show proof, but I don't actually want to dox some of my information. Well, I mean, I don't want to dox my last name and where I graduated from high school. Like, if I
Yeah, because
can,
then
like,
we'll know it's a school for special kids who drool.
uh, well, let's just say this: it was actually this. My class had over 1,000 uh, people who graduated.
Was it
I
big
heard.
school?
Yeah, I mean, what I heard, my school was actually the third biggest school in the country.
Doxed.
Hmm. Interesting.
But I'm not sure if that's still accurate. But when you
Maybe
have
for
like,
its time it was accurate.
huh?
Maybe for its time it was accurate.
Yeah, probably at its time. Yeah, I agree. When
Boy, oh boy, that's the last time I do a raid while like trying to like stay on a show. That's the last time I do a Destiny 2 raid encounter that takes
the
40 plus minutes for one fucking encounter. Jesus Christ.
so let me ask you guys: do you remember what you were doing when you heard the news? Like,
Oh yeah.
like I
About
said,
Benoit, I wasn't watching wrestling at the time.
okay,
I'll be honest.
no,
And the
that's
fact
okay.
that
I mean,
the anniversary is literally like the day after Juneteenth, I find that poetic in some way. That's coming from
but
a black guy that does not like Juneteenth.
Chris Benoit's Bowflex says he was taking a dump. Like, what mansion didn't you get in the news? You were taking a shit. It's like, oh my
No, he was
god.
probably taking a dump with Benoit's head around his neck, around it.
Oh, but you know that probably. God, you know what's crazy is when Duke. Let me put you down. When 9/11 happened, um, I had the same situation. I remember where I was, but my mom was getting her knees replaced,
Mhm.
and she just happened like just got out of surgery. She's still drugged up in the brain from all the drugs from the getting her knees replaced,
The
and
anesthesia, yeah.
yeah, the anesthesia, and she
Yeah,
would ask
we'll get.
my grandpa, it's like, did that plane just fly in that building? Like she was thought she was seeing things when that happened. So man, she's like you're like under drugs like that, and you think you're seeing something, but you did. But uh, I thought that was kind of funny story. But uh, what about you, Dave? Do you remember what you were doing when you heard about Benoit?
What I was doing when I heard about Benoit, was it I was at home, and either I got an email, or I think it was MSN Messenger back then, or maybe ICQ, and a guy I knew that was big into wrestling mentioned that. So, and then more came out later on, and there was more shock from the group of friends that I was with, who were big in wrestling at that point. Um, but yeah, and that was basically it.
What about you, AJ?
So I was, let's see, that was back in 2007. So I was 16 going on 17. And I was outside of my house when I got the news. And I remember being immediately I went and jumped to conclusions and thought that Nancy had done it, like I'd mentioned earlier. And I remember just being so full of hate and just rage. And then as more came out, I remember redirecting it to um, over to Benoit. Like
Mm,
even now, you see how much hate Benoit gets for something that we don't. I mean, it's widely up for debate. You either got people that are strongly hate the man for it. I mean, I remember saying some really raunchy things about Chris when all that came out, when it first came out, and still to see how everybody, or not everybody, but some people hold that hatred for Chris for because of the whole situation. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I've learned to ease up and take more of a understanding. Maybe God has worked on me a little bit. Call it what you will. I've just and maybe even just for health benefits, I find it's much easier to keep an open mind, um, play that devil's advocate, and look at both sides rather than just jump on one side and go straight, and fault somebody when we don't know the whole story.
I mean, for me, like, I thought it was Kevin Sullivan. That was the situation. I thought for a while, but then after a while, it was like I just finally gave in. It's like I guess he did it.
Well,
Like,
Kevin Sullivan just passed away here recently too. I think it was like last year or something.
yeah,
I I don't. That's the thing, though. I remember being somewhat skeptical even back then when I heard the news. It's something that didn't feel right. Um, and although it was earth shattering and tragic, there was something to me that still didn't feel right. And again, there was also talk in my circle about the fact that it wasn't on the level. It was something off. I do remember that. Um, and there was a guy who was an even bigger mark than I was, talking about that. But again, even after all these years, it just seems to be that we weren't told the whole story. There was a bunch of stuff that was not initially published or released, and there was hesitancy. Um, and again, it just, to me, the calls and stuff seem to indicate that to me is the red flag there. The biggest red flag
the one
is
thing that oh, sorry.
no, I'm going to say that it sounds like he was being held hostage,
For
and it
me,
sounds like logistically there'd be multiple people involved in
I
taking
don't
charges and
know.
making it look like it was murder suicide.
I don't know. I think it'd be really hard to cover that up. Like you would have to, co- like you would have to
God,
cover your. I'm not to say your tracks, but like you would have to literally be like yeah, you can wear gloves, but yeah, there's the theory of he all three being hold uh at
held
what they
hostage.
were yeah held hostage,
Well, I want
and
to point
then
out. I'm sorry, Casey, not to interrupt here, but you know, with him being so paranoid and taking different routes, and him just going being, I find it very hard to believe that somebody is just going to flip a switch and be that paranoid unless you are involved in something that maybe you tend to either regret getting into, or like steroids, drugs, things like that. Maybe he pissed off the wrong people, and maybe those people that he pissed off are very wealthy. They know how to cover their tracks. And, I mean, again, money talks. If you shell out, if you're wealthy enough and you shell out the right dollar amount, I mean, everything disappears. goes off the record. You can't find traces of anything. I'm just saying, and I don't dismiss anybody's, thoughts, opinions, comments, or anything like that. But I mean, I'm just saying, that is a very high possibility. I'm not. I was never really like, a Benoit mark. I'd never tell you Benoit was my all-time favorite wrestler. I have respect for Benoit, but also at the same time, I couldn't sit there and say, he was my all-time favorite.
Oh,
But
he wasn't my all-time favorite, but like I was super
I need
happy
to.
when he
Sorry.
won. I was super happy when he won the belt at WrestleMania 20 because that was like I was like, hey, he finally got it. Like I didn't know if he was ever gonna hold it again, maybe once or twice more, but allegedly he's gonna win the ECW belt, but like would have been big if he did. Would have saved ECW. I don't know, but like I felt that ECW was such a cursed brand. That version was so cursed. I don't think he could save it. But I don't know. I just
East.
think Benoit. Go ahead, Dave.
Of. Oh my God! I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it!
I think I went like left field. You
You
know,
did.
my A. I think my
Yeah.
ADHD went. It's like, hey, squirrel.
Oh, you know
But
what? I remember now. I remember. Okay, so this is what I think is unfortunate. This guy is truly, was truly one of the great technical wrestlers. Came from
mm,
Canada, proved himself on many stages. Uh, he, because of this whole situation, regardless on how you want to view it, um, it overshadows his actual technical wrestling ability,
mm,
and that should continue to be talked about regardless. That you can't erase history. If you try, you're a Soviet fucking scumbag, because that's what socialists do. They try to erase the past. Look, it happened. Okay, whatever happened, okay, as crazy as it was, it happened. But you can't take away that this guy added a lot, and he was really good at what he did. So why can't we talk about the good? Why can't we talk about how really technically gifted he was, and how you could get some great matches with him, and so many, including like Dean Malenko, who is also extremely talented in his technical abilities. Um,
I
it's stuff like that, unfortunately, that will overshadow this guy's contribution to wrestling, and we won't get to hear from it because it's taboo to talk about him.
well, I mean, I can understand from WWE side it's taboo because I mean, I but they don't like completely hide him from everything. Like if you go to Peacock, he's there. Uh, actually, this is one of the words that's gonna fuck me up, but the WWE encyclopedia. There we go. Actually has a small section with Chris Benoit in there with his picture. Obviously, they're not gonna say he one night he killed his kid and wife and then uh killed himself. They obviously they didn't put that in. Maybe they should have. I
What?
mean,
Winner of the Murder the Family
well, I
Championship?
mean,
Like,
no, where they had all he did, and then like they're talking about his history, and then they just like they left off at the very end. I think they kind of left off with maybe his United States championship run, or they might have stopped at the world belt. But I think it you kind of I guess they didn't want to bring too much light to it. I'm shocked they even put him in there, but they don't hide him from the content on Peacock. But obviously they're not going to celebrate his career. Like I don't
Why
blame
not?
them for.
Why not? Why not celebrate the good and ignore the bad?
Well, you
Kinda
look at what they
hard.
did to Umaga. I don't even think Umaga got any type of tribute whatsoever. I didn't know about Umaga until 2 months after he died. And I've been a diehard wrestling fan. I watch it every week, and I mean, I've been watching it since I'm 3 years since I was 3 years old. I'm going on 35 now.
Mm.
Also,
So
Casey, isn't Snuka in the Hall of Fame?
Snuka is, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. So
Ki-
your point is
kind.
moot.
Hold on, no, kind of.
Kind
When
of.
he, because here's the reason. Let me, if
No, it's either a yes or a no. Is he in the Is he in the Hall of Fame? Yes or no?
I don't know. I mean, you go to the web page, he's
But
not
you
there.
have two people that just said he was.
Well, I mean,
Did
this
they
is the reason.
remove him?
Well, here's the thing. When he died, they called him the Hall of Famer. But if you go to the website where the Hall of Fame is, he's not there. You could go probably to Jimmy Snuka or go down to the J section. He's not there. If you go to the S section for Superfly, he's not there. Like I kind of don't blame them, but I feel like not only he shouldn't be in there. Honestly, I think Sonny needs to be kicked out.
He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1996.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
Son,
which is
son good.
surprising. I didn't think it was that. I didn't think he'd been a Hall of Famer for that long. I thought he was
oh,
one of like 2000
Good job, Casey.
something.
You look dumb.
oh no, he was
Yeah, you do look
inducted.
dumb.
I might look dumb, but let me
And
put
sound
this in.
dumb. And smell dumb.
How can you smell dumb?
Yes, it's a crazy talent I have.
Hold on, what does smell dumb smell like?
I was just say, what is dumb?
It's-
What does it smell
it's
like?
it's acrid and sour.
But let me
It's like a dirty gym sock that was left in a sewer.
so I'm on WD website right there.
Hey,
Oh,
but
we
Maybe
got
they removed him from the website, but again, he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1996.
well then what about the whole thing where Hogan got kicked out and then they said they reinstated him, but
Maybe,
before we move
That's a
but
big
that's the thing,
possibility,
though.
but that doesn't mean that happened to everybody.
But that's the
But,
thing, though. If you're dealing with a company, and then people have to immediately judge this, guys. If you're dealing with a company that's going to be basically Soviet, and they're going to erase history and be like, no, that guy was never part of the company, or he was never a Hall of Famer and stuff, and yet we've got records that it is. It's just like these people are trying to rewrite history, and that's never a good thing.
before we move on, we do have Tex on the call. What's up, Tex?
Welcome,
Howdy, gentlemen. Y'all doing all right tonight?
Yeah, it's a good night. I figured it's the coming up to 18-year anniversary of the tragedy, so I figured, hey, let's talk about it. So I saw you
Now,
talked about the family annihilator, so you're
well,
our
that's what I love the true crime stuff. I'm constantly looking into it, listening, combing through. I don't have a badge, but consider myself a detective kind of person. So, do any of y'all know that, like, what's that?
Private dick.
private.
Hey,
It's
sounds good to me.
old
Hey,
term.
you pay. Hey, you come to whatever you want as long as the paycheck's right. I don't give a shit.
Oh.
But no, I was gonna say, Benoit. Now, you have to look at this two ways. I mean, I don't know who the new guy is. So, Hattie, what's up, Tex? But besides that, I know everybody else on the call pretty much lifelong wrestling fans, so a creative mind is had here. So it's easier to believe it like the Kevin Sullivan angle, which at one point in time I considered and believed myself. But going through the true crime that I have over the years, studying the different types of serial killers and this and that and everything else, I 100% believe Benoit killed his family. He is the prototypical family annihilator serial type killer, which basically what that is. Have any of y'all ever seen the movie The Stepfather or The Stepfather 2 or any of those?
No.
No.
Okay, basically what a family annihilator killer is genuinely a man, can be a woman, but usually male, that for either financial problems in the home, basically if they don't have a perfect life in any way, shape, form, or fashion, it's like it's a shame guilt complex that they can't, like, they know they did something bad, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, and they don't want their family to have to deal with the shame of what they did wrong. So they literally kill their own family to spare them the shame and the harm. Now, more often than not, this is based on like money, or the guy was killing people already and he didn't want his mom and his wife and whatever had to have to deal with that shame. So he goes ahead and does the job. But let's look at Benoit with the brain damage. I'm no brain doctor, but anybody who lands on their head long enough, yeah, you're going to be messed up. I mean, what did they say? He was basically like a 80 or 90-year-old brain-wise. The dude wasn't right in the head.
Not only they said he was like, I think like 83, but
Like an 80
Right.
Yeah, but Casey made a good point that Mankind, Nick Foley, he got dropped.
It was Joe.
Well, that's the reason why Mick Foley goes and does and writes all these books and does all these shows, is to try to keep his mind active so he doesn't go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I heard him talking about that the other day. But my point with Benoit is he literally ran his head into the mat every night for 200 days a year, whatever the number is. When I took steroids, whenever I was playing football, I took steroids. Now, nowhere near any of the amount that he did. I mean, Jesus Christ. I don't care how much you work out. If you ain't pumping up, you don't look like that. That's not natural. That changes your aggressive mode. That makes you more feral. Not only that, but what was the son's name? Was it Daniel or the other one? I can't.
Daniel's the one that killed David.
David's the one. Okay, yeah, David's the one that's alive. So he did not like how skinny Daniel was, the boy.
Yeah,
he was shooting him up with steroids. Him and Nancy were.
That was alleged. That was allegedly. I mean, actually, there's
no. I've seen documents that prove that he was actually doing that once they did autopsies. That was proven. I've seen that. But my point is, Chris Benoit is a prototypical family annihilator serial killer. Yep. And the shame that and this is my theory, that I don't know if this has been said yet. Go look at him and Eddie Guerrero. That man bawled like a bitch, like he just lost the best lay of his life. That is not, I don't care if my best friend died right now. I'm not going to cry and write in a journal no, that is not natural.
So what do you attribute that to?
I think him and Eddie were gay for each other. Nancy found out about it. She wasn't happy about it. That caused problems in the household. He was already going crazy, and it just went bad, like we've seen so many true crime stories go. Go look at Nancy's sister talking about how Nancy was calling, trying to get away, and this and that and everything else. This wasn't just one bad day like a Joker Batman thing. This was one episode on top of another. I mean, yeah, the story about Kevin Sullivan being involved, yeah, that's a great wrestling story. But would make a fascinating movie. But I don't believe it's valid here. I think Benoit did it.
Here's one question for you, Tex. Here's one question.
All right.
I remember seeing on Dark Side of the Ring that Nancy had like a black eye on her face that her sister saw her with after she took off a pair of sunglasses. They never did confirm whether or not it was Kevin Sullivan who hit her or Benoit that hit her.
Well,
they never did confirm that. What do you think?
You would need to know the time frame of when that photo was took or she saw
No,
or
it wasn't
whatever.
a photo, it was a conversation they had back before.
Okay, well, you need to know that
WCW.
you would need to know when that conversation took place in order to sort that out legal wise.
Exactly.
But what I'm
after she left WCW, so about mid to late '97.
Well, what I'm proposing is Benoit did it. He was already Looney Tunes. The drugs weren't helping anything. I don't know if was he a drinker? Because I don't remember ever really hearing that.
I don't think he was a drinker. He was a Reuter, that's for sure.
I think drinking, I think he was an occasional. I think
Okay, but he wasn't like a violent drunk or anything, is what I'm saying.
But Tex, you're the first. I've heard a lot of theories about this situation, which I find odd, anyways. But you're the first to ever say that there was some sort of relationship between him and Eddie, and I can't discount I can't discount it because you did make a good point about the reaction of the bawling and crying and stuff, and that is not normal. There we go. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you for introducing me to yet another rabbit hole.
Actually, what's crazy is before Dave showed up, it was me, Kratos, and I guess AJ. Maybe I brought up the whole thing that I thought maybe that Chris and Eddie could have been gay lovers. I think.
Well,
I don't remember that. I think you're gaslighting us. He's gaslighting.
I don't know. I wasn't listening until I didn't hear the beginning of the show. I was fixing my trailer and I saw Casey was live and I popped in whatever. But it's just like I said, to me, it's when you look at how Benoit did it with writing in the Bible and putting the towel around his neck, because the interesting thing about that for me is, I can't remember the name of the football player, but he had really bad CTE as well, and he wanted his brain studied. So he shot himself in the chest so his brain could be studied. And the whole thing about the towel around the neck, I think that was the vanity of Chris Benoit, that when they had his funeral, they could do a open casket and it wouldn't look as bad if he had this gigantic black bruise. That towel would absorb some of that. That's what I think that was. Now, this also goes a step further, though.
Case Benoit could have went and stabbed himself in the chest or shot himself in the chest. So to say that it was to do the towel around the neck to make it, I guess, make him look more presentable, I think it's a bit of a stretch, and I'm not going to discount it or take away from it. But I'm just saying.
I don't think so. I mean, think about who you're dealing with here. You're dealing with a man who is used to being on television. He's a face. He has an ego. You don't get to be a pro wrestler if you don't have ego. You have to be vain.
Yeah.
That towel around the neck is, if that's not vain, I don't know what is.
I agree with Tex with that one, but also I heard that he didn't want to cut the skin, so that I think.
This also goes deeper though, and I don't know if y'all brought this up, but apparently the day of this happening, it was like up on the internet. I think it was Wikipedia that it was on or something. Like literally the day of, and then it was pulled back down. WWE knew about this. They knew about this ahead of time.
That did it. They questioned and I think the kid was like maybe in his teens, like almost like 17 or 8. I forget how old the kid was. He was a young kid. And I'll have to go back and watch the investigation, but they did pull the guy in there, and the kid claims it was it was a prank. Now, I find that kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, no, that you it's not coincidence and it's not a prank that somebody in Stamford, Connecticut
Yeah.
post on the day that the family dies. Oh, this happened. That's not a prank. That's not a coin. No. If
Well,
that no, that's
Yeah,
not
people
that.
people inside that particular police precinct did give WWE the heads up on that on the inside.
Right. Well, there's
That's
Dave's. See, Dave's on the right path there. Not just that, but Chavo Guerrero. I think he's holding out on us. I think he knows more that he ain't saying.
like what?
I don't know.
No. I
I
think
think
he's onto something.
I'm not
All
sure
right.
that Chavo wasn't the one that went to Vince or somebody within WWE and said, "Hey, shit just went bad with Benoit," and then WWE flies down to Georgia or has somebody there or whatever, and then all of these other events take place. I think Chavo Guerrero knows a lot. He may never say it, but I think he holds a lot of culpability here. That's
I'm
Well,
gonna,
the
are
we're
you
hitting
go
on
ahead.
something. I
Are you,
want to throw this out real quick because I mentioned earlier about an ECW original that my brother and I had on our show, and he refused to go on record and talk about it. I personally,
Mhm. Well, of course not, because he could be held liable for
yeah.
for a murder case, of course.
Right. So, but off the record and in that personal phone call, and out of respect for him, I won't mention names. He did mention about the Guerrero family. Now, I mean, here's where it gets very muddy. We're talking about a very wealthy family. I mentioned earlier you get into, and we're just
Of
saying,
course.
let's run the hypothetical that maybe Benoit and Eddie did have more than just a brotherhood or whatever. Maybe they were doing, it's a possibility that maybe that kind of, looked bad for the Guerrero family. I'm just saying maybe the Guerrero family decided to do something about it. Yes, does that take away? I mean, there is so much there. It's a
So
case.
you're saying one of the Guerreros killed the Benoit family?
I mean, I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it out of the.
Okay, well, if that's your proposal, give me a suspect then. Like, which one of them do you think it was?
I would say it was either Chavo or I don't know all. I don't know all. I don't know.
See that
But
doesn't fit to me.
If not Chavo, I would say someone within that immediate circle.
I would
Of the
say
Guerrero.
I wouldn't think it'd be Chavo because Chavo was on the road because
So you say Chavo was gone. Like, they proved where Chavo was. Like, he had witnesses and everything else. It
yeah.
was not.
Yeah, but
That
Chavo
doesn't.
could have easily made a phone call. He could have, you know what I mean? No, but I don't think anything's come out that anybody went through Guerrero's phone other than the text message. Who's to say he didn't have this already planned because he knew he was going to be on the road?
Anything's possible.
Mm.
Honestly, for me, I hate to be the one who seems like I'm just the idiot and just follow what the news is, but I
Well, there's
think
your
that
first mistake.
well, I mean, I think he did it for sure. I think
Okay.
Benoit did kill his wife and child, but I think there's a bunch of reasons. I feel that it's the CTE, and then I honestly think it's Void Rage. Void Rage. I think something triggered it from Nancy because he killed her first, and you don't know what she
Normally,
said.
how it happens with these annihilator cases, by the way.
Well, and like you don't know if she was saying something like, I want a divorce, or like I think you're cheating on me on the road, or something that just made him snap and just strangle the shit out of her. And then and he had steroids in the system,
So then
so
why
that's
would he
what.
go for the kids?
Well, here's the thing: you're not having roid rage for 3 days across. It only is for that moment. So I feel like when he killed Daniel, I honestly think that's just a mercy killing. Because
So I
like
disagree with that. You don't the mer-
Yeah.
if he truly had mercy for his boy, he would have wrote that note, killed himself, and have Nancy's sister or somebody adopt the child. That my theory of the family annihilator fits better here. Occam's razor. There's nothing more true than within a murder case than Occam's razor. 99% of the time, it fits perfectly.
Well,
The shame of Benoit doing what he did from, and now, of course, this is just my opinion, from
Yeah.
sleeping with Eddie, from his life was in shambles, marriage was a mess, his home life was hell. He just killed his wife. He needed to clear the board. He needed to just clean sweep and then do himself for the shame of everything that he did.
See, Tex. I'm not familiar with the Family Annihilator. I think you called it.
You should look into it. It's very fascinating
Can
mental
you
complex.
cite examples that might be famous that all of us know that we can say, oh, okay, we can see the same example presented for what's being done?
There is a couple murder cases. I can't remember the names right off the top of my head. Sorry, I've been working out in the heat all day. But just look up Family Annihilator serial killers. You'll see them when they come up, and you'll get what I'm saying. Just remember the theory that I'm saying, that of how this went down, because this was not a Monday Night Raw. Kevin Sullivan didn't do it. Dusty Rhodes didn't come in at the last second with the Road Warriors. No, that's not how that went down. I mean, it's sad and it sucks and it's filthy for, especially with WWE having it leak out on the internet and then covering their ass, doing a in memoriam show and then striking him from the record. Oh, we didn't do anything wrong. Who was that guy again? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways,
it's Soviet revisionism.
It's disgusting. It is, for them to, remove his name from so many things, which I'm sure y'all also talked about all the other bad people within wrestling that are awarded still, but,
Yeah, Jimmy Snuka.
Right. I mean, didn't Ted DiBiase run like a racketeering thing just here recently? There's a lot of assholes in wrestling.
Yeah, him and his son.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I think it's right that Benoit was erased. No, he should be remembered. He should not be praised. But we didn't just forget about. Huh?
That's what I told Casey. Is that why is it that the bad has to overshadow the good? You can concentrate on the good and forget about the bad or not mention it.
But Dave, let's be real here, though. None of us ever forgot him. Just WWE pretended to. He never went away. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing. With every year, we get older and new fans come in, and they'll never even know.
Now, y'all would know this better than I. What was the Mania where he faced Michaels and Triple H for the main event? What was that?
20.
So if you go on Peacock or whatever the app is now, is his name on that match, or is it just Shawn Michaels versus Triple H for the title?
No, Benoit is all over Peacock. When you go and you watch everywhere from his debut, and because I watched it. I would go and watch old wrestling on Peacock, and he's ever since he made his debut in WWE, he's been whatever episode he wrestled for that Raw, SmackDown, whatever. He's been on there. So I don't think even for them.
The only problem is they take out the timestamps for every segment he was involved in.
Oh, but he's still in there though. So they did their best to scrub name recognition, but they couldn't obviously you can't erase him from Mania 20 or whatever y'all said. You can't edit out that match and have it presented. You would have an incomplete show. So okay, that makes sense.
But I think and here's where what bothers me is we're talking about such an old case that will never officially get solved. It's not like you're going to hear about it on the news.
Oh, you can add it onto the pile of.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
No, it's never going to happen.
And but here's what I think, amongst wrestling fans and even casual fans, or people just that have heard the story, it has caused such a divinity between people that I mean, Tex, look, I mean, I'm not, I may have my thoughts and I may disagree with with your thoughts, but
You can agree, disagree. It doesn't matter to me.
and that's what I'm saying though. It's one of those things. Like, I wish more people could be like us, where we could come on here and politely just agree to disagree, and
Right.
and let the family, and that's how I want to word it. Let the family just rest. I mean, look.
Well, hang on a minute. Us having this little conversation on our whole of the internet is not affecting the Benoit family one bit. They don't know we exist.
no.
They're fine.
Exactly.
But my whole point though is I mean, and this, I mean, just outside of the Benoit case, there's so many different things that divide people, and I mean, and I've seen where disagreements, whether it be amongst wrestling fans or not, they get into where it goes past agree to disagree. Where people are easily offended. So Tex, I do want to say, I understand where you're coming from, and anybody who says Benoit did it, I will never tell you you're wrong or your opinion, because I don't know. I was not there. I mean, I can then we can agree to disagree, but I just think overall, people who know about the case, and whether they have studied it die hard or just kind of take it for what it's worth, I think that it's because it's so widely known that it very much causes such a divinity where it actually starts to tear apart people who may be close, or
Well,
ruins friendships that were that could be.
you can't look at, and Dave will know what I'm talking about when I say it. You can't study this like it's a wrestling storyline. You have to break this down as if it's a conspiracy or a mystery or whatever words you want to put on.
It's a crime. It's a crime. And again, there was
Right.
a lot of questionable action by the police as well.
Oh, 100%.
There's so
Yeah.
much, it just adds up to the point where the entire situation needs to be examined. It's not one little thing or another. It's the whole situation and what it does to his legacy. It needs to be examined with an open mind and not just immediately dismissive, like, oh, that's just a conspiracy talk. No, I'm sorry. There's too many coincidences in this entire thing that demand that we examine them with an open mind.
The problem is, it's one of those things. Is as the years go by, like wherever evidence is there or people's story, it just goes away.
From all of this, for all of the years that I've looked into this, apparently only the first investigation by the police, heavily influenced by WWE, by the way, was the one and only time this was ever looked into. I've never seen a credible study of a private firm looking into this, or anything. There's obviously problems with the story. People from WWE, Chavo, there's a couple of names I can't remember right now. Sorry, I've been eating all freaking day. My brain is zonked. But there are certain key, I think Chris Jericho was one of them as well. There are names that I think they know more information that they have not said.
Yep.
And
I know that's a fact. That's a fact. I've seen documentation, interviews, research. They're not releasing things. And WWE, strangely enough, had information basically when it happened, when people intervened and such, and they were getting stuff from the inside.
Right. No, yeah, they were boots on the ground right beside law enforcement as this thing was going on. Vince knew everything that was happening. Like, this wasn't, oh, we'll wait and see and everything else. Like, yeah, they know. They're culpable. I don't know if WWE ever paid the Benoit family or any uh, paid them any money or anything, but
Why
they're
didn't
I don't know.
why would they need to pay him anything? Because I mean Vince didn't do anything. And if you want to say,
Well,
that they caused their brain damage, well, so WCW didn't do it, or ECW, or when he was in Japan,
no, the
or
culpability that I'm talking about with WWE is the covering up and trying to hide the crime and get it buried as fast as possible. That's what I'm saying.
well, I want to show something that was kind of interesting. Is that one of the crime scenes where you have like Daniel Benoit was I think he was smothered, but if you look, this is his bedroom, and you can see that he has the world heavyweight title with his nameplate on it. But the cops lift up the covers, and there's a giant butcher knife under his bed. So I'm wondering if he was
Uh,
planning to stab him, or did he's like, or
he was
I
a
know
kid.
what.
Okay, he was a kid though. Whenever I was a kid that age, I had knives. You know, you're out carving. To me, that's not the biggest thing. Now, it could be nefarious, like,
With a
oh,
butcher knife, though, like that, I mean,
yeah, it's possible, dude. I got my first gun whenever I was 7 years old. Sure, 6 or 7 years old. It's not a far stretch, especially in the South, in Georgia, in the South. I mean, I'm in Texas, but same premise. I mean,
I
it's
don't. I
not.
don't see why that's a big deal. In fact, in
It's not.
Afghanistan, as soon as a child is born, male child, they basically gift the child with an AK-47.
Yeah, I mean, growing up, I was a Cub Scout.
no,
They
right?
teach you the first day you join the Scouts. They put a pocket knife in your hand, and you are to carry that at all times.
Yeah,
That's part of
it's
the Scout.
yeah, but it's a Swiss Army knife because it
Okay,
has like.
but Casey, you were never a dumb kid and grabbed something and hid it in your room that you weren't supposed to.
Oh yeah, but it's
Okay,
We
definitely
all have at one point.
it's definitely, come on, you cannot say that's a coincidence when the cop, unless
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it could be. Oh, he was scared, and if Dad attacked, he was going to carve him up. That's
That's a
possible too.
possibility. Yes, I
But
ooh,
I
that's a
try to
great
keep an open
point.
mind, and that's what I will say. I think
yeah,
anybody who studies the case is there's not enough people that are willing to take the opposite opinion.
That's a
And
good
what I
point.
mean, it's one of those things where I think we all mentioned earlier, it does need to be studied with an open mind, not from a wrestling context or standpoint, or favoritism or anything like that.
no,
It really
you
needs to
don't
be
look at this
unbiased.
like Benoit is your favorite wrestler. You look at this like you're the police officer that
Mm-hmm.
showed up on scene, and you break
Yeah,
it down right down the middle. However it falls, it falls. It doesn't matter. You
Yeah.
look at it equal.
I understand. That's a great point. That it could have Daniel could have brought that up for his defense. I'm not gonna lie. Was my parents the greatest? My parents fought, and I'm not gonna lie. There was one point I thought like my dad was gonna do something uh physical, where I got something that I was trying to, let's say, prevent was gonna happen. I don't want to give too much, so I
We
could,
all understand what you're saying. You don't have to
yeah. But
go any
I
further.
could, then that makes a little sense right there. I still think, like, I still think that's gotta be Chris, because a giant butcher knife, like, you would think
Or
if,
you
like,
know, there's also another possible answer, and I'm just throwing about what if. What if the kid? Oh, mom and dad weren't looking, and he snuck a cake out of the refrigerator up to his bedroom, right? And he was going to cut him a piece in there. So, oh, I don't have a knife. Let me go rush down and grab one. grabs it, and then mom comes walking up the stairs one day, and he's hiding in that. Oh, what's the easiest place to hide something when somebody's coming upstairs? You throw it under the pillow. You throw it under the mattress. That's speculation. You can't get lost in those details when you're looking into this true crime. That's where so many
Okay.
people get lost in the weeds.
Okay, so let's say that did happen. Then would you say, oh, like the kid gives up and leaves the cake there and like forgets the knife and acts like it never
I'm just
happened
throwing in a
again?
what if that is just as valid as anything else, and to make a point is what I'm saying.
Come on, that looks like a set. Like, you know how some of those knives you get in a wood block?
Yes.
Looks like one of those that would be in the wood block. You would be like,
Okay.
hey,
Well,
where's this
once again,
missing?
if little Benoit Jr. was running down to grab something to cut that, metaphorical cake, where else are you going to go? Either the knife drawer or the block, because where a knife's kept, case in either
You
of
would
those
have,
places.
and you would get the biggest knife you could find, too.
Of course, duh. Are
I
you
would
going to get the
more.
littlest one?
I would be more inclined
No.
to believe that he felt that right there. I would be more inclined to believe that he thought his life was in danger, so he took the knife. That's what
Yeah.
based on the
Off
photo.
topic here, but conversations like this are why jury trials are flawed, because crap like this goes down and the whole case gets lost in the weeds. By the way, that's just a little off topic, but
That's a good
I find
point.
it funny. So, anyways,
But I think everybody on both sides, whether you look at it as innocent or guilty, I think, and it seems to be the theme of the night here. But just my thoughts and opinions. I think it's very there's valid points on both sides of the line here, and that's why it's such an unsolved case, and why
or just for fun, what if WWE planted that knife after he was dead to make everybody throw off the sentence? What about that?
Well, no, it wouldn't be WWE unless he paid over the
What if
phone.
Vince McMahon called down to that Georgia sheriff and said, "Boy, I ain't paying your paycheck if you don't take the biggest butcher knife out of that block and put it under Daniel Benoit's pillow right now. Get it going." It's possible.
Tex, you got me thinking about something. You got me thinking, and it's so funny that we're talking about something, that any person can just randomly, put some thought into this case and throw out a conspiracy, and it'll take off like wildfire.
I don't consider the theory that I put out there when I first started this a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's right. I think I'm right. Now, I wasn't there to investigate it myself, but I think I'm right on the money.
Well, I've found, I don't know how accurate this still is, but I tell you, it's from Reddit.
God.
But
Reddit is just as accurate as 4chan on most things, but whatever.
I'm gonna assume this is the right picture, but the problem is once we get into this, the picture looks very blurry. So I remember, like I said, looking on the computer when all this was going down. I remember where one side said double murder suicide, and then you had the other side pretty much saying that was that say it's so blurry on that end. I can't even really. Let me see if I can zoom.
I can't read it off my phone screen. I'm no help here.
It's so blurry, but you can see there's three small crispin wall pictures. I remember the right side would say pretty much his review his retroactively his review his history, his wrestling history, and something like that. but I tried to zoom into it. I could not. It was just as bad. It almost looks like it said innocent up there. But I
Well, the bottom line of this is, I think AJ or somebody else brought it up already. Casey may have said it, I'm not sure, but this, you can add this into the file of Area 51, 9/11, pick your favorite conspiracy mystery topic. It's never going to get solved. You know, JFK, Epstein, all of these things.
hold on.
There's a reason why the Benoit case gets added to those true crime shows and they study this, because it's never going to be solved. It's going to be theorized till the cows come out. It ain't never going to fix it.
Well, we know Area 51 exists. That they finally said it's there, but I mean, pretty much what we know. What
if anybody in the actual knows Area 51 is nothing but a smoke screen for the real location, but I don't have time to educate you on that side.
Let me guess, Area 52.
No.
Bottom line, I don't.
Dreamland.
Area 51 is the sideshow attraction of the UFO world, but
They moved that stuff out. They moved that stuff out basically in the 80s. So, you know, what was left was basically just the skim of the black projects. So they don't, you know, they've moved to.
There's so many black sites that have so much more interesting stuff than Area. It's stupid, but the Benoit stuff, it's
Antarctica, but yeah, Benoit.
Yeah, to stay on topic, Casey, it's your poor flat earther little brain can't handle all of these. Stay in the kiddie pool. Keep your water wings on. It's safe over there.
What's up, Trackopedia? He says, "Can we put Nancy in the Hall of Fame, please?" I agree. I mean, she was a great manager.
Wow, what did she do besides get killed by Chris Benoit?
Oh, dude, hold on. She was, well, not, I don't
She was a valet.
No, seriously. Besides being Kevin Sullivan's wife and the valet of a few wrestlers, what did she do that was so good she deserved the Hall of Fame?
I will agree with Tex on that. I don't feel as if and I don't take
she did nothing.
I don't want to take away anybody's contribution to wrestling, you know, whether it be Nancy or anybody like that. What I want to do, what I will say though, is the Hall of Fame in itself, I believe, has just come down to the point where it means nothing. You look at the Bella twins.
It's not even a real Hall of Fame. If you don't have a building, you can't have a Hall of Fame. It's literally in the title.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. No, I agree. But you look at, I mean, even just say, you know, why hold the ceremony or anything like that when you are inducting, you know, people like the Great Khali. You know, you look.
Oh God.
You are. It has become what could have been.
Oh, can I add to that, AJ? Now they're inducting moments, not just people, but moments.
That's stupid.
Moments? Are you serious?
Yes, fucking matches. They inducted.
Well, I guess they ran out of all the good people, so they had to
No. That's the thing, though. There's people that haven't been recognized, but WWE is a bunch of bitches that doesn't want to acknowledge this sort of thing.
We all know that Hall of Fame is nothing but a publicity stunt, anyways. That's all it's ever been.
But there's people again that they sometimes recognize like 10 years after they've died. So it just goes to show that they're not really serious when it comes to the Hall of Fame.
I want to bring something up. Trackopedia says that if they can't say Nancy Benoit, then call her Nancy Sullivan or by her maiden name.
Okay, but once again, her career highlight was getting to be on Ric Flair's arm, walking to the ring with the 400. That was her career highlight. What else did she do?
Well,
seriously, prove me wrong. I will admit you're right if you can prove I'm wrong.
She was smoking hot back then.
Okay, there's a lot hotter women that ain't in the Hall of Fame.
Accomplishment. Stacy Keibler still wins the best ass.
But hold on, but I do have a solution to Trekpedia's question. Why don't we, if they're gonna induct her, just go by her wrestling name, woman?
Because the
That
minute you bring her into, oh, I remember her. Who was her husband? Oh, Chris Benoit.
Yep.
That's why
Yep.
she's never making.
Yep.
It's stupid
I'm
to
just
even theorize. It's never going to happen.
see. I feel like it's the same thing. Like it's sad. Like for her tombstone, I would hate like you figure. Let's say the husband is the murderer. Like I would hate to see the murderer's last name on that tombstone. I would almost resort back
No,
to
that's
the
not
maiden
true.
name.
No, that's not true. And I'll tell you why. She had a son that also had that last name. That's why she would keep it.
Benoit's oldest son. I mean, he's trying to get into wrestling.
Even-
He looks identical to Chris Benoit.
Even when
Identical.
my mother got divorced from my father, she never changed her name because she wanted to have the same last name as her children. Not because she loved my dad, because believe me, they haven't spoken almost 20 years. She wanted to have the same last name as her kids. That's why.
But the reason I would say for to use the name woman because he used that in ECW and WCW.
But once again, you can call her woman, He-Man, or Thor. I don't care. She's still Nancy Benoit. Who was she married to? Chris Benoit. What did Chris Benoit do? He killed his family.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Well, let me ask
sadly-
you this, Casey,
Except for the killing.
and Trek or whoever's pushing. Why do y'all want her in the Hall of Fame so bad? What did she do?
Yep.
I think she.
I mean,
I think
please,
she-
I know I'm batting 1,000.
She got
but somebody
murdered.
can-
no, I.
That's why
somebody
she's
strike me out, please. I'm willing to be wrong. It's all good.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you: do you think Miss Elizabeth should be inducted?
No, not really.
That's a shocker because to me, I think.
What did she do?
Okay,
She was
hold on. But if you were to
Okay.
choose between the two texts, would you say that Miss Elizabeth at least contributed a little more storyline and
okay. Yeah,
managerial?
put that way. Gun to my head. These are my two options. Yes, I would put Elizabeth in just for the whole Hogan Macho Man storylines
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
all the way
But
to the NWO and WCW.
I see where you're coming from too, because you see these
Yeah.
managerial types as sort of menial
Right.
and like they really don't add much to it.
They're
But
not the stars. They're the good looking gal that walks the normally bad guys down to the ring. That's their role. Number
yeah,
one.
okay.
you-
What was Macho Man's little arm charm back in WCW?
Gorgeous George.
Gorgeous George.
Gorgeous George. Yeah.
Gorgeous George. Yeah.
Again, like
Yeah.
Casey would probably advocate for her to be in the Hall of Fame. It's just
Well-
like you're saying, Tex. It's like they
Yeah.
do nothing. They bring nothing, so they can't really be
Right.
put in there.
Let's
Right,
hang on here. Well, let's get real honest. Once they stop being hot, they kind of lose all their value. So we trade them out for the younger lot. Just saying. But what you gonna do?
Well, hold on. I'm looking at the Hall of Fame actually right now.
Okay. Well, before you do that, let me pose this question: why does WWE feel the need to put 15 people into the Hall of Fame every year? If you're letting in everybody, is it really that something special?
You know what? I was going to bring that up, Tex. My question is, why are we going back and forth about whether or not Nancy or Miss Elizabeth deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? At this point, why don't you just throw them in there? If you're just going to throw in jobbers, I mean, put in some
Yeah, talk about jobbers. I mean, WrestleMania 1, SD Jones lost in 9 seconds, and he's inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that
right
tells
there.
you right there, they don't even care about the validity of their Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
If apparently Great Khali and his Punjabi ass is getting that, it means nothing at that point. Okay, it's meaningless.
For me, the reason I would say because you got Sherry right here, she was just
Now
as
Sherry's
big.
a woman that does belong.
No,
She
yes,
earned her
absolutely.
stuff.
Yep.
1,000%. Yes, I do agree with that.
I think her Miss Elizabeth and Woman. I think those three
Okay,
are
but
the
once
top.
again, what did Woman do? You still have yet to tell me.
I
Besides
would
die.
Oh, I think she was a manager slash
Okay,
valet.
tell me 3 storylines or 2 storylines that she really affected, not counting the Kevin Sullivan divorce going into Benoit, not counting that.
Well, honestly, the Kevin Sullivan situation.
I just said you can't bring that one up
That's bullshit. Why can't you not bring that up? Because that's the
because
biggest
that's the
one.
easy answer. Because if she is so Hall of Fame worthy, you should easily be able to tell me something else besides that.
Okay, maybe I think she was hot when back in the
Okay,
early
so if you think she should jerk off to her and then be done with her like a normal man does.
days.
Okay, I answer your challenge, Tex, but with Sherry. So you got Macho Man, um, Macho
Yes.
Man assistant and stuff throughout a lot. You also had fucking with Zeus. You had her.
Let's not forget the Hulk
Shawn
Hogan, we're
Michaels.
coming for you, nigga, where
Yeah,
Sherry is standing there behind Harley.
that was my third pick. But we did
Just
have
for
her.
that one
We had
moment
her
alone.
with HBK. HBK.
Yeah, she.
So 3
Yeah.
different things. I just answered
Yes.
your challenge. Those are 3
Yes.
memorable things of
Okay.
somebody who should be
Yes.
in the Hall of Fame. But you still can't say that about women, can you?
100,000%. Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I mean, yeah, I could see why. Honestly, yeah, she's known for Kevin Sullivan and also like Chris Benoit, but then, like Trek said, she was the manager of Sandman
Do,
and
do,
who the fuck
do,
is Trek?
do, do,
Or
do. Alex
ECW.
Trebek would like an answer, Casey. This is Final Jeopardy. But you
Well, it
still can't
said,
come up with one.
like Trackpedia said that she was also the manager for Sandman
No.
in ECW, but like,
Okay.
but she had a career even before WCW. Like, yeah,
Okay, tell me about it then. Tell me some memorable stuff that we'll all know.
well,
I think.
Oh,
Let him answer. Let him
Okay.
answer. This is important because this is the crux of the argument here. Either he can back up his statement with knowledge
Prove
of
your
what
theory.
or he-
Prove your thesis. Please.
Well, no, I,
No, well,
I,
or
I,
actuallys. Those do not apply.
I would say I definitely would say Sherry and Miss Elizabeth should be
We're
inducted.
not talking about them. I'm talking about
We're talking
women.
about
Quick trip.
woman, the one that you keep defending, Casey. Why?
Just admit it that she should not be in the Hall of Fame. Admit that I'm right.
I wouldn't say that because there's way worse people in the Hall of
That's
Fame
still
than
not the question.
We're not okay. We're not sliding the question here. Should Nancy Sullivan, Benoit Woman, whatever name you want to give her, be in the Hall of Fame? Yes or no? Case?
And why?
And back up why?
No.
Exactly.
I'll just take a yes or no here.
No, we're gonna need the.
I would say, to me, I would say yes.
And
but
why?
Oh,
That's what we've been trying to figure out.
I just think she had a great career before she
What
retired.
career?
No. The answer you initially gave was because we got in full circle now, guys. You said, "Well, she's pretty. She's good looking." It's just like
Because she's hot. Yeah.
That's not a reason. She didn't add anything.
The fact that your vote counts just as much as mine in this country, it's shameful. Like that hurts me a little bit.
Oh, hold on. Should my vote count less? Like,
You shouldn't have one. That's my point. But we'll talk about that later.
Well, technically, I didn't vote for the last few elections, so it didn't really matter. So your vote did count more. But so that fixes that.
He'll wait in line at midnight to get a Switch 2, but he certainly won't vote.
Right.
But no,
just answer the question. Why should Woman be in the Hall of Fame? What about this illustrious career that she had that you can't tell me about?
Yes, you have to.
It's
answer
so good.
this. You can't keep dancing around it, Casey. Please,
Right.
just the benefit of your show, just answer the question. Be honest, and You know, again, just it's broken down like this. Name at least one reason why, and not because she's pretty, but name one reason why she should be in the Hall of Fame.
I guess she doesn't deserve it.
That thing,
You can't even. No, I
good
want
Lord
to
willing, and the creek don't rise. We finally got there, but it took a while. Holy
No,
moly.
no, no. I don't want him to give up. No. He's faking this here. He just wants us off his tail. You
Oh, of
came to
course.
that
Of
conclusion for
course.
a
I know.
reason.
The problem
came-
is I
you
can't.
came to that
I
today.
already gave you most of my answers. I can't.
No, but you didn't really. Why?
Yes, I did.
What did she add to wrestling that said, "Holy shit!" Like that was a really good addition. You know, because there's a bunch of other people that you can choose from, but it's like that
Right.
person should be in the Hall of Fame because they really added a lot. People still remember them. They still love to go
Okay.
to the conventions and like pay for photos and all that. Like, you know, again, we've seen people who do deserve to be in there, and then there's her.
All right. You know what? Let's turn the
No,
turn
we're
it
not
around
changing the
on you.
question here. Stay on
No,
top.
we're not. Hold on. No, we're not. Well, let me point out someone who I think
Oh, I can feel that
deserves
Casey
less.
isn't working at work right now.
Let's point out someone who doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, real quick.
See, this is a childish argument of, I know you caught my hand in the cookie jar, but do you know what Steve did? This is the childish argument.
It's a whataboutism logical fallacy. Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
do you think this man right here should be in the Hall of Fame? Do you think Drew Carey?
I don't think the whole Hall of Fame is even legit anyway, so your question is moot. It doesn't matter.
Then hold on. It doesn't matter, but there's some high standard that woman falls short, but it doesn't matter at the same time.
No, you're missing the forest for the trees case. Number one, yes, I do not believe the legitimacy of this because Hall of Fame would state that there is a hall I can walk down and go see a championship belt, a robe, or whatever. But just for the conversation's sake, let's say it is legitimate. Okay, what are your qualifications to get in? And let's look at Nancy Benoit. What has Nancy Benoit done that is Hall of Fame worthy?
She at least had a fucking career. Drew Carey showed up to one Royal Rumble.
Lord.
And
I was trying to stay sober tonight, but I'm gonna have to drink to have this conversation.
He had to eliminate himself, and that motherfucker is inducted in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, well then just blow the whole goddamn thing up, and none of it fucking matters anyways. I'm fine with that too.
So, and like, I bring that up, and then
So
I know
okay, see, hey, no. Casey's using the participation trophy argument here. Well, they're in, so everybody gets one. That's just what Casey.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. It's a typical fallacy that he's trying to push.
Right.
More importantly, we're talking about the individual, okay, and what they've done. That's the thing, though. Okay, so fucking who did we have earlier that he was questioning?
Trackpedia about
No. I mean, in this list here of people who are in the Hall of Fame. I'm looking at your video.
Sorry.
Well,
Drew was
Drew.
Okay.
He just said Drew Carey.
Okay, yeah, Drew Carey. Okay, so let's take that for example, because you got Donald Trump on the same line as well. What did they do? Did they bring attention? Did they bring attention to it? Did they do something special? Yes, because I can point to him and be like, well, I remember this, I remember that. There's this involvement, there's this and that. Fuck Trump shaving McMahon's head, blah blah blah. Okay, but like Drew Carey also, okay, for whatever reason, I don't know why they add him on there, but okay. For whatever reason, he brought eyes to that. Okay. So I can admit and I can point to that as evidence saying, okay, well, there's the reason. Obviously, they chose to do it. I can't agree with it, but there's the reason. Casey, you have yet to prove why woman should be in the fucking Hall of Fame.
Well, I felt like she contributed way more than Drew Carey did. Like all he did just win the Rumble and eliminated himself. He barely made a presence. the only reason he was in there is just to, hey, we need a spot for a celebrity to come in and induct them. And they're like, oh, let's throw Drew Carey in there. And I don't hate the motherfucker. I just hate that he's in it. But let me ask you something. Do you feel, this is coming from Bam, by the way, would you say put Stacy Keebler's legs in the Hall of Fame?
Her ass should go in separately as well.
Yes.
That was in fact no, dude. She had the best ass in wrestling. Period.
But
See, actually, I'm going to have a Tori Wilson / Stacy Keebler wing in my Hall of Fame just for their wonderful attributes. There's going to be statues, all kinds of photography. Oh, it's going to be great. Yes, that qualifies. Yes.
I would point Kid Rock, but like
What?
Being in the Hall of Fame, I just want to speak on the Hall of Fame real quick. About the Hall of Fame, whether you're a manager, valet, superstar, whatever it is, it's not about the world titles. It's about the impact, right? And there's certain people that are in there in the imaginary Hall of Fame that absolutely do belong, and then there is others that they didn't make that impact. You know what I mean? Like you could be a world champion, but that doesn't automatically give you a pass into the Hall of Fame. You can be a valet, your whole career.
And that I agree with. Just because you won the title once doesn't mean you're the greatest of all time. Hell, David Arquette won the WCW title. He ain't making my Mount Rushmore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will make a point for you.
And I like David Arquette. I'm a Scream fan. Still,
I will make more of a case for Miss Elizabeth than anybody. A valet who has never competed or anything like that. Had she made more of an impact, or had made more memorable moments, then
we stated this 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
we agree with you on that.
Right. Same thing with women, and that's where I think.
No, it's not the same as woman. No.
Not even close.
I just throw looks aside, right? Because looks, I mean, they fade. You age.
We're not talking about looks. What did she do?
Nothing. And I'm not making a case for woman. I'm not making more of a case for Miss Elizabeth. Here's the thing when it comes to superstars, right? Sometimes your life gets cut. Hold on, hear me out. Your life gets cut short.
Listening.
I'm not saying that woman or Nancy, whatever you want to call her, was going to come back into wrestling. Had everything that happened and had a great career and made memorable moments. I'm not going to say that about Miss Elizabeth. I'm not. I'll even bring Umaga into the mix. His life was cut short. He's not in the Hall of Fame. There are people pushing for Umaga to be in the Hall of Fame. Do I think Umaga deserves it? I can't.
We're not talking about Umaga.
No, I'm talking about the Hall of Fame as a whole. But I will agree with everybody except for Casey that woman does not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Same thing with Miss Elizabeth. I'm just overall speaking in general of the Hall of Fame. Even that is something that could be highly contested or widely debated about.
I mean, everyone's opinion is their opinion. Like my opinion, I feel she
is
should
wrong.
be inducted. Is wrong.
No, it's again. Everyone has a right. To
Casey's not just wrong; he is professionally wrong most of the time. Like it's shockingly wrong. Is how wrong
he would be. He would be the highest paid employee if there was a job for being wrong.
Casey's an Elon Musk.
I know that. I know that job. That's a meteorologist.
Right.
But one thing I'm not wrong. The reason why I'm in here
is that you hear that? Casey's shifting those goalposts again. Y'all feel that, guy?
We were talking about how Jimmy Snuka was in the Hall of Fame.
in
Well,
1996, which you said, "Oh, I don't think he's in there," and it's just like, "Oh yeah, dude,
no,
it happened literally 30 years ago." So thanks for coming out.
he was inducted, but
Oh my god,
he,
dude, we talked about this like an hour ago or something.
yeah, but
I
I was
said
gonna
we
bring.
went to fucking like I went to Google and it said Wikipedia, and then everyone else was chiming in like, "Yeah, it was 96. He was inducted."
Yeah, but
What are you talking
you go,
about?
but if you go to the page, he's not there. Not
Let me
under
ask
the.
you-
Oh my god, you fucking Orwellian fuck. This is what I tried to explain earlier. It's just like they've scrubbed him. Okay, remember the Soviets?
feel
You know,
so
the
much
evil
smarter
Soviets?
after
They
hanging out
scrubbed them from their fucking website to hope that people don't remember that. And meanwhile, it's literally a fucking Google search away.
Let me ask you all a
Okay,
question. Do y'all believe that Tori Wilson should be in the Hall of Fame?
Can you believe this text?
I believe that they had to burn down the middle school to get Casey out of third grade. I believe that.
I want to bring this up.
Does Tori
Hold
Wilson
on.
deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, though?
Does
For that
Sonny-
record, for that body in Playboy. Okay, here's why Tori Wilson deserves. She came from WCW. Not only was she on the show, but featured in key storylines. Now, of course, it was a bad time in WCW with the whole New Blood, the Millionaires Club, and everything else. But she survives the buyout, goes to WWF, becomes a huge star, not just in wrestling. Playboy international model, internationally known. Multiple covers she had. People knew who Tori Wilson was. Yes, I would say for the what was the storyline with her and her dad? Was it Dawn Marie?
Yep.
There was, of course, the one with Sable. Good God, I loved wrestling at that point in time. God, that was hot. Now, this was the sexier time in wrestling, so most of her stuff was, of course, she's a smoking hot blonde. You're going to cater to what she's good at. That's not her fault. I say she deserved it.
All right, then I want to bring something up. So, does Sonny deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? Because here's Sonny. Because here's the cunt who killed someone recently in a.
You tell us, Casey, are you okay with fucking Jimmy Snuka being in the Hall of Fame? It doesn't matter if he's not on the fucking website. We know he's in there, okay? So, are you okay with that? And that would answer the question about Sonny for you. So, what do you say?
Oh, I don't think he should be inducted or should be still in there.
So
that's the
so
same
you're
Sonny.
stating by that merit, anybody that does anything nefarious like killing somebody or hitting somebody with a car or drunk driving, any kind of vehicle should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, let's look at this. Let's go to.
No, answer my question.
No, because
Yes, answer the question.
I will answer it with this. So, she was inducted back in 2011. So right after the year after, she was arrested arrested 5 times a year after she was inducted, and then she was arrested again in 2013. Arrested again in.
That's not addressing Casey. I mean,
you don't have to run down her whole background. We know what she did. Like, we're aware.
Okay, she was arrested over 10 times.
How does that relate to the actual argument here?
Would you have Sonny in there or not?
I would tear her out of the Hall of Fame because with all.
But she's hot. At one point, she was the most downloaded woman on the internet, though, Casey.
Oh,
don't tell me you didn't rub one out to her 100 times.
Come on. Was she just as good as I said Nancy was hot, but that's not a good enough answer. But Sonny was hot, but that was a good enough answer. But
no, you did not. Did you not hear what I said? Sonny, now let's exclude the later portion of her life and just look at her wrestling career. Sonny was so over and so popular they would just send her out to the ring and talk wearing a T-shirt because they wanted to sell that T-shirt. She did not have to wrestle. She did not have to fight. People paid to go see her because of who she was. And yeah, she was a hot one. I mean, she wasn't like, oh my God, the hottest woman you've ever seen, but gorgeous back in her day. But her contributions, based on her era and time of what she contributed,
Yep.
I would be okay signing off. Like I said, for the sake of this conversation, I'm excluding the later portion in life after Hall of Fame.
Would you kick
Just
her
for
out
clarity.
for?
See,
Would
and that's
you
the
pick-
thing about I think they were even wrong for kicking out Hogan in the Hall of Fame because
I agree with that as well.
because
He
you
said
were
that
racing
he said the
people-
N word, big freaking deal. It's a word.
But besides that, the Hall of Fame should be about the in-ring.
I guess I'm never making the WWE Hall of Fame because I've said
Well,
that.
Again, that's the point I was trying to make from the very beginning. Is that, again, why should these things overshadow their accomplishments and contributions to the wrestling business and focus on the negative, you know?
Hell,
Well,
for comparative sake, we'll look at the baseball Hall of Fame. You know how many known cheaters are in there? But they're not going to go back posthumously and remove them. They're not going to do that.
What
They're just
about
not going to talk about them.
Football
They're
Hall?
going to move on. Or the football,
gosh,
yeah.
You guys, listen, real quick. This needs to be said because I just made a startling realization. Y'all remember the storyline with Mae Young and Mark Henry? They gave birth to a hand, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I think we found the rest of hand, and his name is Casey.
Oh.
You know, that kind of checks. That kind of clears a little bit.
Right?
You're not far
So
off.
I think it's only fair that we give Casey a pass
But
because he is the love child of Mark
Casey's
Henry.
not dark enough.
Oh,
that is true. Yeah, Casey wishes he had Mark Henry's DNA. He wishes.
you know what?
But,
I'm gonna have to step back a little bit. Chris Benoit's Bowflex brings up a good point. OJ is still in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Ah, that's
did I not
point.
just did me and Dave not just make that point? Do y'all listen when we talk?
I didn't hear
My
you say
Lord.
that.
We're the smartest people on this call. If it's not for us, the IQ goes down by 350.
I didn't hear you say that, but like,
I'm not surprised.
The reason Casey
He's
didn't
living
hear-
his own world. He's just trying to figure out a way to
okay,
justify
maybe-
why Nancy should be in the Hall of Fame.
No, Dave, that's not it. The reason Casey didn't hear any of what we just said is because somewhere out there in the world, somebody gave birth to ear.
No, Casey didn't hear it because it didn't come out of Casey's lips. He only listens to what he wants to. That's why.
No.
You maybe knew, but we've known Casey for years. We're hip to his job. We know what kind of crap he pulls. Right? Just say you'll figure it out.
Especially the gaslighting. That's very incessant. A lot of gaslighting.
I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I was sidetracked
gaslight.
I was looking at information while you guys were
Casey,
saying.
I feel like you went completely off into a whole nother book.
Casey's combing the internet trying to find a different argument that he might use and fail at. That's what Casey was doing.
What's up, AJ Raiders? What's up, bro? I'll put the link in here.
Either way, Casey, just admit that you're wrong and you're a fool and we're better.
Yes,
Can you do that?
Yeah, I guess she doesn't
No,
deserve to.
I'm gonna need.
Hall of Fame.
I'm gonna need you to repeat what I said because I need that for my ego today. Can you repeat that?
I was wrong.
You lack discipline,
Little
Casey.
louder.
The sergeant
For the kids
asked
in
you
the
a
back,
question.
please. For the kids in the back, please. A little loud.
Speak up a little bit, please.
I was wrong.
No, still not good enough there, Nancy. Come on now. You can do better.
I'm having a little bit of, that
Technical
bronchitis.
issues.
No,
I can't
no,
hear you. What's going on?
that bronchitis is coming back right there, so I can't really say it too loud. If I do that, it would hurt my lungs.
So you don't. So that means you're going to end the show now because your throat's so bad you can't talk no more, right? What
Casey,
you gonna
you're
do?
full of shit.
We can continue. I just can't say.
Guys, I'm magically able to talk again.
Wow. Wow.
But I could say I was wrong, Tex.
And I need that second part.
Nancy doesn't deserve to be the whole thing.
I don't speak
No.
troll. I couldn't understand that.
No, well, I'll say it again, just for the tardos in the back of the class. Casey, this is for you to repeat. I was wrong, and y'all are better than me. That's the part that we need.
Yes,
We're better
that,
than
that latter part.
And you're better than me. Okay.
Oh, that felt good to me.
Oh, by
Dave,
the
did
way,
you enjoy that? Did that feel good, Dave?
clip
Oh,
that.
I love that.
I'm gonna clip
Oh,
that
that
and,
felt good.
engage
That felt
the
good.
volume.
Oh, by the way, we got AJ.
I just got a new text alert from my phone once I clip this out and do some editing. That's what I just got. So,
What's
either way.
up, AJ? What's up, AJ?
What's up, boys? Oh,
No,
just a
we're
long
just
fucking day at work. Like
Who the
usual.
hell is
We're just
opening squeaky doors?
Huh?
So it sounded like somebody was opening up like old
The
wooden
screen
doors
door,
that were
yeah.
squeaking and
It was probably me. It was probably the recliner.
oh. You don't
The
have an
trauma
electric
that
recliner? I mean, I would
the
expect
trauma that your recliner has seen over the years and the sparks you put in it. My lord.
Hey, if you put that under UV light, you go blind.
No, on.
Oh my god, all those stains.
No,
My
I
lord.
don't think I ever did it in this chair. So I have to think.
Casey,
I don't
nobody
know. I don't
cares what you did.
remember, but
The
maybe.
McDonald's farts alone in that thing would
Oh, that's different.
India smells better than that chair. I'd put $100 on it.
But let's get so AJ.
Actually, do you remember that
What's up?
portal? Hold on. You remember the Vigo portal in
Oh my god. From
Ghostbusters
Ghostbusters
2?
2?
That's basically on the leather of his of you know of
Oh
his yes, it's like now brought, and you know this about this sort of thing, Tex. You like the horror movies, but there's like some sort of dimensional, doorway to like hell through that portion
Yeah.
there.
Oh yeah. No, there are, if you believe in it, there are certain places that are the veil is thinner to the underworld or the other side or whatever. Casey's chair is probably portal number 1 where Satan himself come out there one day. But yeah, I could say that happened.
So AJ,
What's
we
up?
were talking about the whole thing about Chris Benoit and the whole
Okay.
tragedy. And then we had
Casey's gonna run it back to try to be right about somebody.
Yep.
That's why he keeps putting the link in the chat for everybody. He's trying to grasp at straws to find that one person that will agree with him. So he has some
With what? What?
Is
It
there
really
anybody
depends
out there
on
that will
what.
agree with me?
No, the only thing I agreed with Trekipedia about his opinion. Apparently, me and Trek is the only 2 people agrees with that opinion. So
The
What's your
opinion that
opinion?
is for him to that Nancy Benoit should be in the Hall of Fame, but when questioned by myself and Tex, he cannot name one accomplishment that she made or contributed that would qualify her to be in the Hall of Fame. And we cited 2 other females that and their accomplishments to prove that yes, these people do, but she's done nothing.
Right.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I do have to back up Casey on something on this. When she was in Florida Championship
Thank
Wrestling
you.
with Kevin Sullivan, she was Angel, the Falling Angel. She was one of the very first women that was a valet that actually made people think that Kevin Sullivan was the devil because she played that role so well. And then when she was woman in WCW with the Horsemen and Ric Flair, I mean, she did a great job. I mean, does she belong in the Hall of Fame? No. That is a no.
Bingo. Casey's battleship just sunk.
But let's give him this though. Let's give him this. At least you named 2 different things that
and
qualify in your eyes to address that.
Yeah. And,
He
But see,
did
and,
that's the
and go
thing,
back to what
though.
I said.
thing.
That's two more than
Her
Casey
greatest
did.
accomplishment was being Ric Flair's arm candy in the Horseman. I literally said the same thing, AJ.
Yep.
Same thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing though with Nancy is if you link her with being in the Hall of Fame, she's always going to be known as Nancy Benoit. She's not, Nancy Sullivan. She's Nancy Benoit. She was married to Chris Benoit longer than she was with Kevin, and with that leads to Chris. And yes, I will defend this on this. Chris was a great fucking wrestler, but one of the greatest technical wrestlers there ever was. But what he did to his family, to his son Daniel, and to his wife Nancy, you can't forgive that. If that's true,
No,
what
definitely
went
not.
down, because it's really fucked up. Was that weekend of my 18th birthday is when he killed his wife and his son. I heard about that shit. I was like, wow, literally, that was the craziest weekend of my life. Yeah.
Okay, but here's the
Like,
problem, though. You can't get high and mighty on Benoit can't be here, but all these other dirtbags were fighting that. You
Right.
can't play both sides.
No, I know
that's,
that. I mean,
well,
like I
that's
said,
why.
Benoit should
Well,
be looked at more as what he did in the ring, strictly as
yeah,
but they
competitor
can't though.
versus.
But that's the thing is you can't take like you for example, you
No,
can't
he'll never
say
make it
okay, he's the
now.
greatest.
No.
No.
Right. But what I'm saying is you can't just say, oh, yes, he was one of the greatest technical wrestlers. Okay, cool. But what he did in that weekend of killing himself, his wife, and his son, it erases. That's a black mark on the fucking
No, and
history
I
books.
agree to
They
that.
can't do it.
Now,
I'm saying that too. I agree with what you're saying. However, it doesn't take away from what he's done in the ring. It doesn't take away from
No.
the talent that he had.
no, but what he's saying, okay, well, here, let's just lay out the scenario. Let's say Chris Benoit retires before he kills his family. They put him in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
6 months later, he kills the family, does everything that went down. Then I would say you can't remove him without removing those other 15 dirtbags over there that did their god awful stuff.
Right.
But the fact that he did what he did while with the company before even getting a Hall of Fame opportunity, no, he's never going to make it. Duh.
No.
Plus, he was still in the prime still, too.
This is what I'm saying. Ray Charles can see he ain't got a snowball. It ain't going to happen.
No, but there's a ton of people who still thinks he deserves to be in there.
Well, of course, there's a ton of people who are out on the street waving Mexican flags in America saying, why are you doing this to us right now? There's stupid people everywhere, guys.
Wally B just asked a question I would like to get everybody's thoughts on, though, about Kevin Sullivan. Does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame?
What did he really do besides being a booker for WCW and Florida Championship Wrestling? I mean, yes, he was in the Dungeon of Doom.
Well, he was Taskmaster in Dungeon of Doom, Florida Championship. He was in that god-awful trying to end Hulkamania angle where everybody in the company besides Macho Man was trying to kill Hulk Hogan, and Hulk Hogan beat everybody because that went so well.
But see, there's another thing, though. When you link Kevin Sullivan, you're still going to go link him to Benoit. Because think about this
AJ's
way.
right.
That feud in WCW with Benoit and Sullivan was fucking epic, especially Bash at the Beach 97 when they're beating the fuck out of each other in that bathroom and then on the entranceway. Dude, that was live rounds. That wasn't fucking fake
Unfortunately,
fighting. They were actually beating the fuck out of each other.
Anybody attached to the Benoit name is forever cursed.
Yeah, just like his son can never be a wrestler. They will never let him use Chris Benoit Jr. ever. And he wanted to use his dad's name. They will never let him do it. Not on AEW, not surely hell, not WWE.
You gonna say Kevin Sullivan's tied to Chris Benoit?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
100%.
Have you not paid attention? Did you not watch WCW back in the day?
Oh,
The Horsemen, dude. I was a huge 97 Horseman fan. I'm sorry to say, I was a big Chris Benoit fan in WCW.
But even aside from that,
those feuds, the Booker T, the best of 7 matches with Booker T, dude, that shit was fucking good. It was better than the one they had in WWE.
Oh, they they couldn't finish that because like wasn't Booker
Considering
T.
considering Chris Benoit would have never had his wife Kevin Sullivan hadn't handed her over. Yeah, they're you're not separating
He,
those two.
yeah, think
It
about
ain't.
it this
You
way.
can't do it.
Kevin Sullivan booked his own divorce in a fucking angle. He's the biggest cuckold in wrestling. Think about it
Yeah,
this way. It's the
he is.
truth.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
But honestly, do I think he should be inducted? No,
No.
No, he didn't
no.
deserve it.
Like I mean, he's not a bad. Well, I guess it's debatable if he's a bad guy, but he's not
Who? Benoit
Chris
or fucking Sullivan?
Sullivan. Like,
No, Sullivan wasn't.
well,
I mean, besides beating Nancy,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's kind of
that's
fucked up.
the
No man should ever put their hands on a woman. That's just straight
yeah
up.
that's why I kind of stopped saying that. That it was like he's not Benoit bad, you know. He's a woman beater, but not as bad as Benoit. But
Well, the bottom line is Nancy doesn't deserve it. Kevin Sullivan doesn't deserve it. Neither of them will ever make it. Just
oh
be
no,
you can't put woman in the Hall of Fame and just never actually say, well, actually, my name is Nancy Benoit. I used to be Nancy. No, she's never going to make it. Number one, she doesn't deserve it. We have already more than overkill proved that, even though Casey still thinks otherwise because he's a waterhead. But it's a moot point. It doesn't matter. It's no. The answer is no.
no. I mean, there's definitely way less qualified people than Kevin Sullivan that's in there, but
No,
obviously
and I
there's
agree that I think a gigantic number one. They shouldn't be putting in 8 or 9 people a year. They should put 3 at the very most. Very very
and
most.
and not only that, they shouldn't be inducting fucking matches as a Hall of Fame. Just the
Yeah,
where it's
if you're
more
putting in moments, tell me you're desperate without telling me you're desperate. That's what you're doing.
because now people are gonna get like 10, 15 Hall of Fame spots because matches now.
Or actually build a Hall of Fame and make yours legitimate,
Hmm.
and then actually have a Hall of Fame. You know how much money they can make? The baseball, the
Oh
football,
yeah.
all these people have a Hall of Fame. NASCAR has a Hall of Fame in Charlotte that you can go to and visit. They have a statue or a bust of the person or whatever.
I'm shocked
They don't have
TKO.
one.
I'm shocked TKO hadn't has done it yet. I mean, with the rumors that they're going to try to have Las Vegas as pretty much the home for WrestleMania.
And that's actually a really good idea, by the way. You know how much money's in Vegas?
Yeah, or you know what I mean, how much they have, how
Hell,
much they do
yeah,
in
it's kind of funny.
Florida.
Back in the day, there was another wrestling company. Oh, it's called WCW. That once they got the whole thing happened, they wanted to move to Vegas too, but that didn't happen either. It's kind of funny how history repeats itself.
What's up, Doris? Welcome to my channel. Uh, but I mean, yeah, I agree. I think it's a great way to make more money. I think
Yeah.
TKO eventually will do it, but I'm shocked they didn't do it. But I feel like, I mean, I guess I
Not
was
just a
trying.
Hall of Fame, but have build a whole casino. You have your gambling that keeps the money flowing. Then you have a UFC section with all of their stars throughout the year.
Oh
You have the
shit!
WWE part of the Hall of Fame. They could have WrestleMania there every year. You know how cool that would be?
Does UFC have? I know they have a Hall of Fame, but do they have a
I don't think they
building?
actually have a place either. I don't know
Then,
that I've ever heard.
like, obviously they're under the TKO umbrella. Then wherever they house the WWE umbrella, like where you go there, you can check out the UFC Hall of Fame, even
Seems
though
like
it's
I just
all
said
what.
that, huh, Casey Israel? Maybe I just said that.
but I I think that'll make it a little bit more legitimate. But now you think about it with OJ being still in the Hall of Fame, and he was getting benefits from NFL being retired, and they couldn't take that away from him, especially when he was acquitted from the murders. So
Right.
they couldn't take
But
that
OJ
away.
was smart enough to retire and get his Hall of Fame before he killed his wife. He was at least smart enough to do that.
Well, I don't know if that was brains. I think it just happened because I
Well,
mean
whether it
when
was brains or good timing, it doesn't matter either way.
I think it
Go
was
ahead.
good timing because I mean honestly the guy
Which, by the
raised
way, we could also go down a whole nother weird direction of OJ because I've got theories about that too.
I
But
would
I don't
love
want to
to
go there.
I would
I got a
I
few
would
theories myself.
We're gonna have to set that time aside because that's a whole conversation.
I think
Boy,
that's something we definitely gotta do is the whole
Casey,
uh,
you can't jump to. You're playing t-ball. You ain't ready for the Matrix. All right. Just saying.
It's such a great analogy because it's so succinct.
It is. Well, there's so many names that are going to get thrown out in this conversation. Casey's going to go, well, who's that? Then we're going to have to go on a diatribe of 20
that's
minutes
not
of
true.
explaining that name. No,
Yeah, it is. It's so true.
It is true. It is true. Either way.
watched a lot about the case, and I've seen documentaries about the O.J. Simpson case. So I'm pretty sure I could
Have you read
probably
documents? No, yeah.
what documents?
Casey, I've actually studied these court files. I'm that much of a true crime
That's
nerd.
what I'm talking
Just
about.
saying.
I witnessed before.
I'm just saying, I'm not gonna be like, oh, who's AC? Like we know.
Either way,
one.
you're once again forest through the trees here, young Padawan. Stick in t-ball. You'll be good there. Play with your flat Earth and all of your whatevers. That's fine. But, birds are not real. They're recording devices, and I don't know, whatever you do.
No,
That's fine.
they're not. Hold on, they're not. Well, I guess they are recording devices, but not only that, they got cameras in their eyeballs, and they charge by the telephone wires.
Casey, can I
It's
ask you a question, please? And I think at this point it's a very valid question. I know we just met tonight, but I just feel like I have to ask: what does colors smell like?
You would have to ask Dave. Hold on, no, you had to ask Dave earlier because remember you could smell stupid. So I think he's
Well, yeah.
the person you could.
Listen, well, no, because
It was
that's
acrid and sour.
yes, and that's actually valid. But I think it's a more valid question for you to tell us.
Talking to
what,
Casey's like going to Walmart. Feel better about yourself.
I feel like
Come on.
Casey. I feel like if Casey were to get up and walk, he would be. If Casey were to actually cook, I feel like he would be one to burn water.
Actually, it's funny that you say that because there was several challenges that he was put up to that he failed miserably while cooking.
Oh, you don't even know the lore of Casey and cooking. Years worth of content in that. Years worth.
That is bullshit because when you said the whole rice challenge, that rice was great, and I thought I did okay with that MRE. We can't go back and review
Did you do
the
so
footage.
well with those wings there, bud?
Well, hold on, those wings were super spicy. Like my mouth was on fire. So
Hang on, actually, wait a minute. AJ, the new AJ is here, so I'm not asking AJ to rate this. New AJ, how do you feel? And Casey, I do not want one interruption from you on this. So help me God, I'll drive to Oklahoma tonight and beat you with a bird. Okay. New AJ, how do you feel about going to McDonald's, getting a bag full of goodies, throwing it in the car, and eating it days later?
No, not days later.
Casey is raw. I'm getting in the truck. Shut your mouth, boy.
Why? Why?
Just answer me. How do you feel about
It's a waste of money.
it? Well,
By the way,
Is that the worst thing of the whole?
This is to say, I feel like there's bigger problems here.
I could point out, bigger problems.
I mean,
hold on. Let me explain. One, it was in days later.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I got this like big. It's almost like how White Castle has the suitcase of
spaghetti.
you know how White Castle has the
Casey,
suitcase
how did we
of
go from
sliders?
McDonald's to White Castle?
No, I'm just saying how they had the briefcase for their sliders.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And
Well, what McDonald's had their kind of like big box where they had like several cheeseburgers and nuggets and fries and
never
drinks.
heard of that. Must be only for fat states, but okay.
So one day I ordered that, and I'm just driving on the highway, and I was like, looked over, it's like, I was like, you know what, I want to go watch a movie today, and I was like, oh wow, didn't really forget that I had the McDonald's right there, but I was like, I want to go watch the movies, like, but I don't want to bring in the food, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait to eat it afterwards. And I get my ass handed because of that.
And you should, because first of all, it's just like, dude, they have multiple shows for the movies. You can wait. It's hot. It's ready. Eat it right there in the parking lot while you're deciding which show you're going to go to. But like that took precedence over eating the food that
It's not
you
even just that.
purchased because you said you were hungry at that moment.
Casey, you're telling me you've never snuck candy into a movie theater because
That's
you didn't want to pay
another
$8?
thing I was gonna say. Is it like, you could have easily smuggled that shit in, no problem, Casey.
I don't even think like I was wearing a coat or anything. What was I supposed to?
Pockets? You got pockets, or do you wear?
Oh, come on!
Come on!
Fucking
I'm supposed to
underneath your
put.
breast.
Was I supposed to put burgers in my pockets?
No, you just.
I
look
just
at
said
the breast and
yes.
stick it in there.
I just said in your pockets, unless you wear a sundress.
Like, I'm
I can see Casey wearing like one of those big moo-moos like Homer Simpson wore. When
Hey, but there's probably places where you can put some sort of pocket in there.
I'm just saying, don't sit here and lie to me and tell me you ain't never snuck nothing in a movie before.
No, I've done that.
You never bothered to think, well, I'm hungry now and I've got all this warm food. Why don't I sneak as much as I can into it and keep the rest for later?
What I don't get is, Casey, why don't you just tape it to your fat folds?
But either way, hang on, y'all. We need the perspective of new AJ here. This is why I specifically asked him, because we need fresh perspective. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I was going to mention earlier that my thoughts on just Casey as a whole is I would really hate to have him be on like a suicide hotline or something to.
Oh,
I tell you what. Anyway,
my luck, they'll be like, you know what? With all the problems you have, you just go ahead and just end it.
Maybe you should go ahead and jump. Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Make sure you take Mikkel with you, though.
Oh.
No.
I mean,
Mikkel is the cruel joke that God pulled by putting him here because he can't die. But whatever. Either way, Casey. Now, just for clarification to new AJ stuff, Casey is our retarded cousin that we keep locked in the basement. Only we can make fun of him. If
we can always bring him on so he can meet him.
No, we're not. No, I'm talking about Casey, not the other one. We don't want the other one here. If he shows up, I'm leaving.
Casey's the real life Tony is what we're saying.
Casey is like our he's our special one that we take care of him, but we pick on him to try to make him better. Is what we're doing.
So allow me to ask you then. if there's ever a time where Casey is not understanding something, should be speaking his native language of. Duh.
No, we chastise him until he does better, so he knows to never do that.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you, which one is worse? All the stuff you already see, you heard, or this with our friend Mikkel?
We're not talking. No, if you say that name too many times, like Candyman, he's going to pop up, and I'm out of here. I'm telling you right now. So
I will give Casey this, that at least he's not mellow.
That's true.
That is
He's
true.
not a communist.
Oh, come on, Miller.
Casey,
Yeah,
we're going to need to keep the
Casey, are you hiding certain types of people under your floors, Casey?
Ooh.
Like mellow?
We might need to see the papers.
That reference, but I think you're hiding somebody under your floors, Casey.
I understand that reference because my bloodline took part in the checking of those floorboards, so I completely understand.
I mean, I don't have time.
I'm not even kidding.
With this apartment, I've only been in this apartment for maybe a year and a half, so I don't have time.
Really, it's been that long.
That doesn't mean that you don't have those walls filled with secrets that we won't know until the cops come for you. But
I mean, at least when at the old house,
actually, it's kind of funny. How many times did his floor leak so they had to work on his apartment that weekend? It's a real good cover story. Just saying.
Did it leak with water or baby oil?
Oh
no. Casey wishes he got invited to those free coffee.
No, Dr. Pepper.
Casey was never that good. So.
I hate you guys. And that's it. This is the last show. This is the last show we're doing this anymore.
Are we? Can I hold you to that, Casey? Are you going to stand on those words?
Oh, well, you're going to go back to Frank's channel and say I finally got Casey canceled.
Casey's canceled your new show name.
There you go. See, that's what actually Dave's right there. That's exactly what Casey would do. He would say Casey or Saturday Night is Raw is canceled, and now it's Casey is canceled on Saturday night. He just started it. That's what
we'll get another 3 years of him, it's next week I'm canceled, then just continue to do the show.
Yeah, Dave's exactly on the money with that. So.
But I'm gonna tell some of the people who've been floating in and out. We're kind of to the section where we're having our normal hangout section. If you want to go back to listen to some of our Benoit comments, theories,
and go back to where Casey's not making any sense at all, and
come on,
and still not giving a reason why women should have been in the Hall of Fame. Don't forget that.
Besides being in Casey's fake, Casey. Just put her in your Hall of Fame of spank banks. Just put her in there and you get her in the Hall of Fame. But you're 2 birds, 1 stone. Why don't you just do that, pal?
Hey, you can't cheat on who's that one fat bitch? Nia Jax? Isn't that who you like, Casey?
No.
Isn't it Nyla Rose, the tranny from AEW?
Oh God!
No, it's that one fucking Willow Nightingale, isn't it, Casey?
I thought Casey liked him by the ton, not by the penis. Come on, Casey.
Not by the ton.
Well, hey, this is the same guy that said he would suck a dick for a video game.
Oh, hold on. Dave is
true statement.
Hold on,
true statement.
Dave is the AEW sicko around here, where he
he has a mark for him.
Listen how he shifts the conversation to me. But okay, what's the question?
So you were bringing up about Nyla Rose. I mean, you don't ever see her anymore, but I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Is she still on the roster?
Yeah, she is. Affirmative. The response to your question is affirmative.
Hang on, wait. If she's got a dang dong, then she ain't a she whatsoever. So just we can throw the she out the window here. Just for clarification.
It's an
Well,
it.
She's
Right.
got what Casey should have.
Oh,
Can't
damn.
argue. I can't argue.
Well,
That's valid.
hold on. We don't know if she cut her dick off or she had.
Well, I tell you what, Casey. Why don't you DM him, her, it thing and find out what? Do a cut.
You know what? How about
That'd be cool.
how about he doesn't get scarred? Because again, regardless, we already know it's mental illness. So whether they're pre-op or post-op, the fact is mental illness. Put them in an asylum. You know.
I agree with that. Or a wood chipper. I'm fine with that one too. Either way.
Yeah.
Whatever you
Well,
They beat them to death,
if
too.
you check their hard drives and it leads to that decision, I'm for it.
So we need to get Trump to build a industrial sized wood chipper that's like, like the size of a swimming pool that, we Sparta kick them into. That
As
would be
long
fun
as
to
it's
watch.
on public TV, I can agree with that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Oh, no, this will be publicly shown. Yes, 1,000.
That's what PBS should shift to. Instead of communist Sesame Street and bullshit fucking stuff, they should air fucking executions.
Do you know how many problems we could fix in this country if we just took one person off death row and publicly executed them? People would act better. I'm telling you right now, things would get fixed.
I think we're getting kicked off the show now. Like,
no, we're not.
Oh,
no,
come on. We've said so much worse stuff on here before.
Yeah, literally, we've dropped the N word so many times.
Come
We've
on.
said so much fucked up shit. We're still not canceled.
Casey, I need you to do me a huge favor. The next time you do a show, I need you to edit your name instead of saying Casey is raw. Can you put Casey likes it?
I think
that's just
he likes it raw.
He's not Casey. He's Casey's canceled now. That's his new show next week. So I just said that a minute ago.
So he's going to be kind of like Alex Jones, and he'd be like, "Oh, it could be any time now. We're going to get canceled." But
Alex Jones,
he kind of does look like a more portly.
I can testify to this. I watch Alex Jones. I don't watch every day. I'll watch 2 to 3 times a week. He's almost been kicked off the internet for like 20 years. So,
well, you know that exactly. That's how it goes. And so I'm not controlled opposition at all.
he's not controlled. He's not controlled opposition with a GUX or a GUIs and some very interesting ties to the military-industrial complex going back through generations of his family and all. Something I've looked into this or anything.
We talk about I just sell vitamins.
Right.
Well, it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to take the guy's opinion when he says that.
No, that's not true. Alex Jones has been right on a lot of things, but he's also been told a lot of those things. I will say
exactly. That's what people don't seem to understand is how it works.
When he says the water's turning the frogs gay, that's accurate.
That's true.
Yeah, it's so fucking true, dude.
Yes.
Well,
the chemicals that they were putting in, they literally took the male frogs no longer cared for the female of their species and were diddling each other. The scientists were literally people. What's her face? The blonde newswoman that got fired from NBC that started her own deal. I can't. Megyn
Kelly. Yeah,
Megyn Kelly. She her excluded people from him. Even did the same study. She came out and even said the same thing recently. That is accurate. It is true. Alex Jones called out the lockdowns. He called out the hokey pokeys that everybody got. He called out so many things because he knew about it.
He exposed Bohemian Grove to a larger audience.
Bohemian Grove, yes.
Although people
I've
didn't
watched
know
that
about
footage
it,
100 times.
People questioned it, and he was able to coincidentally get that. You can judge that on its own, but there's that footage. It is admitted. Other people have snuck in, confirmed that sort of shit. And there's also interviews,
Moloch, the whole statue, the rituals,
but even discussions as to the proclivities of the politicians, all male, behind closed doors at that location, and this whole cremation of care. and the
Yep.
esoteric meanings of that, and how basically they can just,
Like I'm the only one on this call that understands every word you're saying, by the way.
yeah.
Well, guys, I don't mean to cut you short, but I got to jump off here. Thank y'all for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Sure.
I'd love to do it again. Thank
Yeah.
you, Paul Chumley, for having me on. It's been
Yes,
great.
sir. Have a good.
Hopefully I get a chance to do this again. It's been great.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it was
tune in
fun.
next week. Casey is canceled. He'll have a new show. So tune in
No,
for
it's
that one.
great. And just real quick, if you to cure the gayness, all you got to do is show Casey, and he'll turn the gay men straight.
I
So
like
thanks,
to
guys.
know.
There you go.
See, what do I feel that my
I
channel?
like how even the guy that's never met you before picks on you, Casey. That makes me happy. I'm not gonna lie.
Why does my
See you guys.
oh,
Yeah, have a good one.
You as well. Thank you.
why does my channel feel? Hold on, let me restart that again. Why do I feel like my channel is the guinea pig? to
You're the
see
whipping
what-
boy here.
No, I don't.
Have
I'm
you not
thinking-
noticed this?
Hold on, let me
Well,
talk.
no.
Let me hear what he's trying to say. It's
Yeah, I
enough.
wanna hear it.
Today, Junior.
I think you guys are tiptoeing to say which topics we can talk about before, like, hey, it didn't get claimed or strike Casey, but
Are you that
like,
paranoid or just? I
Are
mean,
you serious?
yeah.
Have
do
you been
Oh,
okay?
people talking
Think of
about?
all the bad things, or think of all the bad things that YouTube looks at as bad things that we've just discussed on here, and you're still here. You're fine.
We've literally all dropped the N word, the hard R, no less. Me, Dave, and Tex have dropped it on
on.
here, and we're not
That's
canceled yet.
nothing.
Yeah, but I'm saying for YouTube quality, they would kick us off for that shit.
No,
We're still here.
YouTube would be more concerned with actual deaths,
Right.
decapitations, all sorts of degenerate stuff.
Well, that's true.
And or even more importantly, they care about money. So like anything that's claimed copyright, they'll probably pounce on that too.
Right.
pounce on me for copyright all the time. Luckily, not.
Casey, you're in a little YouTube ghetto where
Yeah, you
they're
don't
only
make
going to
any
look at
money.
you. The only things that they're going to get you for is you played video game music or something. That's all you have to worry about.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that actually has ruined some of his videos.
Oh, I know. That's why I said that.
Also,
Yeah.
again, Casey, sorry, but yeah, Casey, that has ruined some of your videos where, like, it just you didn't think about it. Come on, stop doing that.
I mean, there's some games I like to play, luckily, like that ECW game, I was shocked. A lot of times I'll test it before I start to have to lay music over it. But when sometimes I'll let it sit for a little while if it didn't do it automatically. And
I'll be right back.
because when I saw the ECW introduction video,
Yeah.
I was like, oh
Tex
yeah,
said he'd be right back.
I thought it'd be a copyright, but I was like, oh shit, I was able to use it, but it does suck when I have to play music over stuff because like it's a lot of times it's CD based games
Mm-hmm.
that like to use licensed music, and it sucks because I want to play this and I want to put it on freaking YouTube, but they're using licensed music. So I
Casey, you do know there's an option that you can turn off the music on the game, right?
some of them
Mm.
some of them you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Like with at least with like play Fortnite, you could cut that out because there you wouldn't even be playing the music, but someone would be doing something and you get it. But some of these older games they don't think about that because streaming games over the internet they didn't think that was a thing ever going to be a thing. But but no but it's definitely been an interesting topic. I love talking about the Chris Benoit thing, where the tragedy. I still, I might be the idiot, but I do think it was definitely Benoit who did it. Like, I don't honestly like. I wish there was a little bit more information. Like, honestly, I'm not saying I want to see the crime scene where the bodies were, but I would like to have like read more information to like to prove that he did it. Even though I think there's way too much evidence to point to him. To me, I don't. I mean, ugh, what the hell is that? But I don't see the host hostage theory working because one, he was calling these guys. He called Chavo a couple times. Uh, yeah, he like the other AJ brought up a good point, and I recently heard about this voicemail that he sent to the doctor, and he was like he was slurring, but it was I I, I just think he definitely did it. But I think it was just a mixture of a bunch of things where, like I said, it's CT the big thing. Um, we know for sure he had steroids, so I think he had roid rage, and I bet his wife triggered it. That's why he killed her first, and then roid rage wore it off. Then he
Mhm.
was like, "Hey," he's like, "Well, yeah, I guess he could have, send Daniel away to be to his ex-wife, but I'm sure at in the moment he's like, "What am I gonna do? Like, I'm gonna be in deep shit that, and I got this child here that has
Right.
uh had some health issues that
Hmm.
so he's like, you know what? I still think is a mercy killing, and then
Hmm.
Uh, we know he looked up information to kill himself. That's why he figured out how to hang himself by his damn bowflex. It's
What I don't
like,
get is, Casey, why didn't you do this 2 years later and then the day of it? I'm just curious because
well,
it's next weekend, right? Is the 18th? It was the 21st to the 23rd.
uh, I
Yeah,
thought
when you could have did it this next Friday, next Saturday, when it actually happened, the occurred events happened.
I thought it was in the middle of this week.
No, no, dude, it was the week of my birthday. You know my birthday. It's that weekend, literally.
Oops.
Yeah,
Well, fuck it.
I know about this. I know about that. That's why when I saw it, I clicked on the video and I wanted to hear everybody's opinion. Then hopped on and wanted to talk about this because I'm interested about it too. I
So,
wanted the round table like how we usually, because I wanted to hear Dave's opinion. I wanted to hear your opinion, Tex's opinion, Kratos' opinion, this AJ number two's opinion. I wanted to hear everybody's opinion.
and everyone had a bunch of good opinions. Like, that's what I was saying. And then we know he was having relationship issues, so that's why I was saying that not only he had steroids, that he was triggered probably by the wife. That's why he killed her first, and also with all his friends dying left and right, and it was just I think it was just the
I think he
mixture of a bunch.
snapped.
Oh, I definitely think snapped. That's why I
I mean, come
said
on, Johnny Grunge passes, Eddie passes.
yeah,
His wife has a restraining order against him, then takes it away. You know, he's at his peak of wrestling. Literally, like I think, like from like 2004 to 2007 was his peak. I mean, you can't really say the WCW days because that was like his like beginnings, really. Because I mean, yeah, you can say
yeah,
Stampede Wrestling in Japan and ECW, but
yeah.
it's like his giant like actual works WCW and WWE. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
yeah,
being a part of the Horsemen,
mm,
what boosted him to another fucking level. Let's be honest
yeah,
here.
I
When you have
agree.
Mongo, Benoit, you got Ric Flair, you got Arn Anderson, you got Dean Malenko. You
Hmm.
know, dude, that right there. I mean, hell, Pillman was in the fucking Horsemen when Benoit was there.
Yeah,
That's before Pillman went to ECW, then WWF.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, hell, there's so much shit. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not convinced about any of it, really. Like, because the state of Georgia, they didn't do a complete investigation in this whole thing. It was a pretty much open and closed book, like right then and there. That's how they literally did it. If you really watched Vice's Dark Side of the Ring,
yeah.
that's pretty much the same shit that they posted.
Oh, and there wasn't any new information that we didn't know. We already heard all this stuff, read
Hmm.
about it, so there wasn't any new information. It's like, oh, this has happened.
Right.
No, like there wasn't anything new. Like,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
no, I was just like, I wish there was something, but I mean, it was one of those open and shut case that,
Yeah,
like, I wish there was more information,
yeah,
but
I know. The whole Benoit tragedy is up there with the death of WCW. It's been told a million times over, and it's like we have the same exact results over and over and over again. What he did is going to be, you can never forgive a person for doing that. That's like, for example, say Casey, you went batshit crazy, right? And you
mm,
killed your mom, your dad, your brother and sister, and then you killed your dogs, and you set your house on fire. And then you said, "Oh shit, the house is on fire. I killed all these people. I'm gonna kill myself just so I don't go to fucking jail." Take the coward's way out. That's what
yeah,
he did.
yeah.
You can't blame it on CTE. Yes, did he have it? Of course. You know how many wrestlers and football players have CTE? I mean, hell, think about it. When we were watching wrestling growing up, a lot of
Mm.
them took chair shots to the fucking head, not like how these pussies are nowadays where they put their hands up and take a chair shot to the head.
Oh, hold on. That's not a pussy way to do it. That's a smart way
Yes,
to
it
do it.
is. Yeah, I understand that, but think about it. Stone Cold took so many of them to the head. He didn't fucking kill anybody. Triple H did it too. Shawn Michaels did. Fucking Mick Foley literally fell off a fucking 20-foot fucking cage and then went through a fucking cage. I mean,
Uh,
come on. He hasn't
and
killed his
we,
wife.
yeah, we actually, Joe Compton brought that up. He brought
Right.
who took more damage. It's like
Mick
Foley
Foley
or,
has.
yeah. I'm like, I mean, everyone was bringing up a bunch of points and counterpoints. Like,
Sure.
even, so, I mean, well, unless we get the chance to look at the files or see like
There isn't
pictures or
anymore though. That's the thing. They got rid of those files. They're gone, dude. They don't exist anymore.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. We don't know, but like we know it's closed. They're not gonna say, hey, unless some idiot said went up there later in the future, say, well, Chris Benoit didn't actually do it. I did it, and this is how I did it. Then they're gonna reopen that. They would still kind of have to have the records, but
Right. I mean,
we
there's two
had.
things that was very suspicious about this. Remember the guy prior to Nancy Benoit dying? He put up on her Wikipedia that she passed away, and he was in Stamford, Connecticut. Isn't that's a
Yeah.
little that's a little shady and very concerning that
Er,
this kid literally lived not even 20 miles from WWE headquarters in Stamford. That was very concerning.
it was just. it was a coincidence, but I remember going back then because it's one of those things that I remember when
Mm-hmm.
I was reading through the websites, like why Benoit was not there. It was, and I read about his family having food poisoning, and
Mm-hmm.
obviously we eventually heard that he used that as one of the excuses not to show up to the shows. So
Right.
I was like, um, that's why I heard. So I bet money. And what I actually heard is that the guy said that he heard that his family got food poisoning, and that's why he figured, hey, he's not here. Maybe it's because she died. And it's not like he put in there saying that he murdered her. I remember the statement. It said he was missing because stemming from the death of Nancy Benoit,
Mm-hmm.
and that doesn't mean he killed her right there, but they were
Right.
saying he is coming off he had to deal with family emergency. Even during the
Yeah.
pay per view, they were saying he had a family emergency.
Right.
But it's
I mean,
crazy.
the second thing I was talking about was what if Kevin Sullivan did kill all of them just for revenge? I mean, think about it.
Do you have
Even
any
though
theory?
yeah, exactly. Like, what if he did? Just because, think about it. Yeah, I know it was what 10 years prior to it when it all
Yeah.
happened. Because think about it, they died in 2007. That whole thing happened in 1997, so it's 10 years. But still, dude, you booked your own divorce. You caused that to yourself. You were the one telling Nancy and Chris, hey, do the vignettes of you guys making out with each other, always being together, going to the same hotels, sleeping in the same beds. What do you think a guy and a girl's gonna do? Literally, she wants out of this fucking marriage. Chris just got a divorce from his ex-wife Martina as well. So they're both single, damn near, and they're gonna fuck and they're gonna fall in love. And you fucked yourself up.
Well, we got this a new person in the chat. Patrick says
Hmm.
Benoit was guilty in about 1 second from day one. Nobody give any other reasons a thought. Normally, those things takes days without any people saw directly what you did. He got killed. Uh, uh, to me, it, I feel like after a while, when the police showed up and they saw all the bodies. I mean, earlier I showed the picture where you went into Daniel Benoit's bedroom and they lift up the uh, the blanket on the bed, and you saw the butcher knife underneath the bed, and it was right there, like. And a couple of guys were like, "Well, we don't know if Daniel brought that up for a couple of reasons. Maybe he brought it up for protection, for when Chris been having freak outs or snapping, and we know that has happened. And
Hmm.
then maybe brought it up for the cut like a cake or like come on, like but." I can understand having for protection. What's up, Azrael? But for me, I think it's way too much coincidence that knife was under there, even though that knife wasn't used in the murder. He was suffocated or
Well,
he
he
was
was drugged.
he was drugged and then suffocated.
Yeah. So that's the same way with Nancy. She was bound and she was drugged and bound and gagged and died.
Yeah, like there was obviously the rumors that that Benoit put Daniel in the crippler
The
crossface.
crossface.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the rumor forever. That I mean, that would be fucked
He's
up.
too little.
Yeah,
You just the size of
he
his dad and the size of him. You can't put it on a fucking small child like that. You couldn't even
yeah
put it on a
no
fucking like a midget. It wouldn't. It's not possible.
yeah his whole
The
body would be the arm. He was a
dude, the
tiny
size
kid.
of Benoit's arm was the size of his fucking son. Are you kidding
Yes,
me?
exactly. So you couldn't, like you said, you couldn't even do that. That's a great point. I
That
mean,
and they
even
kept saying
though
that he had fragile X
eh,
syndrome or something. Shit. Yeah, it's like no, he wasn't retarded. He didn't have that. The kid was a normal kid from what they were his from what Nancy's sister was saying. Daniel didn't have any of these retardation problems, nothing of that sort.
I
That's
think
the
a
thing.
lot. I think a lot of this is like I remember watching CNN. I think it was
Oh
Larry
yeah,
King.
let's watch the liberal fucking media. They'll fucking lie to you.
I remember
Nancy
watching.
Grace, that fucking cunt.
Yeah, but I remember Larry King. Jericho was on there, and he
Yeah,
said the whole thing about Fragile X syndrome.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he was like, he brought up all the symptoms, and he's like, well, that actually fits Daniel to a T. Patrick does bring up for real. He was an abnormal kid with a giant big head. Yeah, he did have a big head for a small frame body. I agree, but but it was proven he didn't have it. But I think what happened, that was the rumor that was going through the wrestling sites that he had fragile syndrome. So I bet Jericho read it and he uh read about it on the like Wikipedia what it does, and he went on CNN, and that gave a little bit more credence even though it was later on it was proven not true. But I heard there was the rumors of Daniel having needle marks in his arm,
Oh
but
yeah, the
then
track marks.
yeah, I heard that was a rumor, but I'm not sure if that's true. But we
Yeah, I
can't
don't think
know.
that's true.
I mean, Tex earlier said that he was using it for steroids for the because how kid was so small, but wouldn't it be not steroids,
He was like
but
6 or 7 years old. He's a little kid, dude.
well, there.
What
I
little
mean,
kid's gonna come on?
Uh, yeah, I don't know, but like I brought this up to the other guys where you want to feel old. You know how old
Yeah.
he would be today if he wasn't killed.
Well, yeah, he died at the age of 7 years old.
Yeah.
So let's see here. He died. So he was born in 2000.
Yep.
He would be 25 years old if he didn't
Yep.
die. Yeah.
And what doesn't that make you feel old with that?
Yeah. I mean, because think about it this way. David is, I think I want to say, I think he was born in like 94, 95.
Yeah. So he's got to be like probably 30, 31. You know, that's even make you even feel even older with that because
Yeah.
but it's crazy. And Benoit, when he died, he was just barely just made 40 years
He was
old.
40.
So
No, he turned 40, dude. That,
yeah,
yeah.
that's what I
Because he was
said.
born in, I want to say, was it was it 69? I think he was born 69.
Yeah, that's what I said. He just barely turned 40. You know,
Yeah.
so like, yeah, I would wish we could have had more. I wish the Dark Side of the Ring would have more information that we
Hmm.
didn't know, but honestly, without going through the cops and getting information that we don't know, we're never gonna know.
Right. We won't.
But
See, that's the thing that it's an open and shut thing, but at the same time, it's not because we weren't. Nobody was there to see and witness actually what happened. We're hearing
mm,
hearsay from a bunch of people that pretty much said, "Oh, he automatically killed his wife and kids and all that." But yet, there's so much shit that's backed up that did he actually do it? Was there an intruder? We don't know.
Mhm.
That's the thing. And with all these sick fucks, no offense, that are sitting there saying that Benoit needs to be in the Hall of Fame, you need to fuck off and die. Because how would you feel if that was your family? That's fucked up. That's fucked
No,
up.
I agree. I think that's stupid when people thinks he should be in the Hall of Fame. It's kind of like there's no way you could separate one from the other. From
And,
like
and and to be honest with the Casey, prior to his death and the murders, I was a huge Benoit fan. Not gonna lie. But
yeah,
when he did what he did to his family, that's unforgivable. I can't. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
I
I was
mean,
a huge Horseman fan, like I said, in the late '90s. Yeah, huge. But that no, that's
But
like
if
it
he
like
but if he wasn't guilty, then that
then yeah, he belongs in the Hall of Fame.
yeah, but Edward brought like was it you, Dave, or was it someone else brought up? Let's say he was. Let's say he's been proven innocent now. Like, how would you feel like
yeah,
if they went
yeah,
like
exactly. No,
would
but the point I made is that there's been too much um, propaganda against him for him to probably ever be inducted because
Hmm.
they just stained his legacy so much.
Yeah, they put his name through the mud. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dave. 100%.
there's
Please, I
way
mean, like to be honest with you, I want your opinion, Dave. I didn't get to hear all of this earlier, so if you would like to talk about this, please, I would like to hear your opinion.
Um, I think Kevin Sullivan was involved with his death.
I can agree with that because me and you both watched WCW back then. We know how much of a blood feud that was. It was real. It wasn't a work. It was a shoot.
So I want to know how he did it. Did he hold them hostage? So he's like, all right, and then
Oh my god.
pick them off one a day.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
want
but
to
Case, you
hear.
got to think about this.
you're getting closer, Casey.
Oh, that's what I'm like. And then like, all right, Chris. So to get it off the scent, that's when he makes those calls and texts. Like, all right, Chris, we need you to send this information, acting like everything's normal, and that you're gonna
Yeah,
make the flights.
yeah.
And so to throw off the scent,
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Texas story I think is even more amazing because he says there was some sort of gay relationship between Benoit and Guerrero. I mean, can't count it out because I don't know that stuff, but he did point out to the whole sobbing about the death and stuff, and it seems a lot more than what's being said.
I brought it up too, but I mean, yeah, I mean, like I said, is like I brought up like I can understand if you lost your spouse, you sob. Same thing if you lost your parents. That's why I brought up the whole thing where I said I lost. Like this will be the 10 years coming up next month when I lost my dad. Uh, it'd be it's been uh 8 years since my wife passed, and it'll be 2 years coming up next month when my mom passed. So like, and that's when I was saying how emotionally fucked up I was with uh when my wife passed. That was the worst one that I was really affected. I mean, I would say then the second one was my mom because I was there when she passed too. But it took my dad's death a little easier because one, I wasn't there when it happened, and I got to say goodbye to my dad too. And but when but everyone grieves death in a different way. Like that, like when it all happened, a lot of my emotions were stone faced because I had to deal with something at the moment. But minus my mom, um, when she was pretty much gone, it was a bunch of the family members around her deathbed. Uh, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand there no more. I started sobbing. I had to run away. But but I mean, I can't say much about friends when they died because most of my friends are still alive that I know. I mean, there's maybe a couple past, but I probably hadn't talked to them in a long time. Not saying that doesn't mean they don't mean anything to me, but some of my best friend's still alive. Like, but don't know how I'm gonna respond to it, but I probably wouldn't respond to it as when my wife died, you know? But like I can't what that's what I was saying. I thought maybe they were gay lovers because how tight they were, but like I said before, like people grieve in different ways, you know? But I think it's a definite possibility. We know there's gay wrestlers in wrestling. I mean, some people were open eventually. Like Pat Patterson was the worst kept secret as being a gay wrestler. Like
Chris
everyone,
Adams.
Chris Adams was he gay?
Yeah, yeah. Or no, it was Brian Adams. Brian Adams from WCW. Yeah, he was a gay. He
Mm,
came out as a gay.
I don't know. Don't
Look it
never
up.
heard about. I could look it up, but I never heard that. I mean, I would believe Chris Adams than Brian Adams.
Yeah, he was in Chronic in WCW.
I'll look it up. I'll go Brian Adams.
Did you say
The rest.
Ryan Adams? It's
No,
Brian.
Brian.
Not the singer from the 80s either.
No, it says Brian Adams, uh, wrestler. So I got it on Wikipedia. Let's see if it would say anything right there. Even though Wikipedia is not you can't hold Wikipedia to the gospel because it's been proven to be wrong many, many, many times. So it shows where he's been arrested in Hawaii. Uh, he was in a Bollywood movie. He promoted a CD called "Be a Man." Oh, it was Randy Savage CD. Uh, I don't see anything about him being gay, and this is under his personal life too. So, I mean, not saying they would usually put it in here or maybe all the way up here, but they I don't see anything about that. So, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not gonna know who's gay or not all the time. But Casey's Wikipedia says he's not gay too. but it was like I said, Pat Patterson was well known to being gay, and there's a ton of other people we know who was gay. So, and during that time frame, it was still kind of taboo to tell people you were gay. During that time, like it was still. I mean, yeah, this is past Ellen when she said I was gay or I'm gay. on her show,
Yeah.
but that was heavily taboo. And
Well, it is your month, isn't it?
no, it's not my month.
Rainbow flags in the chat for Casey is wrong. Or Casey is gay.
But I think that possibly has happened, but we'll probably never will know because uh Vicky's probably never gonna say, yeah, they were gay lovers. And like that, or I mean, her kids. The only people who are gonna say it's either her kids, or maybe some family members. But it would probably been leaked out by now. You know that Eddie was gay,
I don't
or
think they were
same.
gay.
Well, it's a theory. I think it's a definitely a good theory because
Hmm.
how much he was
Well,
emotional
then you can say
for.
that about Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, because think about it, they rode up and down the roads with WWF and WCW. I mean, you
Yeah,
have your road buddies, and think about how hard Kevin Nash had when Scott died and his son. I mean, son, that's one different, but when Hall died, he was pretty upset.
I'm sure he was pretty upset, but and there's nothing wrong with people crying about death either. Like I said, like people grieve in different ways.
Hmm.
Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. And even being gay is not nothing wrong with that either. Even though I'm pretty sure Tex will probably say that's a mental issue, or and I'm probably would probably be putting this in Dave's mouth, but I'm sure he would say the
What are
same
you
thing.
putting in his mouth? You hear this, Dave? He's talking about putting things in your mouth now.
He's struggling to speak. It's understandable for Casey.
but uh, but I think that's definitely a good theory why he freaked out. But here's the thing: it was 2 years later when it happened. Like, I mean, we know that he was hurt because Eddie died because during the Dark Side of the Ring, you know, Vicky was saying that Chris is crying in the gym again. Like, so
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I didn't know the guy, never met the guy. Seen him wrestle one time in my entire life in person. Seen him a whole bunch
Mhm.
on TV. Dude, I've met Ric Flair before. Doesn't mean I know who the fuck he is personally. I don't know who Ric Flair is in real life. I just met him one time. That was it, and that was in the prime. Not old man cancer. Now you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. What's
Well, he does
funny?
have cancer.
Yeah, he's got skin cancer for the second
Hmm.
time. Well,
Yeah.
well, and God, it could be a dick, but he kind of took a shot at Jr. when Jr. had announced that he had colon cancer, but he was pretty much uh, saying that Jr. was seeking attention for his cancer. Uh, Like, I'm like,
Oh, and
that's
Ed
pretty.
Ferrara isn't any worse? Come on, look at what Ed Ferrara did in WCW. He poked shots at fucking JR
Oh,
so bad with Oklahoma. Well, come on.
oh, yeah, that was not good either. But Ric Flair's he's a dick. He's up there with Hogan's. He's a dick, and honestly, the two biggest wrestlers from the 70s and 80s and 90s
Yeah.
are like it's like that statement like from Two Face, like you die as a hero or you live long enough to become a villain. And that's what Hogan and Ric Flair is right now. Hogan's is a liar. You can't trust what the hell he says. And Ric Flair is just a dick. And what's I remember, I think my wife and her brother ran into Ric Flair before, asking for an autograph, and he ignored them. I was like, I'm like, I couldn't say much because I'm like, I wasn't there, but that's
Right.
why they were not a big fan of him. Like,
Yeah. I
like,
mean, I can't say anything negative about Ric Flair. I was like 8 years old when I met him, and he seemed like a nice guy to me. So I can't really say anything on that.
there's people. He said Chris Benoit was the nicest person, but honestly, he was the most professional, or he took everything serious, but he was also quiet, very
Well, so did
private,
the
and
Undertaker.
I think he was more sociable. I think Chris Benoit was. I was hearing that he was more private, while I think Taker
Yeah.
was more sociable. I mean, shit, he would go to the bar and like, yeah, I know Chris Benoit would
Yeah, but he
too.
wouldn't break. But he wouldn't break character. That's the thing. Is the Undertaker tried to keep kayfabe alive, even though it was dead fucking while he was being the Undertaker, like the prime Undertaker.
Well, yeah, when before he turned American Badass,
Yeah.
uh, then it was okay to drop that a little bit
Yeah,
because
even with the whole Vince scandal and trials and the steroids, he still fucking didn't break character.
like that's why he would always dress in black. You
Yeah.
know. Oh, we got text right back. Uh, am I gonna get shamed again, Tex?
You know, Casey, sometimes
Yes.
I think you learn, and I think I say, text self, you're wrong this time. Casey's going to be better. He's going to do good. Then I come back on from dealing with what I had to, and I hear you besmirching the good goddamn name of Nature Boy Ric Flair. Did I hear that?
You
Huh?
cannot tell me. You cannot tell me he's not a dick in real life.
He earned the
Like,
right to be that dick, sir. I will have you know. The Nature Boy can do as he pleases.
uh, I, I don't know.
No, now take
Honestly,
now. I don't know what he did this time, so I can't speak to it properly. So please, uh, if you could catch me up, if you know.
well, the recent thing he did was when Jr. announced to the world on X that he had colon cancer,
Uh,
and Ric Flair kind of shitted on him, pretty much calling him out for
he shit on a
seeking.
guy. Wait. He shit on a guy with colon cancer. But really? Okay.
With
Yeah,
ass cancer.
yeah, but he was talking shit about JR seeking attention for colon cancer on X.
How dare he talk about your daddy that way? That's horrible.
Yeah.
It's
Wait,
crazy.
hold
Hold
on.
on.
Which one is it? Is it
Actually,
JR or is it Oklahoma? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's his
actually,
dad?
I'm not gonna take an offense for this, but my actual dad did die from colon cancer. So, no, and I'm not
Damn.
talking about.
Maybe
Yeah,
you need to. I mean, maybe Jr. ain't your daddy, but maybe there's like a that that family tree of yours that doesn't fork is connected somewhere. You know what I mean? Just saying.
well, I did. A couple years ago, they did put the scope up my butt,
I
and
don't want to know about your
Oh my
Saturday
god.
nights. I don't care.
they did find a polyps in my system that
And
they
you're
had.
what?
I guess in my
He
intestines,
had a
they kind
polyp
of
in his poop tube. Is what he said.
yeah.
In your ass. Just say your
Yeah.
ass.
But that was the only thing they could really find. Well, minus there was some irritation blood or gastritis. A lot of it was due to because I was taking too much ibuprofen and Cedrin, causing
Well,
that.
see, you need to be like me. My doctor told me, he said, Tex, you're drinking too much. So you know what I did? I got another doctor because he's obviously wrong. So there you go.
Well, actually,
Is
I'm
this
not gonna
before or
say.
after the heart attack?
That doesn't
Oh,
matter. We're not going to talk about that. That doesn't matter.
I know.
I'm gonna say that this doctor was right because I I tried to be more cautious with my especially when I take ibuprofen. I don't take ibuprofen as much anymore. Like I'll take it like if I badly need it, and if I have like a headache, I would take Tylenol, and then I would take a caffeine pill with it too because it's pretty much what Cedrin is a Tylenol with caffeine with aspirin. And all you
Mhm.
trying to do is cut out the aspirin part. That was causing the issue.
Well, I'll just send you my doctor's info. He helps me out there a lot. His name is Dr. Daniel, Dr. Jack Daniels.
Yeah,
You go see him. And if he can't help you, his associate Jose Cuervo is also good. Jim Boone really, he's a great guy. You know, he can prescribe you stuff. It's real cheap. You don't need no prescription or whatever. You just go, get his stuff. It worked real well. So
Well, the last time I had Jack Daniels, I got pretty fucked up. Well,
that's
once,
crazy. That's what it's supposed to do. That's crazy.
well,
Yeah, I can't drink that.
once from
Drink it like water. Love it.
I can't drink
distillery.
it. I'll start fighting people.
See, this
No,
I
that's me on tequila. Do not give me
Uh,
tequila because I will lose my shirt and I will fight people. That is a
Dude, that's
guarantee.
how I am with Jack and Jim and
Yeah.
then the captain. All three of those together. Oh,
Yeah.
that's like
No,
fucking warpath right there.
Ho- me and Jose are a bad combo because I turn into John Wayne and I get like this 1,000-yard stare and I go looking for trouble and it don't go well.
well, I mean, I guess that old man that had the argument that was about the knife in the parking lot.
You should have
Oh my god,
shivved that
here
old
comes this
man.
again, Casey.
I'm glad. I guess that guy's gotta be happy it wasn't Tex instead of me.
You should have been like, listen here,
Casey, you would
Father
have tried to
Time. I'm
fight
gonna
it.
kick your walker out from underneath you.
And granted, I didn't know it was an old man before I was thinking about grabbing the knife. I didn't see him until I got out of the car and I didn't have my knife on me. So, I decided before I was getting out, I
I
was like,
want to
you know
see
what?
Casey in a fight, like in a legitimate fight where I need to see that before I die. That'd be fun.
I hadn't been in a physical fight since school.
Uh-huh. Who do you think would
Like,
win
I
out of a
just
fight, Casey or a
like
midget?
I want to see like somebody like rat Casey like right in the mouth, pow, right in the kisser, right, and then like to see like that inner violence that Casey has stored up from all the abuse that he's took over the years. It just comes to the surface, and he just
I
hulks
don't,
out and just murders somebody.
I
That'd
don't
be
think he
amazing.
could do it. I don't think
No, I
Casey
see it
can
in
do
there. It's in there. No, it's in there. He stores it. He keeps it well. But he's like Bruce Banner. It after that nuclear, test, that's when everything went bad. He's gonna have his break bad moment. I just hope I'm there for
What do you think
hey,
he's gonna snap? I mean, he's kind of
it. I
like a
think
Care
so.
Bear.
see, I went to. I was watching that new was it the Captain America movie or
No,
what
that new one's
called
garbage. That's Catherine. That's Captain African American, by the way. It's not
Captain
Captain
African
American.
American.
So, yeah, yeah.
But I was wondering, it was like I was waiting for the whole movie. It was like, where the fuck is Red Hulk gonna show up? And then I was starting to
The only
see.
reason, well, I can answer that question. The only reason you got like 10 seconds of him is because that was a reshoot and he wasn't the original villain of that movie. And they spent a just gigantic ton of money, and that movie lost so much of it. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Originally, Seth Rollins was in that movie. It was Serpent Society, not
Yeah.
Red Hulk. Giancarlo Esposito, he was a latecomer to that film. That's why he's barely in. They have enough footage of that film. There's like 3 different versions of that movie that they shot that you'll never see because Disney and Marvel sucks. So that's why.
Yeah, it was like they kept on saying Gamma, and then when you saw for a second, like the president's eyes turn red, and then he calmed down. I was like, oh, okay, he's the Red Hulk.
Literally, not just okay. The last 2 Marvel movies that came out, Captain African American and Thunderbolts, literally have the same ending where they hug the bad guy so he stops being bad. And I'm not even kidding.
We got Joe.
Hey, Joe's in the chat. Bring him on.
What's up, Joe?
Oh, actually, Joe was on here earlier. He's at work right
Oh.
now.
But yeah,
Oh, he's at
that's
work?
that's the spoiler for the last 2 Marvel films. They talk the bad guy down and hug him because everybody has to play Kitty, Lottie Dog time, whatever. So Marvel sucks.
I was never read about Red Hulk, so I was thought maybe they did something with Bruce Banner. So
No, Red Hulk. There's multiple Hulks within the comic world, but Red Hulk is Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross.
But I think it was okay. But was it great? No. I'm glad that I waited until Disney Plus when it showed up there. It's like I'm kind of glad that
I went and
waited.
saw it. I went and saw it opening Friday night when that came out, and the theater for like a 7 o'clock showing wasn't even half full because nobody gives a crap about Marvel anymore. Like they have ruined all the good that they had with their propaganda, and they turned it into the MCU, and it's nothing but gays and girl power now, and it sucks. There's no fixing it at this point. And I'm telling you right now, the Fantastic Four, it's another girl power movie. I've already seen the spoilers, trusted, verified. It's not going to be any better.
Hey,
Damn, it sounds like you got too much time on your hands.
No, I monetize my time well. If I'm going to critique movies, I have to know what I'm talking about.
Right.
that
I
makes
wish
sense.
I had
mean,
time. Yeah, I wish I had time.
Luckily, I have a lot of time driving behind the wheel to get information, so it works out.
Nice.
So he's getting secondhand information that he spews off onto Frank's channel. So that's what happened.
I actually the any information I do get, I make sure it's verified from a trusted source, from somebody who knows actually what they're talking about, who has seen these things. I have friends outside of this little section of the internet here, believe it or not, that I actually know that do stuff. So it is.
Oh, I mean, you could put me as one of those credible sources too, if you want to.
I'll put you down as the guy that makes me feel better by comparison. That's what I put you down.
So, Tex, did you see Dogma in theaters for the 25th anniversary?
Yeah, we did, and I didn't enjoy it as much as I thought I would. Yeah, I was surprised. Like, I think I loved it. I think I kind of it's probably been 20 years since I've seen it. I mean, it's been a long time, but I don't know. We went to see it, and I think I kind of overhyped myself, like because of it's back after all these years of being banned and la di da. I mean, I'm not crazy about all the Kevin Smith stuff. Really, my 2 favorite Kevin Smiths are Mallrats and Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. To me, that's his best stuff that he's ever done within that world. Everything else, I mean, I like Clerks, I like some of the other stuff, but I'm not over the world about it. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Hey, guys.
Well, I just think after. Go ahead, Casey. I know.
I'll
I
be
think
right.
like after Strikes Back, they should have just ended it.
Hold on. You just say go ahead, Casey, and
Six
then
is say
you
you told
talk.
him to go ahead and then said it. That was amazing, by the way. That was awesome. So, that was
But
fun.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk Duke.
Okay.
He needs to walk. He needs a
Okay.
good walking. So I'll be right
But
back.
yeah, no, we went and seen Dogma. Hell, I had to drive 45 minutes, well, a little bit more out of my way for a theater near me that had it because
Really?
it didn't get wide release to every theater. It was just certain ones. And
Hmm.
I'm not sure how much money Dogma made because we went to a primetime screening on a Friday night,
Yeah.
and
Well, you,
this was
yeah.
this was like a 300 or 400 seat theater for like a
Hmm.
primetime showing, and it may have been a quarter full. Like it did not
Really?
do well. Yeah, I was
See,
surprised.
because at movie theater that's really close by my house, it was a small screening, and I think there was like maybe 7 of us in there.
Oh
So I mean, I think maybe it was like 20 seats that filled that theater because it was tiny, dude.
oh
There
yeah,
were
no,
like
I
there was
went
like
to a
7
big
of
one.
us in there. Yeah. And anyways, I think Revenge of the Sith made more money than Dogma did, and
Dude,
that's a,
Revenge of
a
the
20.
Sith made
Mm-hmm.
they cleaned up with
Oh, I
Revenge of
know.
the Sith.
Dude,
Like
they killed new
that
movies
was
that just came out.
oh yeah. Well, Revenge of the Sith for a re-release charted for multiple weeks. That is
Yeah,
crazy. Like
yeah.
new movies came out that didn't make as much money as Revenge of the Sith did.
Oh,
Something
I
that you could
know.
go home and watch for free on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Like that
And
tells
think
you something.
about it.
You know.
Me and you both seen it when it first came out in theaters in
Oh yeah.
2005 too.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
seeing
No,
it
I was there.
again,
I was there
it made
opening
more
night.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, same
Oh
here.
yeah.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah.
for
No,
opening
it's
night for the re-release, but opening night for the original showing, yeah.
yeah.
But
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was it was cool seeing Revenge of the Sith back on screen, but like last weekend, you probably haven't seen it, but the best movie that I've seen this year is Dangerous Animals, and it's a lower budget horror film. It's
Mhm.
without spoiling too much. It's starring Jai Courtney, the guy that played Boomerang in the first Suicide Squad movie. Awesome actor.
Okay.
Um, he's a serial killer that operates a shark boat in Australia.
Mhm.
And he kills people in creative ways. He involves making home movies and stuff. The acting is great. It is by far the best film that I've seen this year, horror wise. I loved it. I've seen it twice already. Um,
Mhm.
I don't know if it's near you or whatever, but if you're interested, that's good. And another one that I saw, it's a possession movie, The
Yeah.
Ritual, starring Al Pacino. He's playing a
I
priest.
heard about The Ritual. Yeah, I've heard
The
about that one.
Ritual was pretty good. It focuses on the actual exorcism rite itself, like it spans over multiple days. And I mean,
Mhm.
it's no Exorcist. I mean, the Exorcist will forever be the king of the possession film.
Oh
But
yeah.
the Ritual was really good. I enjoyed that as well. Uh, it was real good. Now, 28 years later, it's coming up this week as well. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah.
I love the 20. I mean, hell, we just reviewed 28 days later. Jeremy and I did. On Tuesday, we'll be reviewing 28 weeks. So, yeah,
Mm.
it'll. I mean, the summer movie season is here. We've got. I mean, Superman's coming out. Jurassic World Rebirth. Fantastic
Mhm.
Four.
God.
Uh, there's a lot of. There's another good one. Well, it looks good. F1, starring Brad Pitt about an F1 driver. That
Oh really?
this movie. Oh, dude, the movie looks amazing. Like they spent like $300 million making this movie. I'm going to see this one on an IMAX screen just because of how cool it looks. So looking
Huh.
forward.
Tex. I'm gonna
Yes, sir.
let you speak real quick.
Oh, okay.
You're
But
gonna
you're gonna
let
talk
him
Hold on,
over me
speak?
hold
first.
on. Let me speak in front of.
That's kind of funny. You're gonna let him speak. Okay.
Casey's pulling a Kanye. There you go, Casey
but
West. That's your new
Okay,
name. You're
Yeet.
Casey West.
but
Oh,
I
there
was
you go.
no, but
Casey Yeet.
I I'm waiting for the Jurassic Park movie where nothing breaks out. Like nothing happens. The whole park just
Well,
works out perfectly.
I'll tell
Like
you how this movie is going to get. This movie will be just like the last four Jurassic Park movies, just slightly different. But instead of a male leading and doing male stuff, you have Scarlett Johansson basically taking the male role. She's just a good looking girl this time. That's what's going to be different.
I
So
thought you
she's
were
being
gonna.
the Bryce Dallas Howard, pretty much, of the movies. And we can't
Uh, no,
we can't say anything about Jurassic Park. We can
no,
bash
no.
Jurassic World, how that movie is.
Think, think. She will be the Chris Pratt of the last movies. She's just a
Okay.
sexy girl this time. This is
I
what
thought
those will be.
I thought you were gonna say the T Rex is gonna be a
The
transsexual.
D-Rex.
The T Rex
Well,
will be
no,
a
this one,
transsexual.
and with this Jurassic World, they're getting. They basically took like the Rancor from Star Wars and combined it with like a xenomorph looking thing. They they've created. I mean, they've completely jumped the shark with the dinosaurs they're using, which is fine. It's not a real movie either. But I'm looking forward to Jurassic World just because it's a fun movie that you don't take seriously. But Jurassic World will be the biggest box office winner this summer. It will beat
Oh yeah, of
Superman.
course, dude.
It will beat Fantastic Flop too because just between the girl Silver Surfer and
Oh
Invisible
god.
Woman is leading this movie, and Gay Boy Pedro Pascal is Mr. Fantastic. That's the worst casting I've ever heard of. It's going to be dog water. So
Well, I
it's
Hmm.
mean,
going to suck.
gosh, when are we gonna have the next Avenger movie? I mean, I've like.
That got put off to 2026, but I would bet a paycheck that it gets put off again to 2027.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna
like
take as long as Grand Theft Auto 6 to come out, okay?
Well, here's the okay. They started shooting without a finished script. The entire cast has not even been hired yet that they're making this movie with. So they're starting a movie with incomplete paper. Crew's not even done. They haven't even decided how it's going to end, and this isn't even the last Avengers movie. Doomsday leads up to Secret Wars. So pretty much what these next Avengers movies are going to be are a big cameo fest of people you see for 2 seconds and then they die, and it's not going to be anywhere near what Marvel does.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm gonna give people a heads up that if obviously we brought in a lot of people earlier for the Chris Benoit talk, we're kind of in like I said earlier, we're in the Saturday is Raw, what we're normally known
No,
for is just where we're
this
just
is episode 0 of Saturday is Camping. What this is.
where we have our just we just shoot the shit talk, we just talk whatever we want after the major topic has been done. So if you want to watch our opinions and theories about the Benoit tragedy, just go back to the beginning. I think it was a good hour ish, maybe a good hour and a
Oh, more than
half.
that.
Yeah. So yeah, give or take. So we're definitely into the normal podcast that like
But
I said, we just
that's
shoot the shit. So I just want to give you guys a heads up what's going on right now. So
because I'm trying to think what else big is coming out this summer. We've got
I mean,
28
come on, they're
years
not
later.
Mikkel. Come on.
We've got 28 years later this weekend. Then in
What
June,
about the new
or
Toxic Avenger movie?
Toxic
yeah,
Avenger, that comes out in August, which I cannot wait. I love trauma movies. I love the Toxic Avenger. I've seen all 4 of them multiple times. I've got a Toxic
oh
action
there's
figure I
Hey, we got a
love.
we
girl in
have
the chat.
I thought it was they had one movie. I knew they had the cartoon
Oh yeah,
movie.
no, I grew up on trauma film. Lloyd Kaufman, king, one of the. I mean, everybody says that Roger Corman is king of the B movies, but if it was not for Lloyd Kaufman, you wouldn't have people like James Gunn and so many Trey Parker and Matt Stone, the South Park guys. Uh, have y'all ever seen any trauma movies?
No.
Mm, can't
Well,
really
Oh,
say I have.
not that I
oh,
know of.
there's a trauma streaming service. I think it's called Trauma Now. I believe you can. I think it's like $5 a month or something. Tromeo and Juliet's on there. Uh, Nukem High, that whole film series. I love the trauma film. Like, I'm leery about the new Toxic Avenger being made. I don't like Peter Dinklage. I'm not even really crazy about the new design of Toxic Avenger. I don't like, well, they turned him into a midget because of Peter Dinklage. It's whatever. But if you look at his face, the way that they designed his left eye, it's always been slightly below the other, but they made it like this big
Oh yeah.
black bulbous eye. Like it doesn't look as good as the original design for Toxic was. So I mean, apparently Lloyd Kaufman signed off on it, and if Uncle Lloyd signed off on it, I'm at least going to be excited for it. So I mean, we'll see what comes of it. I mean, it's got Kevin Bacon. It's got the guy that played Frodo. I can't remember his name right now. Lord of the Rings. Uh, Peter. Having a mind for it. Either way, it's got a good cast. I'm excited. The trailer looked amazing. Now, I do know some people that went to South by Southwest in Austin some time ago where they premiered the film, and they said that they loved it. It was almost as raunchy as the original, which it won't be as raunchy because you can't do everything that they did in the original one. But
Mm.
I have hope for that one, and I think that's August to the 16th or the 26th. It's one of those days. I can't remember. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, Sergeant Kabuki Man. Oh yeah, there you go. Like I said, another great summer film. Oh, there's so like I said, if y'all haven't watched Trump now, do, I do have to say this. If you've never seen the Trauma movie, they have no budget and no class. So know that going ahead of time. They don't pull any punches. They make fun of everything. There's nudity, there's violence, there's swearing, all of the things that I love in a movie, which is why I love Trauma films. So, I'm a big fan.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Knew it. The guy that played Frodo, I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't remember. Elijah Wood. Elijah Wood is the guy that played Frodo, who's in the new Toxic Avenger movie. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I've seen some good movies this year. I've actually got let me find my list. I keep a top 10 as I roll. I told you I take my movie review
A
seriously.
top,
I
a top 10.
Yes, seriously. Hey, do you not take pride in your work?
Yeah,
Do you
I
not do that,
do.
Casey Israel?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I understand. I mean, like, I always, like, even though I go troll Frank's channel, I always, uh, you know, praise him really because
Well,
you guys, like, do a great job,
no.
especially even right now where Frank's, not available to do it, where he
Now,
has,
I will say for the ones that may not know who I am, I'm a horror nut. Horror is my main focus, so know that ahead of time. But
oh, it's your Christmas season. The second
oh,
October
100%. Yeah, no. October, I'm like wearing nothing but like a Michael Myers mask and just trying to stab everybody. I love it. But currently, I've only got 5 that I have made my top 10. Number 1 was Dangerous Animals. I praised that a minute ago. Second has been Final Destination Bloodlines. Now, there's so many reasons why I love that movie. I mean, of course, the Tony Todd's final performance, that last scene with him in it, God, that was incredible. I liked how I liked how they diverged from the other films, but still included them in ways. I wish they would have had more nods to, especially 4. I love Final Destination 4, but that was my Final Destination Bloodlines is my second. 3 was Until Dawn, which is a video game spinoff. I don't know if you've ever played Until Dawn. It's a horror game.
I hadn't.
Now, Until Dawn, the movie kind of came and went, and it's literally all about the kids. It's a group of teens that, 20-somethings, whatever, that show up into this weird town and they keep dying over and over again. It's literally just gore porn. Like, it's really all it is. 4, I've got The Ritual, like I just talked about with Al Pacino. And 5, I've got Hard Eyes, which was the new Valentine slasher with Devon Sawa and the chick from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning, and she played Mia in the Fast and Furious movies. I can't remember her name right now, but yeah, that's where I sit currently. Look here. Upcoming movies I will be seeing. Oh, there's a new movie, Skill House, which it's Kill House, but with an S that they add on to it. Basically, it's made from Josh Stolberg, the guy that did a lot of the Saw films. That comes out this month as well. I've got tickets for that already. I Know What You Did Last Summer is coming back out with Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jennifer Love Hewitt coming back. So that's going to be fun.
Is it
I'm actually interested in that movie. It's a reboot.
Oh,
no, it's not a reboot. It's because if you watch the trailer, Freddie Prinze Jr. says this has happened before. What are you going to do? Shit. So the original films. It's the original films are still canon.
Okay, still canon then.
There's 2 more horror films in July that interest me. One is Together, and it's a very Cronenberg kind of body horror film, starring Dave Franco and the girl from Community and Scream 4. She starred in that. Allison Brie. They play husband and wife. House on Eden looks kind of interesting. I don't know much about it. I just saw a trailer and it looked interesting. August, the Naked Gun movies are coming back with Liam Neeson starring. I don't know if y'all saw this trailer or not.
I didn't see it, but I enjoyed the Naked Gun movie.
I did too. It's Leslie Nielsen. Come on, man. How could you not?
And actually, here's the thing. I got it. I might have them on DVDs, but I know for sure I have 1 and 2 and maybe the third one on what's called VCDs. That I can watch them on my Philips CDI. So,
but yeah, that comes out. I believe that's August, either the 1st or the 8th. I can't remember. Then there's another low budget horror film. It's a kind of a trippy looking acid trip alien movie. It's called Jimmy and Stiggs. I know nothing about this movie except for I've seen the trailer and it has my attention. So Jimmy and Stiggs, if you want to look that up. Toxic Avenger, I just talked about that. Then there's another one. It's on, I think this one's August 8th. Weapons. Basically, there's a school teacher where all of the kids in her class go missing. And the trailer doesn't give you much, but may or may not be good. I don't know. That's August. September, Conjuring 4. I think it's the 4th Conjuring. Yeah, it's the 4th Conjuring because the 3rd one was Devil Made Me Do It. Not really a lot of hope because the Conjuring movie. No, Spaceballs, they hadn't even started making that. I'm talking about stuff that's coming out.
Well, I brought that up. Go ahead, Tex. I was going.
Oh yeah, no. I'm talking about this year's calendar. Conjuring 4 is coming out, and The Strangers Chapter 2, which Strangers Chapter 1 was nowhere near as good as the first 2 Strangers movies, but I like all of them, so whatever. October is actually kind of light on horror this year. I'm kind of disappointed. We're only getting 1 major horror film released in all of October, and that's Black Sun 2. Now, the trailer looks cool. It's like a cold, wintry kind of like a Freddy Krueger kind of thing going on. I'm actually excited about it, even though I did not like Black Phone 1. And then Mortal Kombat 2 comes out in October as well. So, in case you might be interested in that. So,
Yeah, I'm interested with that.
yeah. November, Predator Badlands, which I hate this design of this. It's like woke Predator. Like, it does not look good. I'm not going to lie. But I love the Predator. Like, most of them suck, but some of them are really good. In the original Predator, it's the greatest action movie ever made. So I'm gonna go watch it. So there's a new Frankenstein coming out on Netflix in November as well. Real good cast, looks interesting. The trailer's on YouTube. You can watch that as well. And then December, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which why that's not releasing in October, I do not know, but it should be.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's not.
My guess is they're trying to get the people who are out for Christmas and the kids want to go see a movie. They do that a lot with, like, Aquaman did it. Tons of big movies do it. All the Harry Potter. So that's my guess. And then there's a remake of Anaconda starring Paul Rudd, which I don't think it's going to be any good whatsoever. But I love the first Anaconda movie, so I'm going to go see it. So.
With Ice Cube in it.
Yeah, Ice Cube and Jennifer Lopez and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first one rocks. I love the first one. But
I'm sure Tech's seen this already, but have you seen the trailer for Spaceballs 2, AJ?
I did. I watched it a couple times, and it is absolutely it's just a crawling text. They don't show you any footage because they haven't shot it. But yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Casey, are you playing Yogurt?
No, I'm not playing.
No, you're playing Pizza the Hut, right?
I'm gonna run
I
it
believe
through,
that one.
I'll run it through, but I'm not playing the music for copyright reasons. But watch this. Said 38 years ago, there was only one Star Wars trilogy, but ever since then, there's been a prequel trilogy, a sequel trilogy, sequel to the prequel, a prequel to the sequel, a countless TV spin-offs, a movie spin-off of the TV spin-off, which is both a prequel and a sequel. So that was funny just right there because all that.
Oh, it gets better. I like at the end and Oppenheimer. Like they just throw Oppenheimer in there for no reason.
Yeah. And then it just goes on. It says 2 Dune.
2 Dune, 7 Jurassic Parks, 2 Avatar movies plus 3 upcoming Avatar movies, making 5. 36 MCU movies with 2 different RDJs. DCU attempt number 1, DCU attempt number 2. An animated Lion King. A live-action animated Lion King. A live-action animated Lion King prequel. 8 Harry Potter films. A TV series remaking the same 8 Harry Potter films. A whole streaming service about Star Trek. 7 alien movies, 2 of which were also Predator films, not to be mistaken for the 6 Predator movies that are also not alien movies. 1 Prometheus, which is kind of an alien. 4 Beatles movies, and Oppenheimer. So there.
Oppenheimer was good though. And then there was only
in 38 years, there's only ever been one. Spaceballs.
Are they actually going to call it Spaceballs 2 Search for More Money?
They have to. They have to. Like that. They have to pay off that joke from all those years ago. Like they have to do that.
Sadly,
I just can't wait to see. Well, okay, you realize Mel Brooks is like 99 years old, right?
Yeah. Like
there's a more than likely chance that he dies before this thing even goes into production.
That's right. Like, here, I'll play this part.
40 years. We asked, what do the fans want? But instead, we're making this movie.
They're bringing
The Force Awakens in 20. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mel Brooks looks good. Looks like he's got his adrenochrome pumping through him, real well. So maybe he survives. But
I I
I
hope,
don't know.
but
Like,
it's
I'm not the
unlikely.
biggest Spaceballs guy. You'd have to talk to Jeremy about that. That's more his deal. But I hope that there's plans left in place that if something does happen to Mel Brooks, they can
God
go
forbid.
on. Yeah, God forbid, of course, that they can go on with his vision of the second. You know what I mean?
I saw that. It's like, oh my gosh. There's been rumors forever about having
Right,
it, but
right.
like some of the people are getting way too old, and like obviously a couple of them are dead.
Well, I did see
So,
that Bill Pullman is coming back with, and his son is going to star in the movie as well. I did see
well,
that.
no, not only that,
Uh,
they're bringing back the guy who was Dark Helmet. He's
yeah,
coming
he's
out.
what's his face is coming out of
Yeah,
Rick.
I
Rick
I'm
forgot.
horrible with names.
Moranis.
Yeah,
Moranis, thank you. Yeah, Moranis. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
horrible on the names.
yeah. He's coming out of retirement for this.
Yeah.
I guess as a favor to.
Well, no. See, what they should do is, because you know how Darth Vader was replaced with a younger actor with, Hayden Christensen. They should
Mhm.
they should cast somebody younger and be like, oh no, it was me all the time. Don't worry about it. Whatever. Just to make fun of the Star Wars prequels would be kind of
Well,
fun. So,
they need to make like have someone to be God, what's the third trilogy? Oh God, trying to
Revenge
Star
of
think.
Wars.
the Return of the Jedi.
No, I'm
See,
the
well, considering that there's only 6 Star Wars movies, I don't know what you're talking about. There's only 6.
Yeah, there's only 6.
There's
Yeah.
only six. You,
Now, if you want to talk about Disney Star Wars, those are just
yeah,
all hot garbage. But
but I'm trying to remember the villains. I can't.
oh, Rallo,
Yeah, what?
he was a bitch. He was like a whiny Darth Vader. Oh, Kylo Ren,
Yeah,
Kylo Ren,
yeah,
Kylo Ren.
Kylo
Don't
Ren.
forget, the Disney Star Wars is what Casey likes.
Disney Star Wars is visual aids, is what Disney Star Wars.
Well, the first one was not that bad.
No,
See, he
no,
just said he likes them. They're all
no.
gay.
The first one, they took A New Hope and just kind of did an okay version of it, and everybody
Yeah,
was so desperate for Star Wars that they overlooked it, is what that was.
and then some of the some of the TV spin-off ones were good. That
The
was on
TV
Disney.
shows all suck. It's all Mandalorian season 1 had some promise, but they
The second
ruined it.
one, the second one was not that bad either.
No, no. The Mandalorian's not even the star of his own show anymore. It's about girl power and look how cute Baby Yoda is. It's garbage.
Did we even hear they're gonna have another season? I mean, I hadn't heard shit.
They're making a movie. The next season is turned into a movie.
Oh, I'd go watch
It's
it.
literally called The Mandalorian and Grogu. That's the name of the movie. It's the stupidest
Oh,
thing I've ever
really?
heard. Yes.
So, like, well, hold on. That's kind of stupid because you would. I mean, yeah, I guess a lot of people would watch the seasons, know what's happening, but you would kind of want to do it in reverse. You don't want to have the series and then the movie. You want kind of
Well,
like
I don't know if the Mandalorian movie is the end of that show or not, because apparently they're going to connect all of this new Star Wars stuff from what I've heard. But nobody cares anymore. I mean, what Jack Black and Lizzo ruined the Mandalorian. That was the final nail in that coffin. It's garbage. Let's see. Isn't there supposed to be a new Spinal Tap movie? I have heard that there is one coming out. Now, the original Spinal Tap is actually getting a re-release in theaters as well. You might look in your local listings. The original is getting a Fathom re-release. I don't care about Spinal Tap, but I saw it in my AMC app, whatever. But to answer your question, yes. But yeah, no, Star Wars sucks now. Like dude, they're gonna make it. They're making it. It's called Star Wars Starfighter, starring Ryan Gosling. Who cares?
You know, they'll
Like, why?
probably, knowing our luck, we'll probably get another trilogy in probably 10 years from now.
Well, Ryan Johnson, the dude that ruined the last Star Wars movies, he was promised his own Star Wars trilogy like 7 years ago. That's never going to happen. Do you realize? Okay, here's how Star Wars works these days, especially under Kathleen Kennedy. They announced 15 new
Fuck
projects.
that bitch.
Well, I agree. But Star Wars will announce 15 new projects on Star Wars Day or whatever, right? 3 of them end up coming out, and the rest of them you never hear of again because they were never going to come out in the first place. But Disney needs to keep you interested in Star Wars by just announcing stuff and never coming to fruition because Star Wars is dead and it needs to go away.
You know what?
Just
Disney
like Marvel, just like all.
You know what Disney Plus needs to do? You know, there's definitely a
Needs to
crowd
eat a
out
dick.
there. Eat dick. But no, what
Actually,
they need.
Disney Plus is pretty gay, so it probably eats dick a lot. That's about it.
But I think you would like this idea is that there's bring back the original trilogy of the master copies, like have them.
You mean the
without-
unaltered?
Yeah,
The original ones
I've
that were.
seen.
They're never doing it.
I've
They're never
seen
going to do it.
I've seen the. Well, no, that's technically not true. Recently, they did a screening of that Kathleen Kennedy actually attended in person of the unaltered original Star Wars film. So, I mean, it is possible. Here's how that
How?
happens. What do you mean?
No,
how?
I mean, how George Lucas? Dude, the archives don't even have the copies of the original unaltered. George
I'm sure
Lucas
That's not true.
never
Dude,
wanted.
I know people who have physical copies of the unaltered.
I do too. I have them. I have them on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Literally, I have them on Blu-ray. But that's not the point.
Yeah.
They're never gonna show those unaltered, the real ones.
Well, they did.
Ever
They
again,
showed the
unless you
original
weren't in
just
there.
the other day out in Hollywood. Like they did it. But here's the thing: there are 2 things that Disney can do with Star Wars, and I think both of them will eventually happen. I think one, they're going to either put this on Disney Plus or out in theaters. They will put out the original unaltered trilogy. And the second thing, Disney, I can guarantee, I will bet a paycheck right now. Disney will remake the original trilogy as woke as you've ever seen, and it's gonna suck.
Mhm.
Both of those things will happen. Because what's left for Star Wars? Oh, you know, here's a new movie with that nobody cares about, starring Ryan Gosling, and it's gonna have some cute little animal that all the girls fall in love with, baby Yoda nonsense, and it's gonna suck.
It's like watching Revenge of the Jedi all over again with the goddamn
But
fucking
all
Muppets.
of the woke blue hairs on Twitter will praise it and say it's the greatest thing ever. They won't go see it in theaters and spend any money on it. They're just going to virtue signal and say how great it is. And if you say it's not great, then you're racist. But I'm not going to go pay to see it because that's how those people operate.
I'm putting a banner up just in case people comes in and
Change the
wonder
title.
if they want to see about our opinion about.
Just make
Benoit.
it Saturday is Raw, dude. Why are you so worried about it?
I'm just saying we're getting a lot of people in here.
That's the whole point.
okay, well
Views,
then-
clicks, and likes. That's
Then,
the whole point.
then you
of
should
YouTube.
have put Saturday is Raw, Chris Benoit conspiracy, and other topics.
Yeah, there you go. I guess I should go back
You're
to
talking
the,
about somebody with a small little brain that cannot compute that text.
That took a whole sentence to fix. My God, how would we ever get by? My Lord.
Oh,
But either way,
that's-
that's the Star Wars gist of. I mean, at least how I see it. I mean, whatever. Who am I?
there we go.
But you know, it is.
That'll fix that problem right there.
You feel better now, there, Nancy boy. You know, you
Yeah,
get your panties out of a wad. And feel comfortable now.
yeah, I feel a little bit more comfortable right there.
Oh, there you go. I'm proud of it.
But yeah, I'm like I think you're a little bit more critical than I am about movies. Like I feel like you had to hit some type of standard before you actually really enjoy the movie.
Can I ask you
What
something,
do you mean?
Tex? Are
Well,
you like a
hang on a minute. Hang on.
gatekeeper?
Am I a gatekeeper?
Yeah, you seem like one. That's why I'm just curious.
A gatekeeper of what?
Like, for example, like say like, oh, if you're not like in like the mythology, like deep into it, it's like you don't belong watching this. Is that something like up your alley? Because me, I watch movies that get away from the escape from the real world, how fucked up it is. You know what
No,
I mean?
no, I
Okay.
don't. I'm not. I'm not
You
somebody that
gatekeep.
says
I mean, I could
I'm
be a
not.
gatekeeper to rock and
I'm
roll
not.
and heavy
Well,
metal.
to be fair, I think we all
I am.
gatekeep. Like, I think everybody gatekeeps something. I think
Yeah.
that's to be fair. To that. But when
Right.
it comes to movies, I know what good ones
Right.
are and I know what bad.
Yeah. Same
And
here.
I refuse to be spoon-fed dog food and told it's flavor.
Right.
Like if I watch a movie and I can see the obligatory nonsense that they're throwing in my face, whatever their woke message may be,
Right.
if I don't call it out, I'm not being honest. Whereas somebody like Casey, which not saying anything bad about you, Casey. Casey just goes more to, oh, I'm just going to go see a movie. Oh, The Flash was fine. Oh, Captain America 4 was fine. He's not
Hmm.
going. Casey's not a movie critic. I am.
That's true.
So
That,
if I'm watching a movie, I'm looking through a different set of glasses than he is.
Hmm.
Whereas I could watch movies like Casey does and just turn my brain off and not worry about it. But
Right.
then I can't accurately judge whatever is being shown to.
Well, I get it.
So
I'm
no,
not
I'm not
saying
gatekeeping. Now, if I were to say the only thing I gatekeep would be like my favorite horror brothers, like the Texas Chainsaw, the Halloween, the Saw movie.
Yeah.
Now those I will proudly gatekeep, and I don't care who does it. You're not going to mess
Right.
them up. You're not going to screw them up. And if you do screw them up, I'm putting you on a cross. And that's how I feel about it.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna
No,
lie.
I agree.
I'm not gonna lie. When I gave the rating for The Flash, I was looking through a rose tinted glasses because one, I saw uh, my favorite version of Batman. Oh God.
And see, that's it right there. So many people. That's what you call jangling keys. Like, oh, look, shiny thing over here. Our movie sucks, but we got Michael Keaton back.
Yeah, Michael Keaton. I
That
couldn't
is
think of his
literally
name.
all that was.
And
And
but then
they had him come in, say all his favorite lines. Oh, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. He hit
yeah,
all the highlights. He hit the nostalgia points. None of
yeah.
Hmm.
them were good. It was
And
said half-hearted. It was it
Yeah.
was cheap.
it was his Batman parts I thought was good. But the other thing that I kind of liked is when they were showing those Superman flashes, and then you got to see the one Superman that.
Yeah, the
Ev-
CGI fest at the end that didn't even look like finished CGI. That looked real.
oh
That was
yeah,
a mess too.
So it's
well,
just a
but
cheap pop.
well
Well,
the
see, here's the problem with that. They had Nick Cage come in and actually film his Superman, and they didn't
Uh huh.
even use him. They used the CGI stuff that he didn't even do. That wasn't even his
I
real
didn't
work.
even
That was
watch it.
CGI.
that was not even him in there.
No, no. He came in, he filmed actual scenes in the suit, but they just used the CGI.
Well,
I didn't
I
even see
knew
the movie.
Don't waste your time. It's garbage.
I enjoyed it,
Ezra Miller sucks.
but you got
Hmm.
movie critic over here. If it doesn't break 5 out of 10, it's dog shit.
That's what we're saying. He's like gatekeeping.
No,
That's why I'm
no.
saying.
Excuse me for being more critical than, oh, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Excuse me for actually having an educated view about these things and
Right.
knowing what I'm talking about whenever I review something.
Yeah. No,
That,
I
that's
agree. Like, to be honest with you, I feel the same way, Tex. Like when it comes to like heavy metal music, Like,
Right. And as you
like
should.
for example, like let me put an example. So I have noticed that Hollister has been putting out Ozfest 2003 shirts, and these fucking little Zoomy
wow.
fucks that fucking weren't even born
That's
when
the
Ozfest
worst.
2003 happened, dude. I will press them because
Wow.
I went to Ozfest 2003. I was there, and I see these little fucks wearing this shirt that weren't even born, and I press them, and they get all fucking butthurt about it. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
I have battle scars from those concerts. Y'all little
Well,
fuckers weren't even born. You weren't even nut stains in your mama's drawers.
and
Come
that's the
on.
whole thing is I've grown up my whole life. I mean, my whole 38 years almost loving
Right.
movies, going to movies. I mean, I've said it on here before, but I can chart my life on, I can remember when I saw X, Y, Z, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
That
tell you, bands I've seen.
that's one of the things that it's one of the passions of my life.
Yeah.
And for a long time now in Hollywood, well, number one, Hollywood's dead. Like
Oh yeah.
most of the big players have moved to Texas or Georgia or overseas or wherever.
Yeah.
Hollywood's
Mm-hmm.
dead. But if I'm not critical on film,
Mm-hmm.
then you should chastise me. To answer what Casey was talking about. I'm serious.
I was looking at this. We got Bret Hart's menstrual cycle here.
Rated Triple K. That's funny. I like the creative names we're getting in here. That's funny. Bingo Virgin. I love surreal stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of good surreal movies. There's that if you like surreal, I would recommend that Together movie that I was just talking about with
Mm-hmm.
with Dave Franco and Allison Brie, and then that Jimmy and Stags movie. Both of those
Mm-hmm.
look very surreal, very very trippy, very Cronenberg-esque. It very like you need to be in an altered state maybe to enjoy this properly. You know, it's one of those
Mm-hmm.
kind of. But yeah, but to the topic we're talking about. Yeah, I love cinema. I love film. I love the genre. Anytime I get, I love if I've got nothing to do, I'm putting in a movie. I may have seen that movie 100 times. You know what? I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to learn something that I didn't know the last time before, and I will eventually make my own films. That is my ultimate goal. And
If you do,
it's going to be great.
can I make suggestion? Can I be
I'm not sure I'm going to let you buy a ticket to go see it, Casey. I might outlaw it.
No, I got a suggestion.
Okay.
Also, it's gonna be a horror movie, right? And
Of
someone's
course.
gotta die. Can I be the
Right.
first person to die in your horror movie?
No.
That'd be like
No.
first that dies.
No. The first victim in my horror film will be the hottest woman that's willing to get naked for a couple $100. That's going to be my first victim in the horror.
Oh,
Duh.
damn.
I don't want to scare them off. I want to be, I will honor the 80s horror trope of, hot girl has too much to drink. Oh, let's go skinny dip. And then the guy with the scary mask comes out, whack, 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 whatever it is.
Well, text both you, AJ, probably creatives, and they would probably be proud of me that I just watched Casino for the first time.
That was a
Really?
good one.
Yeah,
Why don't you go watch
And-
Goodfellas? Goodfellas is a good one too.
Do you know who's in my idol, Mr. Joe Bob Briggs, stars in Casino, by the way? He's also in that one.
It's a very good
Yeah.
movie. I watched clips before.
Casino's good. Goodfellas is good too, but I personally like Casino better, but they're both good.
But
John Wayne Casey.
I think I should.
Once again, that credit goes to me for naming him that on the derail page. By the way, that was all me.
Well, no, they said John Wayne Casey.
Yeah, John Wayne Casey. Like John
Yeah,
Wayne Casey.
Yes, literally, that's what I named you back on the derail page. I made the photo. That was me. Yes, I get that credit.
I want Casey to dress up like a clown.
But yes, Casey, like I said, I don't shit on, like, I make fun of the way you review a film because we pull each other's leg. That's what we do.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun. But
Oh yeah. No,
how
I agree.
how you and
where-
I watch a film are completely separate and
Yeah.
different. I will watch it. Okay. Whenever Halloween Ends came out, as god awful as that was, I'll watch that movie 5 times before I review it, and I hated it every time. But I sat there and watched it. So whenever I did that 3 hour review, I knew exactly what I was doing.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
I understand that. Uh, you watch it with more of a critical eye. I'm there
Yeah.
more just to enjoy the movie, maybe look at
You
points.
watch
But
movies like I would play a video game. I'm here to just screw around and have some fun. I'm not taking it
yeah,
serious. That's a good comparison. You know what I mean?
and that's why I always praise. Like I troll you guys on your channel, but on here I'll praise you guys because
Go watch the two because this Frank's internet. Frank just moved in his internet. He's still figuring that out. He's going to get routers and stuff, whatever. So Jeremy and I carried the load this past weekend, and go watch the work that him and I did. We did Wrong Turn, the first one. That got like 700 and some odd views out of nowhere.
nice.
Like our views have been in the double, and like that one just blew up. And then we did 28 Days Later on Thursday. Both of them are great reviews. We both know what we're talking about. You know, because we're movie people. You know, I wouldn't do this if I didn't know what I was doing. So
I think a lot of times, like honestly, you gotta point out the have a good title or something that's interesting.
right.
And I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure there's a lot of people who came by today, right now, because the Chris Benoit deal. And
So next Saturday will be the Chris Benoit Conspiracy Part 2 is what next
yes,
Saturday's show.
yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
I still
That's
think you should have hold it off for 2 more years for the 20th.
And then
oh,
well just play it out, just drag it out, be like, just play with it. Hey, whatever gets you.
here I got an idea because I fucked up. It's next week. We could have
Yeah.
like next week. Next week we can have like the top 10 conspiracy theories of what
Right, there you
happened.
go. Yeah.
I was like,
Just title your next week 9/11. That's the title. Just call it 9/11. See what happens.
Yeah,
9/11 conspiracies.
No,
Yeah.
just call it 9/11. Just 9/11. Leave it blank. It's up for their imagination.
Casey caused 9/11.
But that's the whole thing. And like, I mean, and I've praised Casey on. I mean, Casey has a gift that I don't. He can turn his brain off when he's watching something and not worry, not overthink, not critically think. I do not possess that. Even if I'm watching something that I've seen 100 times, I still watch it through a critical eye because I know what's good, I know what I like, and I know what's bad.
I think movies, I would say yes, but like for me, when I'm watching, let's say these Nintendo or all these games. Whoa, damn, we're having our thunderstorm again, dude.
Go
It's
stand out
been,
there with a metal pole, Casey.
Dude, it's tornado season. What do you expect?
dude. We've been having a ton of rain and storms the last couple weeks.
You telling me about it?
It's been
I've got
nice and hot outside.
half
Yeah.
of my pasture looks like it's a swimming pool right
Oh God, like right now, like the grass is starting to rise up real quick, but it's just been raining. Like I wanted to go out.
I don't have to worry
today.
about that. I've got cows and goats that I mow with.
Oh, I
take
don't
care
have to worry about mowing since I have an apartment. That's another good thing why I hated mowing. Oh well, I wouldn't say I hated mowing.
How do you
'cause
hate mowing? Mowing is one of the greatest things in life. What are you talking about?
Casey doesn't like
I
to
don't-
work. Come on.
No, I
No,
don't.
you get on, you ride your mower, you put your earbuds in, you have a cold one with you.
I
It's
don't
great.
I don't have running mower. I do the push lawnmower, but
Well,
it's
see, here's the okay. Well, okay, Casey's not a typical man. He also doesn't like to grill or whatever, so he's a different guy.
Yeah.
Like you get on that mower, I get on my tractor, whatever. Nobody bothers you. You're working. They don't want to mess with the working guy. It's great. I love it.
but oh, but when I'm watching these like video game announcements and like I'm done watching the video game awards. Or at least I tried not to review them no more because I'm either upset who wins or I'm upset with what the game reveals because it's always none of the games I'm interested in
Right.
or not. Yeah, those are the two biggest things. Because like a
I
lot of
get it.
times when I watch the Nintendo Directs, they're like, okay, a bunch of them are like Japanese type of games, like, and it's always role playing games from Japan. Like, I'm waiting for the next like Mario or Zelda game or something that fits what I like. But I'll be critical. But there's sometimes like I'll like that's why I'm done reviewing the video game awards because they've been failing reaching my
Get Casey to play lawnmower simulator. He probably would. He would probably play it and review it, and he wouldn't touch the lawnmower for safety.
Oh, I have
I could see
actually.
that.
Actually, there is a lawnmower game
Are
song
you
out there.
kidding me?
No, there is, but dude, there's
So wait, hang on.
still.
Kids would rather pay to fake mow a yard than get paid to go mow a road.
I wouldn't
These
say.
kids
Oh
nowadays are
no,
lazy, Tex.
no, I
Good
wouldn't
Lord.
say
We're
that.
doomed. Just send the asteroid. Like we're
That's
doomed.
what I've been waiting for, man.
No, I wouldn't say a kid actually wants to play that, but
Well, I know they have like okay, I can understand like a farming simulator because that's a big concept. Like you're running a whole farm. That can be kind of fun. But a lawnmower simulator, like, wow.
oh, there's simulator anything like I have the VR headset and there's a job
We don't want to
simulator.
know what you do with your VR headset. I'm sure it's been defiled thoroughly.
There, there's job simulator, and one of the
What?
A what? A
what?
job simulator?
Yeah,
So you actually have to
and
do
Wow.
something.
yeah, where
Wow.
So
one of my favorite ones is that you're a cashier at a gas station, and there you
why not just
have
go be a cashier at a daggum gas station? How hard is it to get a 7-Eleven job?
well. Here's the thing. Obviously, you service the customers, but at one point you get robbed, and
Okay, well, go
you
well, go to one of them Haji Ran gas stations. Tell one of the ragheads, hey, I want a job. Not that hard.
yeah, no. But no, I like it was funny because there'll be one point where they caught the person who robbed you, and it's like, hey, they bring up a few other people. It was like, and I would intentionally choose someone else instead of the person who robbed me. But yeah, there's all types of simulators. Like, dude, it's like,
Well, see, some of those simulators are good, like the airplane ones.
yeah,
A friend of mine went to get his pilot's license, and he practiced on one of those simulators for like 6 months. And he said it's basically like you're actually in the airplane, and it really helped him get his pilot's license. There's a lot of these things. Hell, the military uses Call of Duty for training soldiers and stuff. So, some of them are useful, but lawnmower simulators, that gas station attendee simulator.
yeah. Oh, there's another one where you're working in a cubicle. So,
Wow.
like,
So
working in
once again,
office.
instead of getting paid to do those things, you're paying to do them.
Yep.
You know, I was just thinking,
Checks out.
they're gonna think about this way, Tex. You know how many of these wussy ass fucking betas there are nowadays? They're gonna be having a game simulator of how to be a man.
Oh no, being a man is bad these days. The whole toxic masculinity.
That's
That's
what
not
I'm saying.
allowed.
The all these betas that are fucking, you know what I mean?
It
It's
sounds
like
like you're.
shit, dude.
I don't
That's
know if
Dave.
it. Oh
Somebody rubbing the microphone or something.
It's not
no!
me.
It just sounded like your audio was off a little bit
Yeah,
from
it
like
sounded
the
like
AJ.
you're like underwater. Or you're like laying on
Me?
the microphone.
That's not
Yeah.
me.
Yeah,
No, I still
I don't
hear it.
know,
It's Dave.
whatever. But yeah, but well, I mean, there's some video like I can't be critical about video games because I don't care about it. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
like I mean, AJ just sent me the Art the Clown video game, the Terrifier. Y'all know my love for
yeah,
Terrifier. I don't even have a video game system. I'm not going to go out and spend hundreds of dollars to play one game. You know, like I can get the same effect
Real.
by I I can get the same effect by watching gameplay footage on YouTube and get more enjoyment.
oh, it's
No.
Hole Digger Simulator.
I've never seen that pressure washer
Pressure
simulator.
washer. Huh?
I I know there's some crazy versions. Like there's like
The new
I
fad is
wouldn't
hole digging. Now,
dude.
the only way I'll play Hole Digger Simulator is if I get to hide the body I just killed in. Then I'll play that game. That would be interesting.
We got
That would be
one.
boring.
See, one of the job
No, think about it. Like
simulators.
you get to kill. Like think about it. Basically, it's basically like a Friday the 13th game, right? You play as Jason
Yeah,
Voorhees, and then you machete the person, and then you have to go hide their dead body. That would be
yeah,
fun.
but
I
I
would
don't
do
want
that.
to dig holes. If I want to dig holes, I'll go dig a hole.
I like to dig holes. Like I like to go
Well,
out and
same
dig.
here, but
It's kind of fun. Yeah.
Oh, talking about that one job simulator game
underwear
I was
drawer
talking
washer. Oh
about.
my god.
There, that job simulator game I was talking about. One of the jobs you do is you play as a chef or a cook, and that gives me an idea. You could.
Mhm.
What about this? A McDonald's worker simulator that you
Perfect
could.
job for you, Casey.
But obviously, unless you can get the McDonald's license,
So you're
obviously
gonna
you would
say
have.
that the
You would,
license would cost more than they'd ever make on the game. That's the problem.
yeah. So
I mean,
obviously you
they
would.
could always bootleg it.
Yeah, and
Well,
then get sued.
yes, yeah. So you would have to.
McDonald's has no problem getting litigious.
So you would have to do something like from like the Chappelle Show and call it Whack Donald's or
Burger
Right. Well,
World,
just there's all kind like that's
Mc-
crazy. Like
call it
I don't know why.
McBurger.
make
What about
Well,
that?
burgers.
no, I take that back. Years and years ago, and this was a cell phone game. It was I don't even know who downloaded it, but I played it. It was like you had to make like hamburgers and like you worked in like the back of a fast food place or something. And you had to like put the bottom bun down, put the patty on it, put the lettuce, tomato, the cheese. Like it was like a speed kind of game.
Yeah.
But the concept of the game was can you do it correctly quick? Like it wasn't actually about like a simulator.
Oh, okay. One question
I
on
can't
that
remember the
note:
name
Did you
of
have to put the fry? Did you have to put the fries in the bag for
Put the prize in the bag.
it.
that?
I maybe I don't hell I don't remember. I've drank a lot since then. I probably lost it. But I don't know. It was I don't know. I'm not big on video games. Like I said the last game that I finished was Resident Evil 7. After that I was kind of good. So whatever.
See, that's the one thing. If I was you, I wouldn't get the next like console. I would just get PC because if you're not planning to get a bunch of games for a console, I would just PC would be
Well,
better.
I didn't even play Resident Evil 8. I just watched gameplay footage on it and I was completely satisfied. I was like, oh, I can enjoy this for a lot less and like I can fast forward if I want to. This is much better.
See, the one thing is that Resident Evil 7, I feel like it was. I mean, it was had a VR version
Oh,
for the
I
police.
love, dude. I played the VR. That was trippy, and I loved it. It was
Oh,
great.
it's scary, but I mean, all it is just right in your face, and it's like that. All they did, they put it like the gameplay's just the VR version on TV. Well, so it's
What I
like,
liked about it was it felt like, now, of course, it wasn't like your typical Resident Evil zombies, like in Raccoon City. It was the whole black goo turning people evil and the monsters, whatever. But it felt like it was like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of movie in video game form with like a supernatural concept because you had the whole family and the whole plantation. You had the I can't remember the name of the family, but they were really cool. How that one brother that was like, he was kind of like Chop Top. He was kind of like the cackling all the time. It was a fun game. And then you got to like get on the boat out there if you played the DLC. I loved Resident Evil 7. I
oh,
thought it was a tremendous game.
oh, I gotta show this. I found the picture of me doing the job simulators. You want to check that shit out?
Oh, gee.
Let me
See
bring this up.
pictures of
So,
completely
let me
satisfied is also two words a woman has never said to Casey.
let me
I
bring.
know that was funny. I was reading that earlier.
So, uh, I was looking. This is when I was playing Job Simulator. There's part 1, 2, and 3. So, uh, I had Melissa recording me. I'm wearing the VR headset for the PlayStation 4.
With a Ghostbusters
Okay.
shirt on.
Yep. So,
Ghostbusters 1 was good.
I had Melissa recording it with like my phone. So, it's this one's 15 minutes long, but we'll skim through it a little bit.
We're going.
What's up, guys? Casey or again. I'm gonna play the PlayStation VR. Hold on, okay. I'm not gonna lie, not great because Oh, let's say. Oh, there we go.
I was going to say, now we can see what you're saying.
Oh my god. Casey, you should do a driving simulator with that on while you're driving.
Well, the VR headset too.
No,
Actually,
no. Forget that. I want to see Casey play the new Mortal Kombat with that and watch him kick and karate chop and punch and do all that stuff. That would be entertaining.
let me go back. See, oh, I think I just had power just blinked. So here we go. I'm playing at the gas tent right there.
Wow.
Oh, still got my trash right there. Gotta pull that. Oh,
Casey, did you ever see Wally, that animated movie about the robot?
no, but I heard of it.
Well, basically, like, it's like the world has ended and like people like we killed the planet or whatever. Anyways, the new fuel is basically fat people playing video games. You look like one of those people. In that movie.
Are you?
Just look
Are you
up
saying?
Just look up people in Wall-E, like you'll see what I'm talking.
Oh, the fat people in the floaty chairs.
Yeah, the fat people in chairs, like they're constantly shoving fast food down their throats while they have the VR goggles
That's
on.
gonna be Casey. Oh my god.
That's their fuel. Like that's the robot's fuel in the future. Is that's what it is.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Right there.
Yeah.
You're an
Yeah, there you
asshole
are.
sex. I
Yeah.
hate you.
Oh, that I am. I very much am. But yeah, what you gonna do about it?
I
So, so,
hate you.
I speak no lie. Hey, I may be an asshole, but I'm not a liar. That's an important thing. Dingo, very creative name of it. Casey, you should play Gorilla Tag in VR on PlayStation. The game is free to play.
Okay, I'll
Casey,
look
did you
at
say you're a knob simulator?
that.
He did not say it. I mean, if that counts for anything.
100 gorillas in Casey.
They'd all run from him from the smell.
Oh my god, could you imagine the smell of that house?
I, I am so happy that whole 100 men versus a gorilla thing went away because that got stupid within like 10 minutes. I got so tired of hearing
See, right now I had to.
It looks like ET in a simulator. Or with a
Well,
VR headset.
I love E.T. It's a great movie.
What, Eddie Torres?
I actually just rewatched last night. We watched Jaws.
I
Who
put
knows how
Pepto.
Oh yeah.
I put
that was great.
Pepto Bismol in the
I
guy's
forgot how much.
bag.
I forgot how much I enjoyed Jaws.
Huh. Casey, have you ever seen Jaws?
I haven't seen Jaws.
Are you afraid of the water?
No,
What about big
Jaws is a
ocean
great
water?
I got, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta rewatch
Eddie
this.
Torres, extraterrestrial.
Actually, NBC is going to be showing Jaws because this is Jaws' 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
I think it's this week. They're going to be showing it on TV. But I mean, who doesn't have Jaws on DVD or something?
Right.
What's wrong with you?
Did you
One of
know
the
in
greatest
2
movies of all
years they're
time.
gonna be the 100th anniversary of the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Paused. I think people would get a kick out of this. There's 3-parters of this on, but you would have to go all the way back. Let me actually I'll put it into. I had to go to the oldest because it was not very good. It was guerrilla style footage.
Yeah, it was totally not pro how we're podcasting right now.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this in the chat if you guys wanted to go watch.
I'm pretty sure Netflix is going to be hitting us up to do a show just like this for Netflix because of how good they are.
I'm definitely gonna go back and watch that because I think that's uh I thought that was pretty funny. We're having me playing the VR. Like that was the way I wanted it because I you always you know when you watch YouTube and you see people play VR. So I figure you can stream that with having a little camera of you, but I think having the picture of the and you at the same time. I think that was funnier than having
Now,
all.
I will say there is one video game that I would buy a computer, like an actual computer for it. And that's that iRacing. It's the internet racing.
yeah.
Literally NASCAR drivers use this.
Oh,
You
dude,
can
I
like
can't
actually,
wait for that.
dude, like they like the NASCAR teams actually train their drivers on this
Hmm.
iRacing. That's how good it is. And I've
Yeah,
watched
especially the next race.
so much footage. I've watched it. Like Dale Jr. spends like 6 hours a
Oh
day
yeah.
on his rig at home. He has like
Hmm.
he took like one of the fire seats from his team and set it in front of his computer with the actual steering wheel and whatever. I would, if I ever get rich, you'll know, because I will have the coolest iRacing rig you've ever seen, and I will only do that. Like it would be great. So it'll be fun.
Dude, I hope they make it as good as what was it, NASCAR like Thunder 2005? Like that
Oh,
was
dude,
fucking
no, this
crazy.
iRacing blows any racing game
Oh,
out
I
of the
know,
water
I
that's ever
know.
been made.
Oh, I
This
know.
is
It's
on
like
another
exactly the
level.
simulator. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, it's so cool. They've got everything from street stock to IROCs to stock cars, F1, like all of them. It's got all the different kinds of cars. It's got all the
Hmm.
tracks. It's got all of it. And I mean, it's so good that actual race teams use it for practice. That tells you how good it is. You know, it's pretty gnarly.
Oh,
I like.
seeing if I have footage of that, me playing and scared as fuck playing Five Nights at Freddy. That's why I brought that up. I thought it was under one of my uh, early videos. It might have been a live stream because I was trying to do it I- and was starting to freak out because I know like what happens during that game, but when you have jump scares right in front of you, right in front of your face, it that's different than when you're playing it on the TV screen. Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, it's right here. It's only 2 minutes and 55 seconds. So it's a real quick one. I'll bring this one up real quick. I think we got WX Chasers. What's up,
What's up,
man?
Jason?
He's like, what the fuck is this?
We're watching Casey enter the Matrix.
What?
We're watching you enter the Matrix through your VR headset.
Yeah.
We're plugging you in like Neo.
It's a real quick shot of it, real quick. It's this one right here. It's Friday Nights at Freddy on the PlayStation 4. Help
That
Wanted.
first
Real
movie
quick.
sucked though. I did not like something that fresh. It was not a very
I love the background of it. It's a couch with a bunch of blankets and shit on it.
I like the music.
All it is a cheap knockoff of what is it? Chuck E. Cheese. That's all this is.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it's the horror Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's obviously profitable because they've made metric fuck ton of money from all their stuff. So it's profitable.
Yeah.
Here we go. You can play several of the Five Nights at Freddy. I was gonna start playing episode 1. And I'm thinking probably do this again eventually. But I just kind of got scared and just stopped it real quick.
You should play that in the dark and see how scared you get.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you have this on your face.
Settle down your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact. So I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you there's nothing to worry about. You'll be fine. So let's just focus
on getting you through your first week. Okay? Let's see. First, there's an introductory greeting from the company that I'm supposed to read. It's kind of a legal thing, you know. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike, where fantasy and fun come to life. Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for damage to property or person. Upon discovering that damage or death has occurred, a missing person report will be filed within 90 days or as soon as property and premises have been thoroughly cleaned and bleached and the carpets have been replaced. Blah, blah, blah. Now, that might sound bad, I know, but there's really nothing to worry about. The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night, but right away, no. If I were forced to sing those same stupid songs for 20
I have
years
no
in a
idea
row,
where Freddy is.
I'd probably be a bit irritable at night too. So remember, these characters hold a special place in the hearts of children, and we can show them a little respect, right? Okay. So just be aware, the characters do tend to
Fuck this. Even on the big screen, it's kind of a little scary. Fuck this.
I can't see how that scares you.
When you watch, when you have it right on your face instead of being on the flat screen, it's completely
Well,
different.
I don't know. I don't understand people who scare easily. Like, I guess, well, I know I'm wired different, but I've never understood people that scare easily. I don't know.
I don't know. It's just different when you have it on your head and right in your face instead. Like I said, like I'll have the lights off and have it on the flat screen. I'm fine. But when like you have no idea where Freddy or any of the friends are, and they're gonna just randomly jump scare you at any second, it
Well,
just
okay, but here's the thing, though. Like, I guess me with like watching stuff. I was 6 when I saw The Exorcist for the first time. I started on another level that I guess most did. I'm not really sure. I don't know.
No,
Once
you're
you
about right.
see, huh?
You're about right. I started watching horror movies when I was 8 years old too,
Like
so I can
once you
agree.
see little Reagan fucking herself with a crucifix, saying "Let Jesus Christ fuck you," that changes. Like, okay, this is now set up like, and I don't know. I guess I'm so desensitized to the point now. I go out looking to be scared. It just doesn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I agree.
oh, one of the things that used to scare me as a child was a cartoon that was on Nickelodeon.
What?
It was called Count Duckula. It was
Oh,
not the
never heard
cartoon.
of it.
It it was not on there that
Can't say I
long.
recall that. I
Nope,
watched
me
a lot
either.
of Nickelodeon. Like once we got satellite, I watched a lot of Nickelodeon as a kid.
I thought he was gonna say,
Um,
"Are you afraid of the dark?" or something on
I
Snake.
was
No, no.
either that or Goosebumps or that All Real Monsters. A lot of that too.
He kind
No.
of reminds me of the one with the fat one with the eyeballs. That's who Casey kind of
It
reminds
was.
me of.
He's got the two arms that hold the eyeballs. Yeah, that
Yeah,
one was cool. Yeah.
Well, I
I
think
tell you
I
one I like. I always loved Courage the Cowardly Dog. That was a great.
yeah, that was a good one.
may
That one was
maybe
fun.
Otis.
I might be able to try something to get a way around it. There's Count Duckula. Let me
Casey's gonna get the stream taken down.
no
Well,
no
I watched more. I'll take that back. I watched more Cartoon Network than I did Nickelodeon. I love Hanna Barbera going back to the Looney Tunes days, but
Oh no.
shows like Courage the Cowardly Dog, all the Scooby Doo stuff.
Yeah.
Like in the '90s, there was like you remember Johnny Bravo, the guy
Oh
like the
yeah, dude,
Elvis
love
guy.
Johnny Bravo. Oh
That
hell yeah,
was
love
so
Johnny
fun.
Bravo.
I love Johnny
Yeah.
Bravo.
No, I was a big
I,
Nickelodeon kid.
I was a Cartoon Network kid. That was I've always been on that side of the the Warner Brothers line. I've always liked Warner
Yeah.
Brothers over other people's stuff. So
If not bouncing over like MTV for like TRL and then bouncing Nickelodeon. Yeah.
oh, of course, yeah. I mean, of course, you tune into TRL to see the videos of Christina
Yep.
Aguilera and Britney Spears dancing around.
Yeah.
That was must
No,
see
mine was more
television.
like waiting for fucking like Kid Rock and Corn and Limp Bizkit to come on. That was the shit right there,
Yeah,
man.
I
Let
miss
me
those old days. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I'd
let
bring
me
back the
share.
'90s in a heartbeat if I could.
God,
I spent. I'm gonna speed it up 1.5 times,
Yeah.
so maybe I can get away. So this is the Count Duckula's intro.
Casey's
Wait, is
gonna
he
get
like
it.
a dressed like a duck, right? And he's a vampire?
Yeah,
I've seen that shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking
I
about
don't.
now.
I guess I missed that.
but
This is
watch
like
the
early '90s.
this intro scared the shit out of me. But once the intro was done, I could watch the cartoon. I love the cartoon, but the intro
Casey
scared
would
me
look at
out.
a box of Count Chocula and get scared. Like he
It's like
just
a
seen the
skinny
cereal
duck
and
with
crap.
vampires with. It's like a skinny duck with fucking vampire teeth, and it looks like he has glasses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
watch
I
this.
remember it now.
It
Yeah, I
doesn't
can't
sound.
say I've ever watched that before. I might check that out now. Just out of curiosity.
It's
Darkwing Duck. That was the shit.
Darkwing Duck. I
yeah.
watched a little bit of Darkwing Duck. That was cool, but I didn't watch as much Disney Channel. I was a Cartoon Network kid. Like basically, whenever I was a kid, I went from TNT, the Cartoon Network, to a couple other channels. But I stayed. I'm a Warner Brothers Turner kid. Like all my favorite stuff was their stuff. You know,
Oh yeah, I
I
mean you
love it.
can't deny it. Batman the animated series. I mean,
Oh
baby
yeah,
Looney
Fox.
Tunes. They
Yeah,
had
Fox Animation, dude. That was
oh
awesome.
yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Saturday morning cartoons. Fucking
You had
WB.
they went from Spider Man to Batman to the X Men show and all them good ones. Man, those were awesome. So
Freakazoid.
No,
Freakazoid was
no,
cool. I liked
no, no.
Freakazoid and I also liked Animaniacs too. I liked them a lot.
Yeah,
Uh,
animated and
Tiny Toon
yeah,
Adventures was good too.
yeah. Yes, I
Dude, I
agree.
still watch. I mean, obviously, I watch Me TV a lot now because it's got Svengoolie on Saturday. But I watch Me TV. If you have regular over there television like I have, go to
Same
Me
here, dude.
TV 2. Huh?
Yeah, same here. It's Me TV
Yeah.
Tunes. Yeah, it's like, yep, I know
Me
what you mean.
TV Tunes is on well on
Oh,
on on my box it's 55 too, but it may
Yeah.
be different somewhere else. But
No,
check
yours,
out
mine's
Me
the same.
TV Tunes because oh dude, they play all the Looney Tunes. I grew up on Looney Tunes, man. I love
Yeah,
or
Yosemite Sam and Foghorn Leghorn. I love those.
or
yeah.
guess what? I already got hit for copyright.
See, fucking up now.
Wow.
Fucking up, Casey. You're gonna take our stream
See,
down. We're fucking.
you was worried about us saying something bad and getting you took down, and you were your own demise, sir.
I mean, all it did was I claim, even though I just sped the shit up out of it.
We should have
Like,
talked over it and like just paused it every 10 seconds.
yeah. I mean,
Or you
I'm
could
gonna
just
be.
muted
Hold on.
it.
I'm gonna fix it. It's no problem. It's not like I got a strike, so I'll be able to fix it.
Well,
Uh,
we could. Why don't you just, turn on your Disney Plus and just watch an episode, something, just get it all out of the way since,
yeah, let's
Saturday, since
let's
Saturday is canceled, it's coming next week anyways.
yeah, let's
So
go ahead and completely take it down. All right, let me see.
let's go ahead
Let
and just nuke the channel while we're at it. Let's
yeah,
say the most egregious, hateful things and watch as much copyrighted material as possible. So
I'm
that's fine.
just looking see if how bad was it because a lot of times they'll either block it or if it was real bad, they'll send me an email. I hadn't seen it in the email just yet. So
At least you didn't play like 7 or 8 songs like Mikkel did, fucking blasting through the internet.
But yeah, no, but like the whole MeTV thing, if you, because I love classic television shows,
Oh yeah,
especially old cartoons and whatever. I religiously watch MeTV, like both of the channels. So
next Saturday is Village of the Damned on Spenguli.
yeah, I'll
Yes.
watch anything Spengler ever does. I hope he comes to a convention that I get to go to because
Dude, he only
I'm
goes to Chicago.
no, he goes to some other. He didn't go to Texas Frightmare this year. I was disappointed. But I've met Joe Bob a few times. I've met Elvira, but I've never got to meet Spengu, and I need to meet Spengu.
Yeah,
Like I would
that'd be
travel to
fun.
Chicago. I would go to C2E2 in Chicago just to meet Spengu. Like that to me was worth.
Right?
But yeah,
Yeah, I'm
it
just
took.
looking right. I'm just looking. It looks like it didn't really hurt too much, but like we're still doing good. So
There goes a 50
like,
cent fucking raise right there.
but I can
Well,
easily fix that. I could just a lot of times I could probably either cut that spot out or just mute the sound. So that's an easy fix. So
there you go.
uh, I would,
Well, don't be an idiot next time and play copyright stuff on your stream, and you don't have to worry about it. You know what
well,
you could do is be like, "Hey, here's the thing. Here's the video I was talking about. I'll link it in the chat. I can't play it because I'll get copyright, but go
yeah.
watch it once we're done." Just
I,
Yeah,
I sped it up to 1.5 times.
it doesn't matter. You're
apparently they
still
didn't care.
using.
That's bullshit because it's not like
It's
how could
copyrighted stuff. You can't use it on YouTube.
there's always
But
ways around it. I just
See,
I'm
yeah,
always
you remember our original shows, Casey, like the Nitros, and then the original Saturday, Friday is Raw when you would
yeah,
use
how
like
many
the
times did
Raw
I
or
call out? Hey, stop
we never
using
got
that music.
copyrighted though. We never got
I
copyrighted
know
though
that's
for those
weird.
either ones.
Well, to
Yeah,
be fair, YouTube probably didn't even know that show existed. Nobody else did either. So that's
well,
probably why.
plus we were more careful what
Right.
we like it was just I figured hey if I sped it up to 1.5 times I figured that
Should have like
there'd
flipped
be
the screen and sped it up fast.
well
yeah.
I couldn't flip the screen but a lot of times like
What
when
everybody
I'm
else does on YouTube whenever they like play, whenever they like do a review of something, they'll
oh
just flip the
review
screen and
well
whatever.
well when they're doing a review yeah I can't do
Yeah.
it live I could do that
Oh yeah.
on I could do the editing later on and able to do that. I could do that. I can have the thing not only like when I did Demolition Man, dude. Well, I mean Demolition Man on the Sega CD. I not only sped the film up, I flipped the
Well, hey,
screen.
you didn't get copyright for that filth sex game you played on your
Oh
goddamn
yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. That fucking dude. That was weird. Your corn game you were playing.
It was like a weird, like early '90s softcore thing where they kind of showed but
Yeah.
didn't.
And the
Come
weird
on,
thing
they,
It
is, you had
reminded
those
me of
fucking dudes on there. What the fuck?
you
they
remember in the early '90s that show on it was on USA, Silk Stockings. Remember that shit?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's kind of what it looked like. I used to watch that one. God, I just miss '90s TV. That TV was
Me too.
God damn it!
Yeah.
technically it didn't show anything. You didn't see no ass crack. You didn't see
Unfortunately,
no nudity at all.
they could have
I
at least
mean,
like slipped a bit or something. That
but like,
can't do that.
but dude, it took so much for like I was saying that Demolition Man on the Sega CD. Like I said,
Mhm.
I had to flip the image, sped it up. I actually put two types of filters I put like one of those scan line screens, like how like if your VHS tape is going bad, I put
Yeah.
that
Right.
in, and then I also put a green screen over that. Like to the point, it's just I was like, how many things do I need to put in so we could kind of see what's happening, but
Yeah.
like it would get past the copyright, and a lot of it I was able to get through it, but there's
Right.
some spots they still nailed.
Hmm.
But and but there were some things like I know. Oh gosh, what game did I played recently that I know when I had to worry about it? Oh, I play did a Star Wars chess game on the Sega CD, and I
Okay.
know I'm gonna have to speed it up or mute the music
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
it's gonna play.
Disney has no problem copyrighting stuff.
Oh
Oh yeah.
no! So that's why I was like,
Von
I
Erich
probably
shooting range.
that's brilliant. But
No, that's not me coughing. I'm all good over here. I don't know who that.
That was me,
I
sir.
Oh,
oh
Daisy, I thought you died. You're back.
I must have.
yeah, I thought maybe
You were still on
Dave.
here. I thought either he was drunk and passed out, or he had a technical issue you wanted to. I didn't know.
I thought Dave walked away. I was like, he's not here
I
no
figured he
more.
Really?
passed out or
He was
something.
here the
I
whole
mean, I've done
time.
it. Yeah.
No, I mean his icon was still there, but he,
Right. That's
You
what I
couldn't
was
hear
saying.
the background music the whole time?
I figured he fell asleep at the wheel or
He fell asleep at the wheel.
something. Well, speaking in a YouTube metaphor here, forgive me for the, trying to
Hey, no,
think, people had more than 3 brain cells put together.
exactly.
well, technically, I'm the one who's at the steering wheel right now. You guys
And
are
you're driving us all over a cliff.
Yeah, he takes the Jesus takes the wheel, and literally.
It's like that old Ron White joke, the guy in the airplane. Hey man, where's that last engine gonna take us? Right to the scene of the crash.
yeah, that's funny. It's like that's good because that's where we're heading.
Yeah, that's where we're headed. Yeah.
Hey, Ronald McDonald, take the wheel.
I bet
I
Casey
still,
prays to that Wendy's gal, the one that's on the mascot with the red pigtails or whatever. He probably
Wendy?
like jerks off to her, right? That's probably his dream girl or something. I don't know.
I still saying I think I came up with a good idea. You have all those simulator games, like it's McDonald's, but
Well, I
obviously,
can't believe these jackass kids would pay for a simulator for something that they can go get paid to do. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today.
see, I would play
Whatever.
like I said, I would play as the McDonald's worker, but then I was like, I would hope they would put some stuff in there where like you could spit into the burger or something.
They just do that and then like, oh, my boss touched me in the freezer. I'm going to sue him for sexual harassment. That's part of it too. That could be kind of fun.
Because if you were
Oh.
watching like the job simulator, I was like putting like mustard and Petro
Well,
Bismol
no,
in the
6 and
people's
6.
bag.
If they're going to make it accurate, you have to be dealing with belligerent white customers, trying to get stuff for free. Be
Yeah.
like, oh, you overcharged me. Oh, where's my coupon? And then have their Karens come in. Well, let me speak to your manager, folks. Do all the things.
So that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be brilliant. I think it'd be funny too, because I mean, have you? It
Give them the
reminds me
special sauce. Put your
the
wiener in the
special sauce.
bun.
or,
Rub it on the
or, you,
hamburger.
or you go to the bathroom and you squeeze you squeeze one out and you
Squeeze
Rub
one
the,
out.
Yeah.
You mean rub what
Oh,
out?
I forgot. No, no.
Rub
Remember,
one.
we established this. Casey squeezes one out.
No, you squeeze out a turd. Never mind.
No,
I
I
don't.
We were talking about
There's
this is
no fixing.
Casey.
There's no
None.
fixing. I don't know why I try. Just let it go.
So, Tex, we were talking beforehand. We were talking about '90s TV shows.
Yeah.
I would not want to bring any of that shit back here because I don't want these little fucking zoomies to fucking
No, I
sit
don't
here
want
trying
to.
to steal our
No,
shit that
they
they're already
have
fucking
ruined
stealing,
it.
dude. Dude,
I don't.
did you know what's
I don't
back
want
in
any more
style now?
remakes.
You know
What's
what's
that?
back in style? You remember fucking Lee pipes and fucking those big old fucking Jinko pants that we used to wear in the
Yeah.
90s? These little
Yeah.
fucks are wearing it now. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? We
I
was
had
wearing
one
that shit way
pair.
back then.
I had one pair. So I think it was my aunt that bought me a pair of them Jinko bridges.
Yeah.
I hated them. Like I wore them.
Really?
Like
I thought they were great.
I wore them to the movies one time. I forget what we went to see. And there was like so much denim in the pants. It was like they swayed in the wind as she walked. It's like this is the most uncomfortable things I've ever worn in my life.
Those
I
were
hate it.
great. Skateboarding in them? Oh, dude, it was fucking great.
Oh, dude, I'm a cowboy. I'll wear Wranglers everywhere I go. I'm used to tight fitting pants. I'm not meant for the pants you can make a 10 out of. Like I'm not that
That
kind.
was but that was the style back then. Come on,
That wasn't my
oversized
style.
baggy clothes, and then
That wasn't mine. I was
so
still
we lived
rocking
in
my
two
Wranglers.
different '90s then.
I was still rocking my Wrangler 13 MWZs at that point that had the bejesus starched out of them, and they damn near stood on their own half the time. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I had one pair. I wore them like twice, and then like I threw them in a closet, and everywhere I got worn again. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Now I will say I have been seeing a lot of women wear them kind of pants, and I don't like that because they need to be showing the curves off, not hiding them. I'm not a fan
Yeah.
of that. It's no bueno.
Yeah. No, I agree. No, I just
Like,
think certain things should
well,
stay where they were
I'll
at.
say this: if the '90s pants are in style now, that means in a couple years the girls will get back to the low-rise era and really showing the skin.
Oh, you mean the
So
early
that,
2000s, mid 2000s?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So we'll
Yeah.
bring back the belly button rings and the low-rise, and that'll be
Yeah.
fun.
Can we have that again? Can we get rid of all this
I
fucking bullshit and have
I
the
am
girls that
all
wore the
down.
fucking thongs and shit?
Yeah, I have the thong hanging out, belly button
Yeah,
ring.
exactly.
Oh God,
Yep.
yeah, dude.
The fucking low top fucking shirts and shit. Yeah.
Had little half shirts. Oh
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So this
that I'm looking
fucking
forward.
shit. Another 10, 20 years that'll happen.
We get Casey in some of them Janko bridges. That'd be kind of fun to say.
Get Casey in an oversized t-shirt, like a fucking he wears like a 3 or 4X shirt, get him into like a 5X shirt with the fucking Jinkos and a fucking pair of what are they?
Now,
Those,
hang on. If you're gonna do Jinkos, you must do the wallet chain. Well, like
yeah.
the wallet chains that are weigh like 5 pounds and
Yeah.
just obnoxious. Need a wallet.
Sideways hat or backwards hat. Have them listen like Korn or Limp
Get him the
Bizkit.
Fred Durst Red King.
Yeah, exactly. Hell, I'll send you one, Casey. Got 2 of them.
Yeah.
Still from the 90s, too.
All right, guys.
What?
I'm going to be taking off now. But
All right, Dave. We'll see you,
it's
brother.
been fun, guys.
Have a good
See you, Dave.
Have a good one.
See ya.
But yeah, I could see Casey in just to turn Casey into Fred Durst. That could work.
What a fat, no offense, Casey, but a fat handicapped one? Come on.
No.
You
I
seen
mean
Fred Durst?
90s. I mean 90s Fred Durst. I mean 90s.
Oh, dude, that's a lot of work
Now,
you have to do.
There
that
is
can't be
one
fixed.
thing that I hope never comes back.
What's that?
Guys would shave their head in the 90s, do like a buzz cut, right?
Yeah.
But they would go even with the ears and they would leave the sideburns. Y'all remember that?
Yeah. It like
Fred
kind of like
Durst
the
did
fucking.
it. Fred Durst did it for a little while in the night. It's like you would like buzz cut the top so there was no hair there, but there would
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
like the regular side. It looked so stupid. Like I don't know, it looked retarded. But
I
No,
guess.
the only
that
thing
that or bring back cutting stuff into the back of your hair. That was popular there for a while too.
Oh my God, Casey, you got
I
facial
had
hair.
that.
You should start doing some trims on your fucking beard, like lines in your beard,
Oh God.
Like
and do like notches in your eyebrows.
I
Not
remember for like a month, it was popular to get the Nike swoosh carved into the back of your hair. I remember a few
Well, I
people
mean,
who did
Casey
that.
doesn't have hair.
He
I
got
don't.
hair on the
I never
back.
did.
I
Do you
had
I
have?
never
Do you
did it
have
out.
Casey?
I had lines like say I back in the 80s and early 90s I had
You were
lines
a child in the '80s.
yeah, but I had lines in
Huh.
my hair, and then I also had not only that I had a rat tail for a little bit.
I did now. I had the '90s moment. I did have that growing up.
Yeah, I
That I
had the
missed.
mushroom haircut. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had the actual like redneck mullet growing up. I had that, but
So
as
what?
I
Like the
grew,
Joe Dirt?
it got nowhere near Joe Dirt length. Like it was never that long. It was
Okay.
think more of like a young Troy Aikman, like whenever he first joined the Cowboys, like that kind of style, where it touched like the longest the bottom of the length got was like the bottom, like the base of my neck touching my shoulders. It wasn't like
Okay.
Joe Dirt, it wasn't like super long, but
Okay.
Oh gosh.
yeah.
Oh, I think it's a good time to wrap up. I'm starting
Did you see
to
that picture I sent you, Casey?
no.
Check your Twitter. Yeah, it's called
Okay.
Twitter, not X.
I call it X at this point. It's easier.
Eh, it's the same thing,
Well,
really.
actually, I was updating
Oh
my
my
phone the other day,
god.
and X
It's
had
you and the rose.
updated, and it said X, and then quotations formerly Twitter. So technically, it said both on the app. So I guess either or is fine. But
I hate
like, I call it X, but I still say like retweet. So I kind of do both. You know.
I hate you.
It's true. It's you, Casey. Zoom that picture in.
That says I could do a little bit better like that. That's all I can really do.
That's
I can't do much more than that.
my lord, Casey, Casey.
it,
Oh,
it it's pretty much from locale because I guess that dude on the bottom did he got hired? I know he
do y'all still watch that garbage?
I watch him here and there, not that
Oh, Lord.
often like I used to. It's
Like
just
that crap makes Jerry Springer look high class. There is. I tried watching that back whenever y'all were talking about it before. There is nothing redeemable about that show for
Well,
me.
think about it. Casey has the hots for fucking Becky Boop over here.
I think she's hot,
Oh my
but
God. Well, I forgot you like cows. I forgot.
but
He
I like
measures them by the. He takes the first date he has with a lady to go to the weigh-in station at the truck yard. Come on, now. You know how that
but
works.
the thing
Which
is
is convenient because he works at the trailer place, so they have the scale right there. He knows where to go.
the thing well, I thought locale was a little bit better when it wasn't on daily or several versions of it daily. I liked it
Yeah, it's
better.
watered down.
I liked it when it was like maybe once every few other days because they would have time to think of something, and not like they would
It's
throw clickbait title like, "Oh, this person quit," and then you click on it and like,
It's
no,
stupid. It's stupid gay drama. What drama's gay? If you contribute to it, you're part of the problem. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I
It
hate
is.
Oh, tell that to
drama.
Dave.
Dramas for teenage girls. Dave ain't doing that drama. I haven't seen him been doing it lately. He
What?
wised up.
Who, Dave?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but
The only thing I ever see out of him is whenever he comes on here and we talk here. If he's doing something besides that, I don't see it. So I don't know. Either
yeah,
way,
I'm not
dramas for the
lie.
teenage girls. Leave it to them. It's stupid. Go do something.
Yeah,
with your
I
life.
don't know. I don't know. I don't have ever have time to do shit anymore. So
I
I'm
have a hard
I'm gonna
time.
start a fake drama with Casey. Actually, we kind of already do that anyways. That's very
Yeah, we
he's
kind
just
of
a whipping
already.
boy.
We're doing
well, no,
that.
we kind of do that. I mean, like Casey and I are actually friends. Like we actually get along. But like if we talk on any other show, it's like
We're
I don't know.
against
It's a
each
weird
other.
thing.
Like
Like
here,
it, it's
we're
pretty much
cool.
like a pro wrestling feud. Like on camera, we're like I'm gonna beat you for the title. No, I'm gonna win. But actually, we're like laughing the whole time. So it actually
like here we're cool, but if we're
right.
on,
Everywhere else, we have to motherfuck each other. That's just the rules.
yeah,
I didn't make them. That's just the way that it is.
yeah, like if I show up in Frank's chat, I had to troll,
Right.
and then if
Yeah.
we're in,
Casey has to troll, and I have to shit upon him as viciously as possible. But
and
we
then
both know which friends, come Saturday, if I'm available, I'll pop on here and we'll talk for 4 hours about nothing, and everything's fine. It's
or
on with
we'll
their day.
or we'll go on Mondays to
Alex and
Dr.
them.
Nick's Alex and Dr. Nick's channel.
That's what I'm saying. We'll go over there, motherfuck each other, play around. It's all good. Circle of life.
What's shocking is those guys, they put out such a good product. It's like I want them to get more subs, but I know they do. They put it out on Facebook too, so I know they get views over there.
Well,
But
there's everybody and their aunt has a show nowadays. Like it's oversaturation was like 10 years ago. We're way beyond that. Like it's why do you think I never started a full-on Texas horror reviews? Because there's 15,000 other people who had the same idea way before me. Like kind of late to that game. So like it would make zero sense. Like like I may talk. Literally, the only two things that I could bring would be my fresh perspective and my ideas. And odds are somebody else has probably already had that similar idea and done it at some point in time. So
the only thing I would say it kind of makes me a little different when, and some of the people who does gameplays, they have collections too, and they play from them. But that's why it gives me like, hey, I'm gonna record this today. I'm gonna record that. Like a lot of times, I'll record a bunch of them, and I don't get to record as much as I like. I mean, I did a few today.
As long as you're having fun, that should be all that matters. If you never make $1 from it, that shouldn't. If you're, if
that's
you're new on, like I take that back. Sometimes, like when that Snow White movie came out here recently, and it was so god awful. There were a few movie channels that came out and made it big off of that, but they're not time tested yet. Who knows if they'll stick around? Like 6 months from now, they may be gone.
No, I agree.
It's very hard to make new money on this played out platform, and considering the censorship is only getting worse.
Oh yeah,
dude, me and my mouth, every video I did would be censored to hell.
Yep.
There ain't no point. So,
I agree with you, Tex. If you didn't do this like 20 years ago, there's no point in starting now.
Right. Well, Yeah, I do it for the fun. Hop over
Mm-hmm.
there with Frank, talk about a movie. Sometimes we talk about it. I'm satisfied. I get it out. I don't need to do it anywhere else. Whatever.
Right.
And
That's
not
why I
only
only
that,
come on here.
and not only that, you have now celebrities doing this. They'll have like
Yeah,
all
well,
these.
yeah, we're screwed if the movie stars are now doing it. Like, really? Like,
Right.
this was supposed to be our domain. Like,
Yeah. Well,
not
not
fair.
only not only that, it's not the movie stars. It'll be the wrestlers. Like, it's almost, if you're a retired wrestler, it's almost obligated to have a
Now, I
podcast.
will
Yeah.
say,
Well, I blame Conrad for
Brie
that one.
Larson, the chick that played Captain Marvel, the blonde girl,
Mm-hmm.
she did a YouTube channel. She made it like 2 episodes till the comments were so ruthless on her that she just gave up and quit. So it does backfire at times. It's not
Yeah.
foolproof, but
No, I agree.
And I think a lot of
whatever.
times, like some people can't handle some of the comments. I mean, there'll be like, yeah, you'll get like something like this. I mean, doesn't bother
Well,
me. Like right here.
there's a time for a joke and then it gets overplayed. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, like with that, well, like over there. I mean, Casey knows what I'm talking about, but that whole
Yeah.
stupid troll over there on Alex Smith's show. It's like, okay, haha, you're funny. I get the joke. But literally every time I say something, you have for weeks on end. It's like, okay, you're not funny. You're just,
Yeah.
it's one thing. You can rip on me all day if we're friends, like Casey,
Right.
AJ, Frank,
Mm-hmm.
Jerk, any of y'all. Y'all can make fun of me all that you want because I know A, it's being
Right.
done friendly. B, you're not trolling. And C, I'm gonna burn you back. But if
Right.
I don't actually know you,
Mm,
go to hell. Fuck off.
Oh yeah.
You're
Yeah.
just
No, I
you're being a
agree.
troll. Go to hell.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's
gonna
like how.
I'm not gonna lie. I got a bad feeling it might be this person who's Von Erich's shooting range,
No,
because I
I think that's
mean,
Pika. I think that's Pika.
you think so?
I think that's Pika. I mean, I don't care if it is. I mean, Pico has changed his name and played with it before. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, Pico's
You know.
good. Like I had Pico on here a couple times too. Like
Yeah, no, Pico's cool. I got no problem with him. I've spoke to him not a lot, but enough to say that I'm cool with him. But it's
yeah,
just like that whole with that troll shit over there. It's just once a joke, some people need to learn when a joke is played out,
Uh-huh.
and once it's played out, fine, move on to something else. It's get
I
creative with it.
I still think my theory is I feel like that person is Frank, because like
No,
it's
Frank don't give a fuck enough to do that shit. Right?
I don't know. Frank could be a little troll because, dude, we were playing some
Oh, I know.
Fortnite.
No, I'm not, dude. Anybody can be a troll. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if I gun to my head, I don't think it's him. I think it's probably somebody who has watched this at some point in time and just wanted to pick on me. That's fine. Like I said, for weeks and weeks and literal weeks, week after week, anytime I would say something, they'd pop up with some bullshit
Mm-hmm.
comment. It's after 2 months, okay, it's not funny anymore. Fuck off, go to hell.
Right.
Like, you're not funny. You're old hat. You're whatever. And I'm not gonna sit there and bullshit with it. So
Right.
whatever.
Oh yeah.
I
Like
I
I
I
can
think
agree with that.
I did have a alt account, but I don't even
I
remember
have
what it
one
is.
account. Dude, what kind of loser sits there and has like 5 accounts? Oh, this one's got blocked. Let me flip it. If you're such a dickhead on the internet where you need multiple accounts, kill yourself. Just end it.
No, I
You're
agree.
there. You contribute nothing to society. Like if you
Mm-hmm.
live online that much, you're a waste of space.
Right. Dude,
I
you know
think
how
that
much time I go on the internet when I'm on YouTube and hanging out with you guys? That's it.
I spend 99% of my any internet that I use is listening to some form of podcast while I work. That's what I do.
Yeah.
So
I listen to more
yeah.
YouTube music than anything.
Well, I mean,
I
well, that's how I get like my movie info. Is I'll be working during my day, and I've got
Mm-hmm.
the regular shows I'll subscribe to, and I'll listen to those. And then I go to certain online forums that I know and trust, and you know, I cross check information from this movie, that movie, what's real, what's not. Do my homework whenever I've got time. I mean, hell, I still do homework on pen and paper because I like doing it old school. To me, it's more fun that way. It's just the way that I.
Hey,
Yeah.
I still cannot believe he actually. AJ, Tex
What's
actually
up,
found
buddy?
some. Tex actually found someone in the theater recording the
Yeah.
movie.
Oh
I
yeah.
can,
Yeah.
I,
So I'm doing it, dude. Yeah, it was great.
What is this? Early 2000s going on?
It was, dude, it was so cool to see. Like, I mean, I've watched 1,000 different movies, on these sites of, the camera slightly moving or somebody.
Yeah.
It's like anytime, we've all seen these pirate
Yeah.
movies.
yeah.
Nobody's innocent here.
Dude,
But
that's how I
to
watched
actually
Terrifier 3 for the first time. was
to get to
was
oh
one of
no,
the pirate
I was so happy that I went to the premiere night of Terrifier 3. I will forever, like, normally I don't actually print my tickets off anymore. I actually
Yeah.
printed off that ticket and I traded it because I went to the
Nice.
double feature of Terrifiers
Yeah.
2 and 3, and then they
Yeah.
played the world premiere of Ice Night Kills, a work of art video
Oh,
after.
yeah.
It was a great Thursday night. I will forever.
That was the same
Oh,
way with Deadpool versus Wolverine. I watched it from one of the like F movies or some shit.
Deadpool Wolverine. I
Or
saw it
1, 2,
twice
3.
opening
Yeah.
day. I went to
oh,
there was two theaters there in my town, and
Uh-huh.
I saw it the first time, and then I
Yeah.
immediately checked when the next showing was, and I went to another theater and I went to see it again immediately. I loved it.
I loved how Tex said that when he spotted the dude that he intentionally every once in a while, like
Oh
what,
yeah.
clear your throat or you coughed.
Well, I had to mess with him. I can't see that going on. And okay, like, I'm not doing anything bad enough.
You should
I'm
have
not
turned
like,
around and looked at the camera.
well, no, he was in front of me. I could see him. Like, I'm sitting in the back. I can see what's going on. But it was just, dude, it was so fun to see that. Like, you don't expect to see that when you go to the movies. Like, you see it online, but you
Yeah,
don't see, like, you don't expect to see that.
that's crazy. That like,
Well, dude,
I
if y'all knew half of the stuff I've seen in movies, I've seen people rolling joints where they thought nobody was watching.
oh
I've
that
seen
doesn't shock me.
I've seen people getting handsy, during the middle of films. I've seen all kinds of stuff because, like I said, I always sit in the back. So everybody, I guess it's like when people sit down in their seat in the movies, right? They're facing
Yeah,
towards the screen. It's like they think the world can't see them. It's like nobody else exists. And like, they'll hit the recline button. We see everything that's going on, pal. So, whatever. I mean, it was fun the other day. This guy, he was well, he's a kid, obviously, but he was trying to. It must have been his first time trying to sneak snacks into a movie because he was so
oh,
bad at it. Like, he did the whole, like, how I do it. Like, if I'm gonna, like, let's say I don't want to pay for a $9 drink in the movies, I'll go buy a regular size, Dr. Pepper or something, and I stick it in the back of my pants, in the belt line of my pants to hold it away. Put my shirt over, you can't see anything, and you just act cool and walk in. Nobody suspects anything. This kid's like holding his stuff together. I felt so bad for him. I tried to distract as many people as possible as he walked in, hoping he would get by with it. I don't think he got caught, but I don't really know. Whatever.
See, but Casey would be that type of friend that you wouldn't need to sneak food into because you could just like tape it to him and just like, hey, you
Well,
got the food? It's like, yeah, yeah, I got
see
it.
what I missed. My hometown growing up, it had like it didn't have layers of floor. Like it had the floor was angled, and it was all like one solid concrete floor. You know, it was an old school theater or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'd be sitting in the back row because that's where we always sat,
Hmm.
and we'd get a big dip of stuff in, and we'd have to spit. So we would have contests, especially if people were sitting in front
Oh.
of us.
With that
we
chewing
would
tobacco.
we would spit on the floor and see how far it would go down because the floor
Oh.
was angled enough that you could do that. Oh boy, we got so many people. They'd step
Remember
in
that
it or
old carpet
whatever.
that they would have? Picture that
Yeah,
still up.
God, that carpet was stickier than a porn set. Like it was bad.
Like,
Yeah,
oh.
The
uh,
one of the worst things I ever saw. I mean, it was me and my dad. Last time we ever went to a movie at this one theater that we used to go all the time during the 90s.
Hmm.
It was the big one here, and it was slowly dying to the bigger chains. And we went in there, and I saw the rat go running
oh, that's
across.
fun.
I was
Really?
like, yeah, I saw a rat run across. So
I
then, like,
wish that was the worst thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah, I've
Worst
seen some
thing I've
really
ever
fucked up
saw.
things.
I saw fresh splooge on the back of the fucking seat. And a goddamn.
Dude,
oh,
I was like, what was it? I think I was like
We
16.
went,
I seen two people having like a blowjob on the fucking.
yeah, we were going to see softball, and apparently whoever saw the showing right before us, because this was when it first came out, so they were, rushing people right in and right out. And whatever.
Oh my god.
Luckily, it wasn't the seat in front of me. It was two seats, so I had space. But I sat down, and the lights were still on, and these were black seats. I mean, it's gonna show. And there's this fucking spider web looking shit on the back of the goddamn seat. I'm like,
oh,
what the fuck? We gotta move. I'm like, I'm not sitting here because if I sit here, I'm gonna be grossed out the whole time. I'm trying to watch this movie. So we moved, and
Yeah,
we
not
didn't
to
go back
mention
to
you're
that.
like 6'5" and shit, dude. You could touch that
Well,
shit easily.
and once again, that's the reason why I sit in the back, because if I sit anywhere else, I get the hey down in front, or hey, can you scoot down a little bit?
yeah,
I'm limited to where I can properly sit in the theater and not be bothered the whole time. So I go back row normally, like on the corner, so I don't have to sit in the middle and do that whole excuse me. Like I gotta hate this fucking.
yeah. I hate that. But I also feel like the middle is the best spot. Like you want to be
No,
like,
not for me. No, I like back row, uh, either side. So I have full access. I can straight up walk up and leave and not bother. That is the best seat in the house. I love
Yeah,
but
I hear ya,
nowadays with
man.
these bigger ones, you don't even have to
Dude,
worry
they're like
about like,
recliners now.
yeah, like you don't
Oh
even
yeah,
have.
my AMC dude. If I ever get the opportunity to steal one of those seats, I am bringing it home. That is the most comfortable chair I've ever sat in. Like you get in it, it's got the super tall back, so even for me, like I don't have like it takes like my head is on the headrest and whatever. And
Yeah.
if I ever get the opportunity, I'm stealing one. I've already made up my mind. But
But the thing is, I will never sit in one of those love sack chairs. You know, the ones that they have the couples in? Fuck that. I'm never sitting in one of
I've done
those.
that
Hell.
before. We
Yeah, but you
we
don't know if somebody jerked off somebody on there or what.
dude,
I
it's
mean,
it's
come
the same
on.
thing as going to a hotel. I kind of look at it the same way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's whatever. I mean, you just kind of have to turn your brain off and hope they sprayed it with bleach before you sat down.
Oh,
Instead
you
of
know they
that's all.
didn't. Come on.
Well, you know they did, but you tell yourself that they did so you can deal with it. That's how I operate. You
Casey
lie to
goes and
yourself.
fucking sits in one of them, and he sees a fucking rubber, and he's like, "What's that?"
Well, like
Well,
like years ago, like around like 2010, 2011,
Oh yeah.
there was a movie tab. It's called Movie Tab. They're still open. I've been there in a while. We used to go there, and it was like they've upgraded to those recliner seats now. But back
Yeah.
in the day, they just had straight up office chairs, is what you said, like with the
Oh
wheels
damn,
and
for
stuff on
real?
the bottom,
Oh fuck that.
and they were comfortable as hell. But you constantly had the sound of wheels moving throughout the movie.
Hmm.
Biggest problem.
Damn.
it's really thundering now.
Oh yeah.
I almost lost power earlier. So
Well, this will be
I'm getting
Casey's last show because he's going to die in the storm. So,
He already got his
uh,
cancel. Fucking.
yeah, he's already canceled the show, so he can go ahead and die. It doesn't matter.
well, and I'm getting a little tired, so I'm ready to hit the hay. So I do appreciate
Sounds
everyone
good.
coming.
I'm glad you pulled the plug before I did. Cause I gotta be up at 11.
I do appreciate everyone coming by. We had Joe Compton.
Hmm.
We had that AJ, the other AJ came in.
That's AJ too. Get it right. I'm the one and
AJ.
only.
Well, the thing is, it was a
Well,
different spelling
hang
of
on, no.
AJ.
He doesn't get a nickname until we see if he's gonna. We're not just handing out nicknames to newbies. That's not how this works. Like
Yeah,
you
just
gotta.
remember who started this gangster shit.
We're gonna have to. You earn your keep. You don't just get handed out a member's card.
I love
Yeah,
how
this
he's
is the
already.
click.
I love how first time he's here, he's already shit talking me. Like,
Well,
like
it's because you radiate victimhood. That's why. It's just it
Yeah.
comes out of your pores.
It's like you remember the kid that you would put like on the football field, on the goalpost, and you just like tie him up, and they all
See,
just fucking whip him. That's
normally
Casey.
when somebody new comes in, everybody thinks we're just assholes and mean to Casey. He just jumped right in. He's like, fuck
yeah,
you.
exactly.
He's like, let me
You
get
know?
the paddle, and let me
he,
just have
he,
fucking.
he wanted to get his licks in too.
He was good. He brought up some good points. That
Well, that's arguable. I think he's a bit
Yeah, I don't
delusional,
know him
but
that well.
I
uh,
thought he brought up some good points during the
he
Benoit
had some good
talk.
points. I think overall I would probably disagree with what he said, but I mean he presented it in its proper way. It was a good
Yeah,
discussion, so I'm fine with that.
I
Whatever.
mean, honestly, there's no real right answer. I mean, I still think my opinion idea is what happened.
Wait, Casey thinks he's right and everybody else is wrong. Say
Yeah,
no way,
exactly,
no
exactly.
way.
Opinions are like
Bull.
assholes. Everybody has one.
But it was definitely good that talks because obviously a couple other like UTEX and he like I brought the whole idea with the gay lover idea.
Dude, I've thought that
But
I
for a
just
long
think you.
time. There's just
Yeah.
I think there's smoke to that fire. I just shut no feeling.
yeah, I mean I think there's a lot of signs to it. But it was a good
Well, I'm
talk.
telling you right now, if Casey dies, I'm throwing a party. I'm not crying. All right, we're gonna celebrate.
Cheeseburgers
Yeah,
for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
cheeseburger, like 3-day-old cheeseburgers. I'm gonna buy them, leave them in the
Do
back
you
seat for a
remember?
few days.
Do
Yeah,
you remember which day you said it was? I think you said it
dude.
was technically today.
Do you realize how much
Technically,
I drink? I
no,
forget a lot of stuff that I say.
dude.
All right, you're gonna have
The
to give me some
Benoit
slack.
murders started the 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
Let's see. I'm gonna.
No, I'm talking about his prediction on me.
I
I'm
I
think
gonna
don't
I
give
know.
you
said.
the rest until the end of the month. If you don't get it right by the end of the month,
I don't know.
that if I
See,
don't
I
die,
could
and
no, hang on. That's not technically true. I can always pull a swerve, bro, and flip my prediction to a Vince Russo one. I could always flip swerve this
so I'm the. How many more days we got left in this month? We got 15 or 16 more days left in this
What's today?
month.
Well, today technically
The
15th
15th.
now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Hey, real easy to slip and fall and break a neck. That's all I'm saying, Casey. You might want to
Wait,
be
we're taking
careful.
bets?
No,
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 we're not
he.
taking that. I've already had my premonition of his death. I mean, now,
Yeah.
see, here's the, I could, like I said, I could always turn the page and somehow it doesn't happen right now because Casey's looking for it. But then it's, death is always around the corner. You never know what's coming. So,
Well, I'm just saying that I already have a video coming out tomorrow, and if it premieres, that doesn't mean I'm still alive. I could be dead
right.
and
Yeah.
it premieres.
That was past Casey.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Casey, you need to do that. You need to film a video in the future of you doing your
Well, I actually
memorial
had an
and
idea.
then posting on Facebook. Or not Facebook,
I
but
actually had an idea.
here.
What if we had our funerals before we died?
Before we die.
No, seriously. Have everybody, like, now obviously we're there, but have everybody give the same speeches that they would. But how cool would it be? You get to attend your own funeral.
Oh, we could probably work on that. Be like, we're gonna celebrate the life and the future death of Tex,
Right.
and
Well,
then
that's what I'm saying. Put a cool spin on it, because, funerals are sad, whatever.
yeah.
Would that not help take the edge off? That, like, let's say, you're getting kind of sick or whatever, right? So you have your pre-funeral and you get to be there and everybody says what they want to. You kind of, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't know.
I think we're morbidly fucking fucked up. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
No,
Oh.
I think I'm discovering a new, very fruitful business that's going to make me a millionaire. I think that's what I'm discovering.
Well, then
I think
Casey's got to be the first victim. If we're going to
I
do this,
think
it's got to be him.
I don't know.
well, remember we were supposed to do the roast of me during derail and that
Yeah, that
what
fell
was
apart.
That
what
was like
was the
5 years ago.
but what was the kibosh on that? What did
I don't remember exact. Something else happened like that was big, and I don't remember. I don't. And it
because
was.
I was still up for it. I had no problem
I
getting
think. I
roasted.
think that was like in the high drama nonsense, whatever.
Yeah, that's probably was
I
because
think that's what it was. I don't. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know that some big dramatic event happened that like nobody felt like doing.
because we were gonna we had everything planned. We were having
Dude,
presenters
I
roast.
had jokes written out. Like I had them done. Like I was going brutal. Like I had now. I mean, obviously she's dead now, but God rest her soul. I had rape jokes about your mother. I was not going to hold back. No, it was bad. I'm gonna see if I can find that. I still may have that notebook, believe it or not. If I find it, I'll send you a screenshot. I don't know.
Or
Yeah.
maybe we'll do oh god, would it be fucked up if we roast Mikkel?
Oh,
No,
he's
Life
already
already
dead
roasted.
corpse.
God roasted him already. What more could we do? Have you? No.
Because I
Mikkel
don't
is
know.
fine over on his own. We don't need to mention him because no,
But
I'm good.
I just don't feel like it's right. I can't it's my channel, but I'm not gonna present hey, I'm the first roastee of the channel, you know? I feel like you know what I mean? Derailed, that's different because they presented it to me. It's like, hey, we're gonna roast you. I didn't go to Drew was like,
What
"Hey,
were the? I can't remember the other jokes that I had about you. I had like a bunch about. I mean, obviously the way you talk, that was obvious. There was. I'm pretty sure I called you a child molester a few times. I think that was thrown
well, you know, it's funny you brought
in.
that up.
I can't remember what else I said.
It's fun.
Well,
Well,
and
it's
then
funny.
of course, I made fun of all the other people that were going to be, roasting as well. And that's what you do in a roast. I had
Oh
something for
yeah.
Frank. I had something for Frank, Drew, Dave. I had something for everybody. I can't remember it all, but
Well, that's the
it,
whole point. It wasn't just you roasting just me. You roast other people too.
I
But
I remember Drew read the part that was about me, and he made me look like the worst fucking drunk you've ever seen in your fucking life. He fucking went hard, and it was hilarious. I loved it. So Frank
Yeah,
did
well, you
too.
were pretty
Like
bad at one point.
Frank's was like hillbilly jokes and drunk something about sister this or something. I can't. I'll have to ask you to see if you dude. That was a lifetime.
but
Yeah, that was five
the
years ago.
God dang, yeah, I guess
Dang, it's
so.
been
Because
that
if you
long.
think about it, we started this shit like a year after Derailed went away.
Where the
Oh,
fuck is
yeah.
my life going? Holy shit! I'll be
I wouldn't
fucking.
even say that. It was like it was shortly after that because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say a
Damn.
year after that
Yeah, it was
because
like shortly after, because that's how we've known each other, Casey, for about what, like almost 4 years.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Remember,
because
we started this shit, man. All this
yeah,
shit that you guys see now, this is us. We all started this.
yeah, it
Yeah,
was
I'm gonna have to see if I can find that those roast notes that I had. But I had like I went for the throat like pit bull style. Like I didn't hold back. Like I'm not even sure they were necessarily funny. They were just the meanest things I could possibly say. That was my approach. But you know,
but when you were calling me the whole joke about the child molester part, what was funny is that one of the guys at work we always you know they kind of do the same thing at work with me. So like what
oh well,
like
that's how I approached it. I approached it as if like I was talking to like one of the guys that I grew up with or something. Like I was not. Now, of course, I had like the traditional nice part at the end that redeemed
mm,
you and was all nice and whatever. But I was going to spend like 99% of the time just trying to see if you were going to commit suicide or not after I got done with it. That was my goal. So, yeah.
but what I was bringing up is because we would you know poke fun at each other. Usually, I'm at the butt of it, the end of everyone's joke at work too. So I'm at the parts counter, and I said I started some shit with one of the guys I work with, and whoa, did I?
Is that the one you
Oh,
pissed in the fucking hard hat?
oh no, that was years ago. That was
Okay.
that was not even. Not only that's not even the same company. That was not even the same state. But uh so I'm at the parts counter and I don't remember what I was saying to the guy, my friend that I work with, and he's like, "Oh, so you want to start this shit now?" And he's like, he started calling me a bunch of things. Then he's like, called me either a pedo or a child molester. Like, 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 you know, re- shrugged my shoulders. Like, hey, it's possible. Like, it could.
Like I'm trying to remember. I know one of the jokes that I said about Frank was, well, Frank got that hole in his mouth by taking J-Man's dick too much or something.
Oh,
Like that was one of the jokes. Like like I was, there was some pretty good ones. Like I don't know,
but why I
but that's
brought
what we
that
do
up?
though. Like I mean, we all know, what's
Yeah,
we
but
know
why?
when the we. What am I trying? We know where the line is. Like we know, okay, here, fine, whatever. and everybody who gives it expects it back and is
Mhm.
going to laugh it off. Nobody's Casey's not going to make a joke that I'm going to take seriously. It's fine. Is what it is.
Yeah, like a lot of times. Well, I mean, obviously, when I'm in chat in either Dr. Nick's and Alex's channel or Frank's channel, like I'm not doing a malicious troll. It's
Well, and
genuine.
but see, therein lies the difference. I like with Alex and them. The majority of their crowd is not our old crew. It's their people, and
Yeah.
we're mixing with them, so that's why they don't get the same permissions like we have because we don't. I haven't spent hours podcasting with them.
Mhm.
I see them once a week in a chat room. You don't get the right. Fuck you. Go to hell.
I do want to have Dr. Nick and Alex on here. I would love to have them
Yeah,
because
yeah. No, Alex and Nick are cool. They're I consider them friends just as well. Like they're
they're
part of the
funny as
crew
fuck.
now. Yeah,
They're funny.
they're awesome guys. I mean, if they weren't awesome, I wouldn't watch their show. Anytime I'm free. Yeah.
Well, let's get out of here. I'm getting tired, so
We said that
uh
like 5 minutes ago.
I know, but
Getting tired
obviously
or staying tired? What's the difference?
actually it was like 10 minutes ago. But
Well,
let's
we
try
can
this
yada
again.
yada our way through all kinds of bullshit.
Oh
This is the
yeah.
first time.
So I
We
like
can say we can say we're going to end the show. Then 3 hours later, it's a 7
oh
hour
yeah.
show.
Oh
It's a
Yeah.
I'm
6 hour show right now.
I think that has happened before too. They're like,
Dude, it
we're
was a
gonna
Oh yeah.
fucking 15-hour stream. Do you not remember this?
yeah. Well, that was
I
different. I
The
think
only
that was
reason I remember it was because I went back and listened. I was blackout drunk at like 2 hours. Like once Drew came in, like 2 hours later, I was blackout drunk from that point on. I remember nothing. Like
I
I had to go
know
back.
I know we did one Saturday as well that went like 11 hours.
That's the
It was
one we're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like at one point,
uh,
Drew and I were the only ones awake. Like Rose fell asleep, Casey was gone. Like people were
yeah,
popping back in, and
Dude, I
yeah,
fucking fell asleep and came back on, and you guys were still alive.
yeah, like that
yeah.
one didn't until like almost 7 in the morning because like I had to get off to go feed animals. Like that's how
I
long that shit went.
I
I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
sleep.
I think it was something special. I think it was my birthday or something like that. I don't remember.
I
It was
don't
like
remember.
No idea.
Come on, that was a few years ago.
yeah. I cannot do that anymore. Like I could
I
do
don't either, dude. I barely.
Case, you better have pants on. Fucking doing
The
that
only
kind of
time,
shit.
dude, I'm to the point in life where the only time I actually, if I'm not, like I said, like 99% of the time on my stuff is listening to a podcast. It's it's rare for me these days to even be able to do 2 shows a week during the middle of the week, just because I've got so much shit. Take it.
Shit, you guys are lucky to have me maybe once in a blue moon. Fuck the
yeah.
work I'm doing.
Like I mean, like this week, Tuesday we're doing the 28 weeks later, and Thursday I have to take my kid to summer camp. Like, I'm going to be on for
Mm,
that.
mm.
Like right now, this recliner is starting to hurt my ass. That's how much I've been sitting in this,
Well,
and I
take the
got
butt
it
plug out,
one.
faggot, and that won't happen.
Well, I mean, it's like it's so wide enough. I
What, your ass? Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
that.
you're out.
no
Well,
no
well,
the recliner.
see what Casey's not telling you is Casey cut out the seat and he put a traffic cone down there. That's what he's actually saying.
It's a
Uh,
toilet.
oh gosh. Oh no, it's because I can lounge on one side. I can like literally go like this
No,
and
I
like
had to get a new podcast chair because of that. The recliner that I always podcast from,
yeah
I of course I always sat towards one side, so the back of it like became that shape, right?
yeah
Well, my dog Scout, she's fucking full grown at this point, gigantic ass dog. In the middle of the day, I'm at work, and an old lady calls. She said, "You're not going to be happy." I'm like, what? She goes, "The dog broke her chair." Bullshit. What happened? Apparently, she jumped in. She was because in my podcast,
Hmm.
I've they've got things set up, whatever. Apparently, it was getting bad weather, so she just put her in there, and she jumped in my chair to lay down. Well, when she did, the whole chair rocked back, and she went. It like she literally knocked the back off of my chair, like just broke it. Like it was in pieces. So I had to go buy a new chair, and the chair that I bought is taller. It's it's like a lawn chair. It's like a nice lawn chair. It actually looks pretty cool. So I had to buy a tripod stand to hold my phone to podcast with. So it's been been fun.
I'm kind of starting to thinking because it would hurt. I got my metals folding chair because I want to sit up more properly, but sometimes this recliner, like, you need to move every once in a while because if you sit in
No,
one spot, it
I
hurts.
bought it's a big and tall like a cloth padded patio chair or whatever. That's kind of collapse in and out, whatever.
Yeah.
It's fucking comfortable as shit. I love that chair. Amazing.
I had a couple of those folding chairs that I used for like when I was playing games at the old house, and after a while they just broke because
Fuck that shit.
how many times I
Too
would
bad.
sit in there playing video games, and I would lounge in it too, and actually, uh,
Your life is a
th-
video
I
game. What are you talking about?
I don't want to bring something up because it might get me in trouble in the future, so I'm not going to bring it up. But
What
I
haven't you said, you cocksucker?
no, I don't. I was going to bring it up, but
There it is right
should
there.
I probably should be careful for it
Oh,
because
nice.
hold
It's
on,
a regular camping chair
let
Yeah.
me
with
bring
Arthur
you
Clown
up.
But
on it.
it's like a big and tall chair. So like I could
Yeah.
like as big as I am, I can sit in that thing and like recline back. It is
And he's a
freaking
big bitch,
comfortable.
too.
I am. There's a whole lot of motherfucker right here.
I
But
I
yeah, it's
I see you splurged out for for the chair. Like,
Yeah,
dude, no,
Walmart.
what did you
no,
pay?
that's a
What?
$40 chair right there. That is
That's a
not cheap.
$40 Walmart chair right there.
No, Walmart, please, bitch. This is an academy right here. This is good stuff. Oh, and Casey, hey, you said I didn't have enough Texas stuff. How's that?
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. You need a
Yeah,
little
there you
bit
go.
more. You need a
Yeah,
little
isn't
bit
that
more
great?
Texas stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
And
shocked.
there's the tripod that I had to buy because that son of a bitch sat higher than my old fucking chair. So, yeah, no, that
What?
chair was not cheap.
Can I make a suggestion? Next
What's
thing you
that?
need to do, you need to paint the back, the wall, and
No, 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 no. I have. Do you really want me to paint my '90s wood paneling walls? Are you kidding me?
yeah, you gotta paint it as the
No,
Texas state
I
flag.
like my '90s wood paneling. It keeps me rooted in the greatest decade ever. It is going to
Actually,
stay
That's
that
not debatable at all.
actually it's more like 70s and 80s because that's
way.
something
Whatever
I
it is, I like my retro feel. Like don't you and the old lady? Hey, let's paint the walls. I damn near kicked her out of my house for saying that shit.
Yeah, yeah. Don't mess with Duck Dynasty over here, okay?
well,
Dude, hey,
I'm
you know
just
what?
saying.
I have I like my retro wall. I could paint, do some sheetrock, I can do all that. No, 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 no. I like my wood paneling walls. It's my style.
Just
Yeah.
saying, it's not enough Texas. You need a little bit
Well,
more.
I'm sure I can throw some more shit in there, but the problem is there's only so much space within the camera rectangle that fits stuff in. So I gotta, and I want it to look good. That is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, let's try this for the third time. So
I was
let's
about to
get
say third time.
yeah. Let's go ahead and call it a night. I appreciate all the people showed up. I appreciate, dude. We
Casey wants
had
to let all the Jews know they need to get in line, stop bombing people, stop being
Mazel
bad.
tov.
There you go.
like, dude. Actually, we're doing a very good views today. I broke, according to YouTube, we broke over 700 views tonight. But you
Yeah, then
Holy
you
know,
shit.
went and
Fucked it
played
up.
copyright material and messed it all up there, Casey is wrong.
Yeah, good job,
actually,
Casey. Or
actually
should we
went
call him
up.
Mikel Jr.?
It continued going up since, but we've been going slowly down because it's
Did,
getting late. And
Maybe
did I
this
tell you about
will
that, Casey?
maybe this will be our big break, and like I said, Netflix will give us a
Yeah.
show.
but I'm not gonna lie. I mean, with the picture in the corner, that's probably the reason why we're doing
Yeah,
so
tune in
well.
to
You got
Chris
hell
Benoit
on fire.
Conspiracy Part 2 next Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's what we're
yeah,
gonna have. That's what we're gonna have to do. Is the top 10
yeah.
conspiracy
Chris Benoit 2, did Kevin Sullivan do it?
theories.
Is
So
Nancy still alive? Do
yeah,
the whole thing.
I mean,
Is
no,
she
it's
hiding
Chris.
in Casey's bedroom?
No, it's
Ooh,
Chris.
did Nancy actually kill her? That's something.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
think come up with some uh off the wall ideas. Like some people, like Billy Jack Haynes, thinks that Daniel
Oh no,
Benoit.
it was Booker T that did it because he lost in that 7-match feud that they had. That's the next conspiracy theory.
I thought he
There you go.
won that.
Did he win it
But
or I can't remember.
I'm pretty
Way,
sure Booker won.
either way, in
yeah,
this timeline, he lost it. And that's why Booker T killed the thing. There you go.
He
but
said instead of Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, N-word. He said Chris Benoit, we coming for
Yeah,
you, nigga.
but
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga. There you go.
well, there Billy Jack Haynes recently said, well, not recently, but he said that he thinks that the reason why Chris killed both of them, mainly Daniel, is because Daniel was the love child of Vince McMahon. Even
Oh, sure.
though if you
Ooh.
look at the picture of him and looks
Wait, isn't
almost
Billy Jack in prison?
yeah, for killing his wife.
Okay, yeah,
Uh,
we don't need to listen to what he has to say.
Yeah.
yeah, and not only that, I believe he has Alzheimer's too. So that
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna listen to the crazy fella. He doesn't get a say.
but
Sorry.
for the but hey, for next week's reason, I will use that as a conspiracy theory. So that'll be two
Casey's
parts.
Casey's source. Trust me, bro. That's what Casey's going with now. So
So let's go ahead and call it a night. So you guys have
yeah.
a good time.
Adios, bitches.
Thank you everyone coming by, and you guys have a good night. We're out of here. See you guys.
Later.
See ya.